right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild Talandre EU Championship Series for Zachariel's. Video Ninja Link is cooked at the moment, but I'm pretty sure you should be able to hear him. Zach, are you there?
Hello, can you see me? Hello, I am here.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah, I promise, he's here.
How are you guys doing?
Hey, there he goes. All right, there it is. Okay.
Can you see me now?
Yeah, we can see. Oh my gosh, there it is. Okay. All right.
Hello, well.
Yeah, I am Blue Squadron, joined by Zachariel today on the desk. Everybody's favorite huggable teddy bear is how your guild loves to describe you.
Yes, sir. I mean, it depends on who you ask. If you ask my guild lead, I'm probably described as something else, but holy. Guys, we are so back. Like there was too much rage baiting last time. I was like, Blue, get me in here. Like, let's get this sorted here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of rage baiting last time, as it were. So, all right. So we have a lot of matches to get through today, but by the end of the day, we will know convincingly who the top four teams are in EU. So let's get right down to it. The first match of the day is going to be a best of 3 format, guys. We are in the quarterfinals of EU now, which means it is a best of 3. I'll explain the format a little bit more in just a second, but it is going to be Orca White versus Hand of Unity. Hand of Unity from the Obsidian server, hailing primarily from Egypt, interestingly enough. Rank 1 in their alliance with Unleashed, Greed, and Visceral. Rank 1 on their server. Their best in guild T1 finish was 2nd, and then they said, finally, people are forced to fight us without dodging, Zach.
True. Really, really strong guild, and their opponent, also a very strong guild, made it very far. It is Orca White, who is on the server Rebellion, with Reborn, Sui Generis, and Feud Slap in alliance. Their strength is number 1 on the server with a big T1 finish, quarterfinals last year, or last season rather. And the chat PvP is actually towards themselves with We Are Morons. So they are chat PvPing themselves.
That's the Orca that I know, for sure. How are we doing predictions? Okay, guys, predictions are the winner of the best of 3. So we won't choose who wins until we win the best of 3. So the prediction is for the entire best of 3 in general. That way we don't necessarily have to I don't know, just unless chat wants to do it differently. That's how we're gonna handle predictions here today. Okay, that's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, that's the play.
Okay, so who do you think is gonna win this between Orca and Hand of Unity? Because I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of partial to the Orca boys, but Hand of Unity just seems unstoppably strong.
I mean, Hand of Unity, obviously one of the top contenders in EU, very strong guild, but Orca has been showing some very strong form lately. I've seen a couple of war games against other top guilds. I won't mention any, but and they've performed well and actually won some of them. So it's gonna be very interesting. They fell off a little bit in the middle of tier 2, but they've actually managed to pick it up now in the last month. So super interested to see this.
Okay, right on. Well, guys, let's talk about our best of 3 format. It is normal pick ban as usual. So we bring both guilds into voice. We have a coin toss. The winner of the coin toss chooses to pick or ban. In this particular case, Orca won the coin toss. So they're picking. Hand of Unity is banning. Whoever wins the first match, the loser moves on to the second match, and that map is eliminated. The loser gets to choose the next map, but again, the first map cannot be played again for the rest of the series. In this case, the bans were Pacolo, Manticus, Digon, and Grand Alon. The choice on Orca's side was Azrael, Zach.
Yeah, Azrael is a very common map, Azrael and Morokai on EU. I mean, Hands of Unity, I've seen them play Azrael. It's a very strong map for them, but might be a little ace up their sleeve in Orca picking that map.
You say ace up your sleeve. I think that Azrael is a map that you pick when you feel like you can win, right? Or like you want to, like when you feel like you're like, okay, in a straight up fight, who wins here? It's not like you're ripping the Cherno bog out, or you're ripping out some crazy Talandre map here. This is like the safest of the safe maps. So Orca clearly thinks that they're on relatively even footing here. And it looks like all the teams are in the lobby as we give the go to the tournament director here. Azriel, the first map of the day for Hand of Unity versus Orca White. Very exciting start to the day. Best of 3 format for EU. They've been waiting for this for a while. As we get into match right now, it looks like Orca is in the yellow. Hand of Unity is going to be in the red, and they are already fighting on the spawn right now, Zach.
Yeah, it's already started. The fight, the brawl is happening. What you could see instantly, Hand of Unity decided to go up a little bit from the spawn point and actually take that space and just reverse on them. So extremely good strat here in the initial fight over here.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, Zach. The kill feed's extremely back and forth right now. I say Hand of Unity is a little bit favored. They're already moving toward the choke point now as they move away, and we start to see Orca clean up the remaining tail here. And I think that this is Orca's strategy. We see this among a lot of guilds. And honestly, if Orca just goes to the other side and engage, they will basically Hand of Unity. It's only half of Hand of Unity making it in right now, although Orca's giving them time to spawn at the other spawn point and run in through the choke. So now Orca is sadly waiting in a position where they have to push through a tiny little choke. I'd love to have seen them go around the outside of the fight, show some heads up decision making there, but sadly unable to do so. A few people getting pulled in, no one dying though. There's more pulls right there. It does look like the Cordies we see are Cammy and Calyx for Orca, and Blacku and Shonsky on this side of Hand of Unity, as we see Orca actually doing a great job of pushing up and through this choke point here, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job here, not over-committing too early. They started hooking out some of the people that were overextending from Hand of Unity side down the stairs, and now they started their push. As you can see here in the back, I'm following a little bit of the fight here in the back. One static overextended a little bit, ever so slightly, but they're doing a fairly good job of occupying them in Orca here.
Yeah, absolutely. Orca kind of stuck now on the choke point, just not able to get all the way through. They did manage to push through, and then they just ended up getting wiped out. Hand of Unity certainly throwing down the gauntlet, looking like the stronger of the two guilds in the first 2.5 minutes of their first match right now. But I think that is likely because Orca is just fighting them through a tiny little choke point right here, and that just puts them at a severe disadvantage. I think that at least if Orca went around the other side and tried to come through, at least flank with a couple statics, it would make this choke point much more approachable for their entire guild here, as we see Bam and Nin in the middle of everything over here, missed in that static clearly too on that side over here, as they try to at least put down some flank pressure. Orca's statics start to slide through. They're trying to move this over toward the point right now, right as we reach about 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. You look at this, Hand of Unity definitely has more kills on the board, but again, it's because Orca's been stuck in this choke point. The DPS, it looks like Orca's actually managing to keep up a little bit. Siada ties and Nazi with Shonsky there at the top of the leaderboards for them. Amount healed, and fortunately the developers have fixed this for us, WAGS, for relaying this bug, but now we get to see real heals here, and we're seeing it. Orca Hand of Unity healers coming in relatively even here, Zach.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, like from the initial fight, when Hands of Unity decided to go a little bit deeper from the spawn portal, just making it up to the point, and exactly as you said, the initial fight is usually a brawl, and whoever makes it up to the point is usually the guild that contests at the very start, because it's so hard to trickle in from the small stairs when the opponent has the control there. But as they're getting into the war game, as they go into the rhythm of the game, they start trickling in from the right side choke that you were discussing earlier, which is a huge one. But right now, that was a pretty good push from Orca, making it up to point, not stabilizing, but I think as this war game progresses, we can definitely expect some more action happening here. They're starting here to actually go to the right side exactly as you ordered. So here they are making it onto the right side choke with 2 statics from the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As Nin looked like he DC'd for just a moment there, but able to reconnect quickly. That guy is running on a Giga Gamer computer over here. A couple statics. Nin static on the left side over here, putting down some flank pressure, just as I had recommended before. They come in and look at this. It makes the main choke a little bit more sparse on the side of Hand of Unity. Orca is going to make that push through, and it looks like Hand of Unity is going to try to stop them here, and they are going to do a successful job as that Cordy spin got a lot of people low. They need their healers to perform right now. Anim catches a heal there, right there. Crux will not. Gazer gets a heal and manages to get through as well. A lot of Orca managing to get through that choke. They need to pull this fight away from this choke point here. And it looks like it's Marv sneaking by. Look at that. Splinter says,
yes.
No. Marv does manage to get the cap off on behalf of Orca, and that will successfully pull this fight over toward the stone as Orca has 20 people on this stone over the top of Hand of Unity, starts to climb. Splinter tries to initiate that cap, gets interrupted at first, but does manage to get it down on the side of Hand of Unity. The match surprisingly very close now, Zach.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that is so important here is once you get the cap, a lot of guilds tend to just run around on the point and not be as productive as they would have been if they were the ones going for a cap, for example. So it's super important, as you can see here, Hands of Unity like stabilizing after Orca decided to go for that cap and actually getting that cap. I'm following iCrashed here, one of the top fraggers of Hands of Unity, and he is just putting in work right now. Like, he is absolutely blasting everyone, and it's cast the curse. And it's so important that you not only cap the point and just run around on it in order to take in your favor, but actually keep on PvPing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be able to at least wipe some of the other players off the point. Tanks in this regard, yeah, they have probably the easiest job as they run onto the point here, because, you know, they're the tankiest players. Healers can at least heal themselves. It's the DPS that really struggle to stand on the point in most of the matches that we see. Orca getting wiped off now with only 4 members on the point. Their cap gets thwarted, and it looks like Hand of Unity is going to come up with the first secured cap of this best of 3 on this one. Orca with a great push onto the stone, but I think they lack the skirmishing power against Hand of Unity here on Azrael to really make this match happen, Zach.
Yeah, it did look like we talked about earlier. Like, they got the cap up, they had a lot of presence on the point, but they just stopped PvPing. I'm watching Calyx here going in, who will be so important for this Hand of Unity roster as one of the quarter spinners going in here. Not really connecting, finding 3 actually there. Was a little bit slow on the feed over there. But yeah, this is one of the key players for sure.
Yeah, there we go. They get another cap onto the stone. Orca, very resilient, diving through to the stone right now. And again, now they've got 27 people on this stone standing strong. Can they continually wipe Hand of Unity? I think Hand of Unity, for the most part, was wiped there for a moment. They are running on their way back. It does look like that Orca, 29 members strong on the point, rallying up to 28% now. My boys, my goats, as they were rolling through here. Hand of Unity trying to wipe them off the point, finally manages to get the respawns back over here right now as they run on in, and it looks like Orca is starting to thin out. This is what I'm saying. I think their skirmish might just be lacking a little bit here, as you see Eli in the middle of the fight on this spear dagger for Orca here, trying to find what damage he can, goes into stealth, but honestly, with so many red health bars around, his healer must be having a hard time, Zach.
Yeah, and I mean, this is super impressive. I mean, I don't know what you think, but on the side of Orca, I mean, they're doing some really insane pushes, managed to get some percentages off. One thing that I would want to see is, rather than just running left instantly when they come up the small stairs, try to wrap around to the right side, because you have a lot of Hand of Unity players playing near the big stairs. So if they want to push on to point, they kind of need to wrap around, maybe spread around a little bit more, rather than just sending it into that choke left of the or left side of the small stairs, as they are doing right now.
Yeah, I'm locked on to Cryptos right now. The Spear Dagger on the side of Hand of Unity. Look at this shield. Oh my goodness gracious. It just makes him so tanky right there. He can be so aggressive in this choke point, throwing down tons of damage. This corny spinner right next to him so he can reinforce damage here. Nin trying to hold on for dear life, backs out of the choke point on that left side right there. His Hand of Unity once again clasps down on the choke point right in front of them, and we don't see too many Orca members on this side. You see Nin and his Static out here doing what they can, but Nin under a lot of threat right now, gonna get wiped out, and that means Mist is not long behind him, and sure enough, there's the tombstone for Mist right there, and that is not a good sign for Orca, as they need to send another flank squad around that side. There goes Orlando and the rest of the boys to try to come in, and it looks like Orca's not going to wait for that. They're going to try to power their way through Hand of Unity. I'm not sure this is necessarily the play. Oogie gets a kill on his way in there, but yeah, very red kill feed for Hand of Unity as Orca does what they can, Zach.
Yeah, I don't know what your call would have been, but in this case, they were kind of shaping up for a pretty good regroup there down the small stairs, but they still decided to brute force their way in. They have started pushing in from the right side. You see we have two groups over here pushing on to that right side, which is really good right side choke rather than just pushing up the small stairs all the time. One thing that has been really interesting so far is that they don't really have anyone contesting. Like, everybody in Hands of Unity are just playing for the point right now. No real respawn groups or anything. Maybe they should be trying to get from Portal 3, but it's not looking like they're doing that right now.
I don't know if Portal 3 is going to help Orca here. I think the match is close enough that they're just going to end up spawning down at the lower ones anyway. They are getting caps off on the point, and then again the focus should be trying to get back to the point, forcing the fight onto the point itself and trying to wipe Hand of Unity. And that's the big problem here. Orca has shown that they can wipe Hand of Unity here and there, but consistently they end up losing the skirmish 70-30, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm following one of the healers here, Sarah, and if you're looking at this, I mean, just a backside of the point is completely free, and to the right here towards the big stairs, that's where you would want to wrap around as Orca right now, because you have everybody here just lining up in the back and they're just pushing through the left side. But the power and the way they force their way up the point is really impressive from Orca right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody dares play point through Portal 3 after the Meinastrin game. Well, in fairness, in fairness, Portal 3, and I try to say this every time, it does have its uses, and I'm sure Zach would probably agree with me. You can get full regroups off on Portal 3 if you're really far behind as a guild, and it's very one-sided. That can be your portal. You spawn in the low ground, get the entire enemy guild to the low ground, then everyone spawns Portal 3 and you just regroup to high ground. But if you're just trickle spawning and you're just trying to run back and regroup on the point, absolutely not. That's how you end up losing or making it really close. Meinastrin doing me a favor as a content creator. They said, "Don't worry, Blue. We'll make this match close for you. We got you. We have content brain," and I appreciate that from Meinastrin over there. Orca actually managing to come in with a large flank squad on this left side, and this seems to have done the trick as they push through right now. I expect them. Yeah, they're going for a camp right now and actually getting a very solid push onto the point with 20 members strong, very even with Hand of Unity right here. But can they wipe the Hand of Unity squad? They need to do it twice probably in a row, and right now it's very even. They're actually doing pretty well. Ben and Keox picking up a couple kills right there. San on the other side, and Orca winning out on this skirmish as Hand of Unity starts to back off the point a little bit. They're getting a little clumped up in the center right now. Now they're climbing over 21%, and finally Hand of Unity gets those boots back on the point and come back to it. I start to see the Cordy spinners come down, but Orca neck and neck with them. They are locked in right now, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, they just did that slight adjustment where they wrapped around a little bit to the right, as I've been saying. I know I keep saying right side, but it just does so much for the point, wrapping around them, trying to go behind them, get to the back of the point, rather than just pushing in, because what ends up happening is that if you're just pushing in from one side or one angle, you leave the whole rest of the point free for every caster. But I mean, one push and they went up to 20%, and it's still 10 minutes left, so anything can happen here.
Yeah, funnily enough, both guilds have exactly one static just duking it out like it's arena mode or something on the high ground at point 3 up there. Not much else going on except for two statics basically just socking each other and then running back to the fight repeatedly. Looks like both guilds trying to spawn on the low ground for the most part. Hand of Unity barely winning out in that engagement slowly but surely on this one. But I actually think that this may have been a bit of a testing ground for Orca here as they tested to see if they could just win the straight up engagement. I'll be honest with you, I think it does come back down to map choice here. I think there are maps here where Orca could find a win right now, because it is close enough. I don't always say this, but it is close enough between the static groups that I think that if Orca chooses the right map and is able to use their cohesion as a guild, I'll be honest with you, that flank from the side there coming in, they managed to consistently get through. The front line is performing, getting caps down for their guild. They are absolutely performing as a guild in a super solid way, and they are locked in right now. I think that, again, if you make it about guild cohesion, we might just see Orca come up with the second map of the day. Right now, the first map certainly looks like it's going to go Hand of Unity's way, though, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, Azrael is very... It doesn't require a lot in terms of strats. There are still small stuff that you can do in order to increase your odds of winning. But in general, it's a pretty straightforward map where you rely more so on the strength of your statics. And I mean, Hands of Unity, as we've seen last tournament and this tournament, it is on an extremely high level. And I think, I mean, looking at this, the way they push on to the point, they're not able to close out the brawl and the big fights quite yet, but it's more even than I thought it would be, honestly. I'm watching the respawn fight happening here at Portal 3. One of the curse bombers just block here. They're just dishing it out over here.
I told you, bro. They're just duking it out up there for no real particular reason. There's no one really, like, neither guild is regrouping up there. They just both have a static up there that is duking it out. And I think that Orca is more than happy to occupy that static. Ooh, look at this flank squad on this side for Orca. This is going to make it easier for the main ball. Looks like the whole main ball for Orca is standing between the two choke points. Interestingly enough, you see Oogie darting back and forth here. Part of the Orca main ball goes left. The other part is going to go right, but it looks like they're going to try the other choke point right now as Hand of Unity gets spread a little bit thin right now. Orca is managing to squeeze their way through this choke point right now. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to work at the end of the day. Where is their flank team? Nowhere to be found. So they are just head first into this point right now. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, they're just waiting out there while the rest of their guild gets slaughtered. That's nice. I'm not really sure what they're doing right now. A lot of them are just standing over there on that choke point while the rest of their guild gets blasted. Seata on this high ground doing a great job, but gets hunted down and destroyed by Wagon on the low ground. That's a spear dagger, as you might expect right there. The DPS, oh my goodness, the hunter has become the hunted. Wagon gets blown away himself. There is always a bigger fish right there. Orca does manage to get through this choke, forcing Hand of Unity again. Hand of Unity didn't really know what to do there, Zach. They pulled over to one side, then they didn't understand how to handle the multi-prong engagement there, then the engage never really came, and now they find themselves in a situation where Orca has once again forced the fight into the courtyard and is going for caps on the point. Energy steps forward to try to take another cap. 6.5 minutes left on the clock right now. Sadly for Energy, the rest of his guild manages to get wiped right there, so you see Orca back on the main choke right now, and you see their flankers coming in from the side of the fight. This is relieving pressure on the main choke for the main ball when they try to push through. As we're seeing here, Shadow King and Nin and Emmy on this static over here trying to do their best. There's Orca trying to push through the main choke, and that's why the flankers are trying to reinforce this from the side. A good strategy on the side of Orca right there. So they're trying, Zach.
I mean, they really are, and in that right side engage on the right choke there, when you were expecting the flank group to come in from Orca, they actually got occupied by, well, there's two of them actually. There's both Muku and Relum who are playing Dulles Noasper, and they are basically just pushing, pulling, and sending people straight to the gulag. Like, it is extremely hard to play against them. I have played against them, and the amount of impact they have as two players just disrupting the enemies is insane. So they were actually holding off 2 statics coming up the small stairs to engage onto the fight that was happening.
Yeah, how annoying is Dylan Zoa Spear, man?
Yeah,
that's gotta be so frustrating. Ben, oh my gosh, Ben loses all of his health bar. That's one of the better killers on the side of Orca right there. Slicksky gonna come in from the side, the only flanker that made it through, the boy who lived. As it were, as he pushes through here, the Crusader with no healer. Oh, wait, he does catch a heal, and now he's, okay, in the choke, and down he goes right there. Just under 5 minutes on the clock. Oogie gets pulled in as well. He is not going to appreciate that at all, but fortunately, Oogie is bulletproof. He cannot be killed. This man is a toxic genius on the EU PvP scene, basically world-renowned for his infamous toxicity across all MMO games. But you know what? He's a Giga Chad. We do love Oogie at the end of the day. It is what it is, Zach.
Yeah, it is. He had a gulag arc in arena when he was playing staff bow. I don't know what he was doing in arena with that, but he has redeemed himself with his new build now. But looking at this, they're actually pushing on to point again here, trying to get, you see Energy Storm at the back of the point, trying to get that cap off here. Currently following him. Let's see if they can actually get something done here. They're letting him get the cap.
They do get the cap off, but under 4 minutes left on the clock, and they have not successfully moved this fight onto the point. And I don't see them winning this skirmish right now. They are a little spread out, as it were, just a little bit too spread right now. And I don't see the Cordies necessarily being able to perform in this case. Shonsky looking for a spin. Not going to find one yet. Might be on cooldown. It's possibly just used it, but either way, he is going to go down nonetheless. And that is the problem with Hand of Unity, is you only get a few seconds to perform before they just wipe you right back off the point. It does look like this cap is going to be thwarted, and we're going to be going to a round 2. Zach, where would you go if you're Orca in this situation?
Yeah, where would I go? I would probably try and get some control on that right side of the choke. I would probably try to push in from big stairs as well. In the next match.
Yeah. What map are you going to?
I'm still locked in this. Probably one of the more RNG kind of maps, I guess. Chernal, let's see the bans here again.
No. I think that... Well, honestly, no. They'll reban for the next round here, so we'll see. I think that I don't think that you can go to Cherno, mainly because you're just going to make it about whose static groups are stronger, and I think that Hand of Unity has shown convincingly here their static groups are just a little bit stronger than Orca's. I think that you need to throw a little bit of a curveball. Maybe you go to Pacolo or something where you can express your shot calling. Your cohesion as a guild matters a little bit more on that map. Maybe you bust out like the Kawazan, but that could backfire pretty hard. That could go the wrong way.
So, like, you mean in general, like, would you favor like big points for Orca? Would you favor smaller points for Orca?
Well, that would depend on their composition. I think that they are pretty DPS heavy overall when you compare them to Hand of Unity, although I have to check their composition. But again, I think it comes down to, I think that Orca does have the shot calling and the cohesion as a unit to be able to outplay Hand of Unity. So you need to find a map where the shot calling and the positioning and the strategy is going to matter more than the static cohesion. And I think there are a couple rift stones that actually make this happen. Pacolo is one of them. But again, those Talandre maps, those can backfire too if you're not prepared to play on those maps. They do end up just being like, oh, spawn and run it down. But you can regroup. We saw this on NA West yesterday. We saw some very interesting strategies come in. We've seen it on NA East as well. It's actually becoming a much more popular map overall. I would not go to Manticus. That's a recipe for disaster. I think that Leviathan would probably also be a bit of a disaster, although there's a lot of strategy that goes into Leviathan too.
Yeah, one that I think is overlooked at and just considered a very brawling map would be a map like Morokai. Like there is a lot of stuff that you can do in order to get that guild cohesion going in. It is not as brawly as one might think. There is more depth to it once you start playing on a higher level, definitely.
I think that, yeah, Morokai on the surface seems like a map where the statics are going to matter a lot, but I do think that Orca could potentially triple spawn at different portals and like try to pull people away from the point itself and try to make something happen. Like you said, at a higher level, once you start thinking about it dynamically on a higher level as a caller, it is a dynamic map. Morokai is not the worst, but it does become less favorable when you realize the Ant of Unity has won on that map twice so far in this tournament already. Wow, 107 kills on the board for iCrashed. Sean at 102, 77 for Nap right there. As you scroll down, Shonsky, Diane right there at number 1 and number 2. It does like that defeats Oogie on Crusader in at number 3. What an absolute Giga Chad. Crusader in at number 3 defeats for his guild. 6.7 million damage done for San. I crashed in at 5.7. Jaipa right behind them. Shonsky in at number 4. The top for Orca ties the Spellblade in for Orca. And then Ben and Blacku down there rounding out Orca's top 4. It looks like damage taken. Roulette, Orlando, and Astrades, Key, and Slicksky rounding out the top 5 tanks of the lobby. Although those aren't tanks. Wait, a crossbow dagger, a spear dagger, a healer, and a great sword dagger.
That healer was padding.
The first actual tank is Slicksky in at number 5 right there on the Crusader build. And that should show you just how focused these guilds are. They're just ignoring the tanks altogether for the most part, and they're just not taking a whole lot of damage until they absolutely have to. It's pretty impressive, the target acquisition that you're seeing here. 3.2 million damage healed for Astartes. Again, we're starting to see who the actual great healers are, guys. Overhealing is no longer a thing on this patch. You cannot overheal anymore. The developers saw what happened with NA West and a few other matches in the tournament so far, and they decided to make a change. So now only healing that actually heals HP is counted. So we start to see which healers are actually contributing to their guild in a big way. Astrades, Cybersky, Ichibiu, Fiyuki, and Shadow, the top healers of the lobby. Explosion is at the number 2 in there for Hand of Unity. So Zach, close enough that I think Orca could take round 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, both of them showing real good strength here. Obviously, Hands of Unity doing an amazing job, showing why they are considered one of the top guilds in EU. But on a different map, definitely. I am so happy that they fixed the healing things. All lies shall be exposed. And I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll get benched post this patch now, because yeah, people will see that I'm not that good. But it is what it is, you know. We'll just have to forge on. Well, PMA, if you're benched today, you can shoutcast with me. We don't have to have Blue Squadron. Co-casting with Bald Squadron would be great. Oh yeah. As I think that you're memeing, but if you're not memeing, welcome to the caster desk, as it were. It looks like both guilds are sitting in pick ban one more time here, guys. Remember, we will not see Azrael for match 2 here. So, Zach, let's discuss what went wrong there for Orca. Because I think a lot went right for Orca there, in my opinion. But obviously, they ended up losing the match. But there were certainly some moments of brilliance where we could see they could take this home. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think they did well was like, you see a lot of guilds zombie rush onto chokes, right? They're not really buffing up properly. They're not using their blood devos. They're not flash waving and all of that kind of stuff. I do think that Orca managed to actually make their way onto point, like brute forcing their way up the small stairs, and pushing up the small stairs on Azrael, especially when the enemy guild is just waiting there to receive you, is really, really, really hard. However, you need to try and swing wider. You need to start taking space across the whole point. So to me, at least, what made them fall in this one was obviously Hands of Unity being a super strong guild, but they also limited the way they could play in this one. And basically just had Hands of Unity looking at one point of the choke there.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the pick ban has completed. Obviously. Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yes.
1 second. Okay, so let's talk about composition. What do you think Orca needs to do with their composition?
It's hard to say. I mean, I don't feel like they're enabling their corded crossbows right now. Like, corded crossbows does not only kill a lot of people, it also enables other people to convert onto those clumps and create. It's a very brawly meta right now. You create a lot of clumps, you bomb and you spin, basically, right? And then you have the crossbow and the greatswords and all of that dishing out damage on the respawn group. So I would want to see them trying to play around more and clump a bit more, start creating clumps, if anything. That's what I would want them to do.
Okay, yeah. So again, I'm not really sure. I think that Orca, again, you need to choose a map, in my opinion, that actually has a fair amount of depth to it, so that, again, you can express that strategy.
Yes.
Do you go... I don't know. Okay, so of the Talandre maps, which one do you feel like... I don't know. There is one Talandre map. You know, you've got like the two high grounds on this map, and then you've got the Riftstone in the center, and then there are two ramps leading up to it on either side. And you can go all the way around the Riftstone and come in on it. Or you can... I don't know. That one might work. I also think that, again, Pakalo might work as well. And again, I'm thinking of Talandre Riftstones, mainly because a lot of guilds just don't have enough don't have enough practice on those Riftstones, and you're trying to catch Hand of Unity off guard.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have like maps that are, I mean, it is Leviathan or Pakalo for me. It would have to be one of those. If you go for a tier 2 map, Leviathan being a bit more, but at the same time it's so hard to say. But yeah, Leviathan or Pakalo, I would say it does bring out more guild cohesion. It is more forgiving, I would say, in that sense, for sure.
Okay, right on.
But we'll see.
It does look like that my tournament director's little thing is bugging out over here, but it looks like the next map of choice is Chernobog, Zach. I don't know how I feel about the Chernobog pick after you just figured out that your statics are not as strong as Hand of Unity's, and you're gonna go to Cherno is a bold strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy copes right there. But I mean, it's a statement, no? Like, you just go, okay, so we lost that first one. Where do we go? Let's just Mufasa them off the cliff on Chernobog.
Let's Mufasa them off the cliff, he says. Yeah, I mean, it's doable. Technically, you could make it happen, but yeah, it's gonna be a little rough. Let's take a look at compositions here. You see 7 spears against 8 spears, 8 on the side of Orca. Both sides have 16 wands, so exactly the same there. 4 crossbows for Orca, 5 for Hand of Unity, 15 bows for Hand of Unity, 16 for Orca, 2 staffs for Orca, only 2 staffs for Orca, and 4 for Hand of Unity. 15 greatswords against 17 in favor of Orca. Again, SNS 19 over 18 for Hand of Unity. Again, and then only 12 daggers on the side of Orca against the 14 for Hand of Unity. So composition's actually very close.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing that Hand of Unity has done for a while now is playing less tanks. Like, I think some of these is probably bait. Shouldn't be, though. Not this close into it. No. They've actually reinforced with... They also have a few curse bombers, right? But it does look like they are favoring staffs way more in Hands of Unity. And that just speaks for that guild cohesion that I was talking about. Like, how do you create clumps? Are you able to do them well? Will these staffs be able to get some value out of those clumps. So yeah, extremely interesting going into this. And I was just I was kind of glazing Relam and Muku before this with their push and pull, and it's gonna be interesting to see them here on Chernobog if they'll have a field day.
Said all the tanks quit. Is that on the side of Orca? You hate to see that. I'm gonna be honest. Cherno is definitely the last map I would be picking in Orca's position, but you know what? They might know something that I don't on this one. It does look like we're giving them a moment to go ahead and buff themselves. We don't want to hit go without people having food buffs. We had a problem with this in NA East. So we're going to let everybody buff up and get ready to go real quick.
That's a good call.
Yeah, everybody's in the lobby and ready to go. It is Chernobog, the second map of choice, chosen by Orca. So clearly they have to have something up their sleeves in this one. This says they're down 0-1 in this matchup so far right now. We'll have to see if they can pull out the second round here. It looks like, oh my goodness, the match is already broken out. And again, this is why Chernobog is a complete clown feed. Okay, that kill feed, that's exactly what I expected, Zach.
Yeah, Calyx and Sun just popped off. I think they got like 7 each there in that initial fight coming up to the point. It does look like Orca started brute forcing their way up the stairs, and in the meanwhile Hands of Unity actually went for that backside of the point instantly, going up the hook there. But yeah, so far in this initial brawl, it is definitely in the favor of Hands of Unity here.
Yeah, so I love being right, but I hate being right at the same time, if you catch my drift. I could have told you, I'm like, dude, Cherno is like the one map you don't want to pick when your statics are really struggling into the enemy guild like this. You needed that. Orca's strength was that their shot caller and their cohesion as a guild was really expressive in the first round. Their flank squad was doing a great job, right? They were able to position right. They had these moments of brilliance. You will never see that expressed on Chernobog. You're never going to see, oh my God, a big engagement. You know, oh my God, look at that flank. You know, not things that happen on Cherno. It's just constantly a mashup all the time. And if you're at a disadvantage, which Orca is in this case, they're just going to get wailed on the entire time, and you're starting to see this already reflected. Look at that kill feed on the right side of your screen. That does not look close. When you compared it to Azrael last match, Azrael, much more even map. There's definitely some strategy, as Zach had alluded to. There's some strategy that goes into Azrael. Although it is a straightforward map, there is some skill expression. Your statics can do a solid job, but on Cherno, it's literally, okay, guys, just fight, just go win, and they're not gonna win, Zach.
Nah, I mean, that's literally it. Like on a map like this, it's basically you just brawl. That's all you do. Like, there is a shorter respawn, so you can resupply. I'm currently following Muku here, who I talked about on Azrael. Muku and Relam being the SNS spears here, and I mean, he's just ping-ponging back and forth on the point over here, just sending people straight to the gulag constantly. It's actually so funny. He's just back and forth, having an absolute field day here.
And I see Sag going up. Nice game as Giga is respawning. Oh, wait, no. He's stuck. You hate to see that. It's okay. You can just escape and get out of there. Just escape and you'll be fine, buddy. We believe in you on this one. Emmy fighting over here on the side as well. Nazi doing what they can, trying to get into this fight. You see Not right there, and then you see, let's see, who is this? Anime Pones? Anima Pones? I guess that is Anima Pones right there, doing what he can on this Crusader. But again, Orca just getting wiped off on this high ground right now.
Yeah, I'm just watching the SNS spears. They're just ping-ponging across the map. It looks so funny. Oh my days, bro. But they actually stabilize here a bit.
They do manage to get up on the point a little bit, about a minute before the point actually spawns here. Oogie was just trying to pull people off just a moment ago. Yeah, they do have a small contingent that's able to get up on the stone, but again, they can't out-skirmish Hand of Unity, I don't think. So, like, this could get a little rough. They still don't control these stairs, but I'm seeing a lot of yellow health bars now on the high ground. as we start to see a sign of life. Although, again, I don't see the signs of life in the kill feed here, interestingly enough. 45 seconds left on the clock. We take a look at the... Oh, boy. See, it was much closer last time. Ben at the top with Shonsky there. Damage done. It does look like I crashed on Jaipa, Shredder, and then Ties down here with Shonsky as well. Again, the damage done not looking as favored for Hand of Unity there. I mean, for Orca there, as we saw in our last match. And damage taken, certainly Orca favored here. Definitely not quite as close, but you're still seeing them able to... I don't know how. Maybe it's their industrial grade helmet, Zach, but they're managing to get up to the high ground.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why they are is because they decided in Orca to actually push onto the backside of the point using the hook to get that control. And what ends up happening is that you drag them apart from each other. They don't have to focus on one choke, so they're doing a better job of it now, and that's why you can see like a consistent pressure. Then again, they're not really converting kills, but as opposed to on Azrael where they were just running to the left of the small stairs, here they're actually utilizing both chokes and managed to thin them out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Energy Storm. So the cap has opened up now. Energy Storm interacting with it gets interrupted by Redlam right there. Keox is going to step up now and try to interact with it. You see Eli on the right side of your screen doing what they can. Nin and his static trying to help reinforce the point, just like we saw them do in the last match here as they step forward. Marv looks like he's going to get the interact off, and it is Orca that interacts with the point first here. 30 people, though, for Hand of Unity standing tall on this point, as it looks like Splinter's going to go ahead and get his cap initiated now, as well as both guilds start to gain percentage here. Well, really, it's just Hand of Unity, and that's exactly what you would expect. Shonsky and Ben getting some kills, though, as more people continually be thrust off the left side of the map over there. Oogie just went overboard as well down over there. And Orca doing what they can to try to pour onto this point here, but like it just can't get any kills, Zach.
No, it's super hard for them to convert. Like they're getting stopped, even though it might look like the presence is there. It's very like, I know which statics are playing with each other, and there's a lot of like one DPS or one tank missing or one healer might be missing from the statics in Orca. But yeah, they just have so much control. And one thing that you can see that I've talked about, that we talked about also last time when we casted, I think we were watching CallMeDaddy or something, is that Hand of Unity is actually pushing down the stairs as well. Not only are they keeping control up the stairs, they are pushing down the stairs as well, which just makes it so much easier to hold that choke. And that's, just signs of very good.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, it just expresses dominance, right? You're just laying it on the table for everyone to see your manhood. That is 70% and climbing. 27 people, 29 people on the point for Hand of Unity, only 17 for Orca, as they've had their point basically, or their cap basically thwarted here. And again, I could have told you that this was going to look relatively one-sided from the, but clearly Orca believes otherwise here, and hopefully they have something up their sleeve, because right now that kill feed is awful red, as I might have expected right there. They do manage to again flood a bunch of people onto the point, but sadly, I just don't think that it's going to be enough.
And I mean, it is like you said, you pretty much predicted this, right? Like you literally said, I wouldn't want to see a map like Sherdo, and they end up pulling it. But like, I mean, looking at this, I'm currently following iCrashed here, who is just doubling the amount of kills to the second place right here, and he is having a field day. He's just dishing out damage, not really getting contested at all. And that's one of the things that I think is a very big difference between the top guilds and like slightly lower tier guilds. Like the target acquisition is just way better. Like you would never see iCrashed play like this, or anyone for that matter, versus like a top guild, for example.
Yeah, Energy just tried to push someone off the edge, messed up the push, pushed his own guild member and himself off the edge, and then the guy that he tried to push didn't get pushed off the edge. So not the best push I've seen actually happen there. There's Oogie struggling to get up the stairs right now, and then the rest of Orca over here struggling to interact with the point here, doing what they can, but again, they're trying to come up that backside grapple and doing a pretty solid job of it. For those of you that don't know, there is a grapple on the backside of Cherno. You see them grappling up right there. As they come up, you see the daggers interacting with it. There's some invisible grapples going off as well. Marv goes for the interact on the point. Orca does have a fair amount of people here, but only, again, 19 to 24. Hand of Unity, they can't wipe Hand of Unity, and they certainly, even if they get moments of brilliance here, Zach, like they get like a big wipe off on Hand of Unity, they're just gonna run right up the stairs. Like they can't, they have to wipe them immediately again and again and again. The reason that Cherno is not what you want to do is because even where you do get like big wipes off, you don't get moments of rest. They're just going to run right back up into you. You have to consistently just be the stronger guild on this map in order to win. And that's just not what we're seeing. What we really wanted to see was a long distance run back map where if Orca does get the upper hand, they can stabilize a little bit, maybe get their feet set, and then fight in a choke point, right, where they have an advantage. But sadly, that's not what we saw here.
No, I mean, a map like Morokai or even Talus maybe would have been better. Talus being like a very straightforward map in terms of the point brawl, but like there's still a lot of more space where you can play at. Right here, you have to also keep in mind like mental, like if you consider yourself maybe being a weaker guild. For example, you don't really want to pick into a point that's just essentially a meat grinder by design, right? Because you just end up respawning, you keep sending it onto point, you keep getting farmed, and it just, it's very hard for the mental as well.
And absolutely it's hard for the mental. And in a best of 3, you're going to see a different dynamic than you normally would otherwise. Mainly because, again, it's not this best of 1 format where you're like, okay, we can just cheese them. You really do need to come in with a planned strategy ahead of time. And I do think that Orca had a planned strategy here. I just think that it's not exactly working out the way that they had wanted, as Hand of Unity just seems like they are a little bit too strong. They might just be going on to the finals. We'll see. There looks like they have a strong chance of moving on to the semifinals at this point right here. 13.5 minutes left on the clock. That kill feed is awful red. Shadow looks like he is stuck in the... Okay, he finally manages to get out of that box there, but the point is initiated for Orca, but man, they just can't capitalize on anything.
No, it's really hard, and I see a lot of new viewers joining in. This is the second map for anyone who's wondering. We played Azrael on the first map, and that went into the favor of Hands of Unity. So this is the second map with the pick coming out from Orca, who picked this one. But yeah.
I just saw, hopefully the third round is in Discord. And what that means is the toxic chat, because I'll be honest with you, EU's toxic chat has a mind of its own. And yeah, chat PvP, Orca traditionally very good at chat PvP overall, but it's very difficult to chat PvP when you lose.
Yeah, I mean, they did chat PvP against themselves, so who knows, they might go into the toxic channel and start bashing each other or something. But yeah, the chat PvP goes kind of hard on EU. There's a lot of rage baiting and yapping going on. It's literally yapping on EU, but it's nice to see that a lot of guilds can also bring it out on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see both guilds trying to hold it down, Orca trying to rally a lot of people onto the point right now. Kiak steps on to the point on the outside here on this Spear SNS, which is not something we see super often, but it is. I still see a lot of the top end guilds running SNS Spear here. Just not a super common build, but Kiox gets a push off right there. Has to go to the low ground here. Chance looks like he gets pushed off the high ground, ends up going down. He gets another push off. Kiox being as disruptive as he can. I think that's Orca. I think that's what Orca meant to do here. Is like, okay, well, we can't kill them. Everybody just push them off the point, and then we'll just stand on it, and we'll make it happen. And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of working. They have 17 people on the point right now, 29% and climbing. Ain't no way that Hand of Unity allows this to happen. There's no way that I'm going to watch this right now, Zach. They're over 33% now and climbing is Orca. Hand of Unity now scrambling to get back on the point here as they see a moment like where they're like, whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, chill, Zach, chill.
I mean, they had a lot of people down the stairs, like beneath the point. The thing is, the spawn is so close, so even if you try to go back, you still get reinforced by the enemy quite heavily fast here. But as we can see, they just decided to press reverse here. They went back on the point. They started to stabilizing, but for a second there, they were they were panicking a bit, so they had to run back up.
Yeah, they were doing their best right there. You can see Orca trying to rally strong onto the point one more time here, and they do manage to save the camp. They're at 21% now, but again, Hand of Unity just out skirmishing them. It's so hard to make this work when you are just trying to push your opponent off the point. We see Slitchy over here. I'm not Slitchy, buddy. It's not happening. Slitchy, you just got to go around, buddy. You just got to. He finally just concedes. He is just going to go all the way around. He's mad. He's mad. He's mad right now. Holy moly. Nin and his stack doing their best on the point right now as Orca floats about 22%. I'm super impressed considering how red that kill feed is. What we're seeing on the screen right now as they're able to hold about 20% on that cap right there. Again, their strategy here is to just consistently keep pushing everyone off the edge. Just keep pushing and pulling. Hand of Unity off the edge here, and it is kind of working. Like, they could not get a single kill and still technically win on Cherno if they executed this perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm looking now at Oogie Main also trying to, on the side of Orca here, trying to play on the side of the point, pushing out Calyx over here. He's trying to find as much value as he can. And I think it is like you said, like at some point they started like conceding the brawl. Oh no, not like this, Oogie. Oh no. Oh, that's so cute. But they just conceded the brawl and just decided, okay, we could either fight this or we could just try hooking them off and see what happens.
we could. I mean, like, they tried fighting them. That's not working. So honestly, we might as well try to cheese them. And I'll give them credit. They had me going there for a second. But again, if you can't kill anybody, or you can't kill enough of the enemy guild members, it's just not going to work, I think. And that's what we're seeing happen right now. 8.5 minutes left on the clock. This cap is doomed right now as Nin and his static do their best to try to save it here. But I don't think they're going to be able to make it happen. Eunuch's going to try to go for another push off the edge, but not going to make it. And they are going to lose their cap altogether, and now they're all the way back to zero. They got up to 33% there for a moment. Like I said, one solid QWERTY spin with a lot of good pulls does show moments of brilliance here for this Orca squad, but I think they're just a little bit too far behind in the kill feed.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at this, if you look at one of the players that I'm following here, Calyx being the top QWERTY crossbow, I mean, he is having a lot of fun, I can just imagine. And as I said it, like, there is actually a caster curse. Like, there's no shot. I followed 5 guys today, and everybody has died as soon, or either got hooked off or something. I'm not gonna follow anyone anymore. I'm just jinxing it.
Well, obviously, it's just because they're bad players, Zach, and you can highlight that when they die. Like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do right now? But yeah, no, he is the top QWERTY crossbow of the lobby. Energy Storm gonna go for another cap off right now, and Hand of Unity has not done a great job of keeping Orca from getting these caps off. I think they're a little bit too occupied. This is certainly the toughest opponent for sure that Hand of Unity has fought so far in this tournament. Presumably, they'll fight an even stronger one in the next match if they're able to make it that far. Right now, Orca really struggling to try to rush people onto the point and pull as many Hand of Unity members off as they can, and it does work for a moment, and then they just run right back on Zach.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those cases, like, as I said, they're doing a really good job of playing down the point. Right now, as you can see, they're just reinforcing on top of the point. But the respawn are so fast here on this map, right? This is one of the reasons, like you said earlier, like, in order to really utilize guild cohesion and some more tactics, having points that has longer respawn routes where you can actually fight and engage from different angles makes it easier. But yeah, it just sways back and forth. But obviously, as you also said, and mentioned, like the kill feed just in favor of Hands of Unity right now. So it is a rough one for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Naya on the point as well for Orca over here. I love interacting with chat. It's pretty funny. On the side over here, Zach, you have a few people that are trying to get you to notice them in the chat. Sadly, they are losers and you haven't noticed them.
What's up?
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Dang it. I was gonna say that they were losers and that you don't notice them, Zach. You're supposed to pretend that you don't see them.
Sorry. Okay,
that's better. That's better. Easy peasy. As we see Emmy here standing tall on the point. I swear, Emmy has been on the point the entire time. So is Nin, and they're static. They're just looking around like the monkey in the meme, going, guys, where are you? As the rest of Orca tries to get onto the point, they get up to 11%. They are climbing ever so slightly right now, but again, Hand of Unity kind of clumped up on the stairs here. I assume that when they come back up the stairs, they will take control of the point again, but we're starting to see Orca a little bit more in the kill feed than we normally. This is where you need to see a big Cordy spin. There's the Hand of Unity regroup coming up now to thwart this Orca cap with 5 minutes left to go. You look at the leaderboards right now, and I crashed up the usual suspects, guys, at the top of the leaderboards right now. And you can see just how much Orca is really struggling here. You look over at the amount healed again. Sibirsky, Astartes, Shadi. Actually, interestingly enough, I don't see Emmy. Emmy all the way down here. So Emmy, a pretend healer. A pretend healer. A fake. All healers have gotten exposed on this tab. Unless they're... Let's just say that their static baby is just playing perfectly.
I mean, I don't want to jinx it because, yeah, you might see me at the bottom there with the bottom feeders of that scoreboard later. Wait. So I don't want to jinx it.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm going to tell you right now, Zach. Oh boy, prepare yourself. I'm not going to make fun of you, Zach, but Bald Squadron, he might. He's kind of a wild card.
You're unleashing him and just ripping into me. It's fine. Yeah, it's love, you know, the finest form of flattery.
Yeah. I'm gonna try, at least. I'm gonna try. It does look like Orca goes for another cap on the point. They get up to 22% before Hand of Unity rallies back to this other side. People asking what happened to the heals on the leaderboard. First of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. The wonderful developers and Amazon Game Studio saw that people were padding their stats on the healing leaderboards by overhealing, which isn't really actually effectively healing and doing really anything for your guild overall. And so fortunately for us, they saw that. AGS relayed that info to the devs. The devs changed it immediately, and now overhealing does not count towards your healing on the leaderboard, so we get a very clear indicator as to who is actually the best healer of the lobby, which is pretty cool. Zach, I'll be honest with you, one of the more W changes I've seen.
That is a huge W from AGS giving that feedback in so that the developers can actually change that, and they actually change it in Arena as well. So all lies, as I said, shall be exposed. It's a great change, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Orca trying to go for one more cap, but getting thwarted one more time. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Hand of Unity looks like they are moving on. Zach, are you scared yet?
I mean, nah. We're chilling, bro. Just go in and do our thing and it should be fine. You know what I mean? Maybe slightly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
you should change your ult to Bald Squadron on Twitch. Can we not? No, note, I am not doing that. You absolute dingus. Right now. Uncle, okay, I'm just saying Uncle over here, and Kiox doing their best to try to stand on the point, but Hand of Unity just looking so strong in this. Looking so strong in this match right now. Zach, I gotta ask, because I've asked all the other casters, I might as well ask you too. Where do you think the EU stands competitively globally? Do you think that they beat NA East and NA West?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty certain of that. I mean, and it's not just because I'm biased. I'm not a rage baiter or anything like that. I'm not into all that like drama stuff and all of those shenanigans. But it's just based on what I've seen from VODs and whatnot. I don't really see NA East or West having a chance.
Okay, chill, buddy. Okay, at least give us NA East. All right, just W take shut up, chat. No. Okay, first of all, I'll have you know, NA East. Okay, we have a lot of competitive guilds. Okay, so just don't look. Look, NA West actually does have, in my opinion, 2 to 3 competitive guilds that are really solid. Are they able to compete with EU? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. NA East, though, I do think that NA East and EU are a pretty good fight.
I mean, one thing that NA East and West was doing really well in terms of like their healers was like before the healing nerfs, or before you actually saw when you saw overhealing, the healers of NA were actually still doing 5 million, so they were kind of ahead of the curve there in terms of healing done. Apart from that one guy who did 120 million one war game, which was just crazy. So yeah, but I don't. I think we'd gap them pretty hard. But it would be interesting to see. Like, you never really know, right? We said the same in another game, and NA actually gapped EU pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely. My balls too over here. Finishing it out, Orca will see their end of their run through this tournament. 158 kills for iCrashed on a Spear Dagger, 93 for Sandwagon at 81 all Spear Dagger. This looks okay. This looks fine. 4, and then a Spellblade in at number 5. Here is Scythe running at the top 5. Orca's top few killers are Shonsky, Ben, Hank, POW, Orlando, and Blacku. Eli coming in down there at number 6. Damage dealt 8.3 million for iCrashed right there. Shonsky, the top damage dealt for Orca. Damage taken top of the lobby is Astrides, and that's a healer, followed by a Spear. We are just not tanks, just don't get to take anything anymore. Landfear, Slicksky, Shoddy, Orlando, and then finally we see Shadow King down here, but Slicksky and Shadow King, the 2 actual dedicated tanks in the lobby. 4.3 million damage healed. That's actually some of the highest I've seen since the change here. Sibirsky coming up big for Orca. Astrades right there as well. Explosionist Art, Mr. Migro, Shodi, and Hemiges. The top healers of the lobby overall, but a good fight to both teams. It is going to be Hand of Unity moving on, though.
Yeah, GG's to both teams. I mean, obviously, knowing the EU scene, knowing the strength of both guilds, I mean, Hand of Unity being an extremely strong guild, but I think Orca White, they did what they could. They did their best. The pick into Chernobog was a rough one. You did call it before. But I mean, making it this far into the tournament, especially where they were just a month ago, and clawing their way back and actually making it this far is super, super impressive. But yeah, GG's to both guilds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that maybe a better map choice may have been better for Orca there, but at the end of the day, they just sadly were not able to come up with it. I do love the Orca boys. They made it really far in this tournament. We're going to see Hand of Unity moving on. We'll see them play again on Tuesday as well here. We take a look at our next match. I'm going to let you introduce both of these teams because they're kind of bangers.
Yeah, I mean, this next one, let me get your thingy-majig here. We have, on one side, we have Disaster Unleashed going into this from the server Destiny. They are a mixed guild with members from Russia, Turkey, and Greece. They are in an alliance with a secondary Disaster, Hands of Unity, and Visceral. We're currently fighting them in Nebula. It is hard. There are number 1 on their server, on their alliance. They finished 3rd in the T1, an extremely strong guild, and their prediction is that they will become 3rd. They already have drama, so they don't want anymore. Please.
They said please over here. So yeah, Meinastrin from that Cascade server over there on the other side. So again, Meinastrin, we saw them go ahead and fight in the last round on Azrael, almost throwing Azrael away in the last round of the tournament here. So we'll see if they can. Oh boy, they say this time it'll be different. Interestingly enough, who do you have winning this match?
I mean, it's always fun to see an underdog story. Like, part of me wants Meinastrin to win, but I think I'll have to give it to Disaster Unleashed in this one. But this is the beauty of the quarterfinals and a best of three. You never know what's gonna happen, right? So, but I'll say Disaster.
Okay, so you think Disaster is taking this one home for the boys? I'll be honest with you. I think Disaster might take it too, but you know what? I have faith in my boys in Meinastrin because you know what? If anyone knows how to make content or stuff look close, it's these guys, man. Do you want to cover pick ban for us real quick, right before, as we continue to get this lobby ready to go?
That I do. So, Disaster Unleash got to ban, and they decided to ban Pakilo, Manticus, Adentus, and Digon. And Meinastrin actually won that pick, so they got to choose the map, and they chose Azrael.
Okay,
Holy.
right. We are going back to Azrael. Meinastrin wants to I don't really know. I'll be honest. They want to prove me wrong, I guess. Interestingly enough, hey man, I'm not going to argue. Okay, here we go. No, surely the Blue Squadron must be wrong. Please tell me this is not a Blue Squadron is coping. He's wrong. We know what's best for sure. Please don't tell me that is what you are doing right now, because I assure you this is not going the way that you can go the way that you think it is going to go. If that is what you are trying to do in this match here. But we certainly are going to find out as both teams are almost ready in this lobby. I'll let you kind of look over. I'm trying to help the lobby get ready here, so I'll let you kind of cover.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Like, what I will do in this war game is that I'm constantly going to hover Portal 3 and just see what is happening there. But Disaster actually had a lot of their members leaving, and they decided to merge with Unleashed. So two extremely strong guilds. Disaster being a very brawly guild, and Unleashed kind of approaching it from a more strategic level. So this mix and matchup has been very successful for them. They have improved quite a bit here, but we'll see what Meinastrin can actually pull up and see if they also have some ace up their sleeves here. And the winner of this best of three will go up against Hands of Unity that we just saw. So it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of showing we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly to go back to Azrael it's a choice. You know, it is a choice. On this one as both guilds. You want to talk a little bit about compositions here, because they do look pretty close, but some slight differences.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking here, one thing that I can say instantly is that there are a lot more daggers at the side of Disaster, playing way more staffs, and they're also playing more spears here. So they have swapped away a little bit from the tanky meta. They have 3 less tanks. So they seem to have adapted a bit more with the current changes to Blood Devotion and the way that interacts, removing some of the tanks, slotting in some more DPS. So in terms of composition, it looks like Disaster Unleashed is going for a more DPS heavy composition right here. Also playing with 1 less either healer or curse bomber. It could be either or. So it's going to be interesting to see if the new meta adaptation wins over the old school one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, in your opinion, the current metagame, would you favor more of a DPS heavy comp? Because I know going into the tournament, there were a lot of people that felt like the tanks and healers were the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, with the recent change to how Blood Devotion interacts, there's basically no reason to really play with 2 tanks. I mean, you still can for other purposes. Like, there are still some groups that wants to clump up, that wants to create those clumps where you want tanks hooking in, like staff groups, for example, cordy groups. But there's also a lot of other groups where you could favor more, even another healer. Like, you could have one healer that plays more like a buff kitten or whatever you want to call it, you know what I mean? And somebody that plays more Janice's Rage, that plays Valorous Barrier, which is the DPS barrier, for example. So there is a lot of ways to play around with it, but I definitely would say that it favors a less tank, like this meta favors a less tanky Zerg for sure.
Okay, right on. So definitely more DPS heavy. And what are your favorite DPS? You're a healer. What are your favorite DPS to actually heal for, and why?
I mean, no DPS is nice to heal because all DPS have a brain cell of a peanut. Like, I don't know, like their brain of a... Nah, but they're so hard to heal, some of them. I mean, I play in a quarter group, right? And I mean, Alcy, who is the guy that I'm healing, he's just running around like crazy. But I would have to say probably staffs, because they like to play in the back, so you can just stand there and pad on them.
Okay, and how? Okay, so when you're healing in a Cordy group, do you really feel like? Is it like? Do you feel like the Secret Service? You're like, get down, Mr. President.
I mean, I feel more like I mean, I'm just running around and all I hear is Alcy screaming, "Do you have me?" or "I'm gonna need something," or "I'm going in." Like, and I don't say much. I just tell him where the clump is and pray that he spins well.
Yeah, you just pray that you just prayed that they're going to spin well at the end of the day. All right. Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, okay, so I would imagine that. Okay, who's your least favorite DPS? If you had to choose one, who's your least favorite DPS to heal for?
In my guild or in general?
In general, like what class?
Spear dagger. I mean, you can't heal them. Like, they're so fast. I mean, you look at a player like Simsir, for example, in my guild. I mean, he gets 200 kills. He's extremely good. Probably one of the best to ever do it, right? But it is so hard to heal some people. Like, it is extremely hard. Like, he's just everywhere. And he's like, where are you, man? It's like, I don't know. Where are you, bro? So spear daggers, for sure. They are impossible to heal. I don't like them. Yeah, they seem like a special kind of breed. If it makes you feel any better, I don't like them either. But for probably a different reason altogether. It does look like the lobby is just about ready to go now. As we tap go into our first match here, it is going to be Azrael. Please, Meinastrin God. Please do not Portal 3. Not Portal 3. Not Portal 3. I need all of chat to say it with me. Not Portal 3. Not Portal 3 as we get into the live scene here for the match right here. It does look like that Meinastrin, look at that. Wait, no, that's Disaster. Spawning in. Here we go. Meinastrin on the low ground down here. Spawning in behind Disaster, getting a good concave. That's not a good look for Meinastrin. Disaster. Holy kill feed right there. There we go. Battling back a little bit. Meinastrin battling back. Oh my gosh. And then right into it. An ocean of yellow kill feed, Zach. Yeah, I mean, this initial fight, I was looking at Portal 3 there, wanted to see what's going on here. But yeah, they decided to spawn Portal 1, which is really good. We have Meinastrin in the red team and Disaster Unleashed on the yellow team, with the Cordis for Meinastrin being Scream for me and Summer's Boy, and Disaster Unleashed actually only playing with one Cordy crossbow today, which is Lunior. But yeah, we have that initial brawl here. But as you can see, they're doing the same thing in Disaster Unleashed as we saw Hands of Unity doing, which is actually push through the portal and then just turn around and fight them from that side. Because if you lose this initial fight, or if you feel like they're pressuring you too hard, you can just leg it onto the point here. Yeah, absolutely you can. And they're certainly put up a fight. Honestly, ironically enough, Meinastrin might have to use point 3 in this match because that's the regroup. If you want to do a full regroup, you can spawn from point 3, and again, that would work. But you cannot trickle spawn in from point 3. We do not want to see that.
right now. Is that we start to see now Disaster backing up toward the choke here. Meinastrin doing a great job of chasing them. This is exactly what you want to do. The moment that they start backing up, you don't want to let them have that choke for free, or you end up in an Orca situation where we saw last time. They had to push through a small choke, and Meinastrin doing what they can to try to clamp down right now, but they are the first members of Disaster start to step up onto the ramp. They get Cordy spun immediately right there. Holy moly, good collapse down from Meinastrin, as they are, honestly, these moments of brilliance, this guild really, really solid, and it looks like they've come to play today on Azrael, although sadly, I think the Disaster, man, they're looking good today.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just, while you were talking, look at what's happening behind that small choke. If you look slightly to your left, you can actually see Meinastrin doing that good old Hood classic where they're pushing up from Portal 3. And it actually works because they are sandwiching them. So they are actually removing all of that attention from small stairs, making it onto the point here, dragging them apart in Disaster Unleashed here. And that just makes it way easier for Meinastrin to make it onto the point here. But yeah, this is looking like a very solid first engage from Disaster Unleashed for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Disaster putting on a clinic just like they did in the Best in Guild T1 tournament, if you guys remember that. They gave the winners of that tournament, Sin, probably the closest match of that tournament there, and now they're looking really good in the first round of this best of 3 right now between these two guilds. Meinastrin, I think, please... Oh, God. It has begun. It has begun. The slaughter will commence on the side of Meinastrin here. Oh boy, I cannot wait. Guys, you do not trickle spawn from Portal 3. You can group up on that high ground. That works really well, and that's what I think Meinastrin should do right now if it were me, because they are losing, and you are not going to win, especially a matchup that is already favored the other way on this particular map. And honestly, in fairness, you're seeing like a decent red kill feed come through these moments of brilliance. These moments of brilliance for Meinastrin. It does look like that most of them are still pouring in. Yeah, so most of the guild is still spawning on the low ground. Yeah, and coming through over here. So like that is good. But yeah, the spawns have begun, and I'll be honest with you, even if this should be relatively close. Once again, please don't try to prove me wrong out of sheer arrogance. God, please. I swear I'm not wrong about this. On God, Zach.
No, I mean, you're absolutely not wrong. I mean, that's the thing, right? If they decide to just make a point or like prove a point out of what you said, I mean, they might. Yeah, exactly. Will prove your point. Actually, they might end up. It might end up not being in their favor. But I mean, looking at the kill feed here, and this is not me coping. Like, it is not looking as dominant as we saw in the first Azrael game. Like, it's a lot of back and forth here, for sure. And I mean, looking at the damage dealt already, just at the start of this, you see a lot of Meinastrin at the top already. I mean, it's only been the first few minutes, but yeah, the point is even right now.
It absolutely is even over here. It looks like 20 versus 18 as Meinastrin tries to battle back here. Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We're seeing a lot of yellow health bars flying, and Disaster making mistakes too. Yeah. And that's great if your opponent can make mistakes in addition to you. That's awesome. But now you're starting to see Disaster pull way out in front right now. 5 people on the point for Meinastrin. They get wiped off as Disaster again. Oh my goodness, Meinastrin trying to pour through this low ground choke right here. Really struggling to get through that choke. And again, I do think that there is a point where you just need to back up and say, okay, let's try spawn point 3. Let's try to go for some big engagements. And you try spawn point 3. Why is there a telescope on my screen right now? Okay, anyway. You want to try spawn point 3, regroup to spawn point 3, push down, and then everybody respawning needs to be running through one. Like, everybody that dies on the push comes through points, respawns 1 and 2 again. So hopefully that's what we'll see. That's what they try here.
I mean, if you're looking from my POV here, we can clearly see that is not the strategy that they are applying, as they are trickling in from Portal 3 here.
Not like this.
They keep reinforcing here.
I just don't understand. Why is We're so adamant that blue is wrong. We're going to pick Azrael. I'm not joking. We're going to pick Azrael in the first match, and we're going to prove him wrong. Homie, you were wrong in the last match, and I was proven right there. Now we're going to prove me right again. What are we doing, guys? Stop. You're killing me. You're killing me over here. And again, it's not because Meinastrin is a weak guild. These guys, you see these kill feeds come through. Disaster is not a weak guild either, and they're able to get these really big kill feeds against Disaster. And sadly, they just can't follow it up. Anytime they get any sort of momentum, it is immediately snuffed out because Disaster can regroup twice as fast, and they're out skirmishing you on the low ground. We might be in for a bit of a blowout here on Azrael. As again, I think that Meinastrin lacks the. Then oh wait, whoa! A lot of them regrouping. Now it's a regroup on the. Okay, here, this is what we could. This is perfect. Much better. Much better. Yeah. Now we're gonna regroup to the high ground on point 3. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Oh, looks like Disaster might be getting a little bit too cocky. Coming up the stairs right now. They can get hit from the high ground here. And they're gonna have to do some pulls. There we go. They're on the high ground. Meinastrin gonna abandon their entire guild and fly to the low ground. It's an interesting strategy, Zach. Is a bold interesting strategy. Disaster is on a choke point right now. They're on the stairs. You would think that Meinastrin would have just backed up and then abused the high ground advantage, but they immediately jumped off the high ground to the low ground and allowed the first half of their guild to die, and then the other half of their guild landed and immediately died because it was basically the Alamo. I liked what they were doing initially, which was regrouping on the high ground, but then a bunch of them dropped down too early. Disaster got cocky, moved up the stairs. Meinastrin didn't know how to respond to it, and now we're just trickle spawning from point 3, and you're just gonna get farmed one at a time. And that's what you're seeing right here is the yellow kill feed come through. You're seeing one kill here and there for Meinastrin. They do initiate a camp on the point, but look how many people that Disaster has available at all points in time on this one. Just not necessarily what you want to see for Meinastrin. As again, Disaster just comes back. That guy was running around from the other side. These guys were pushed off the edge, are running around, but Ania for Disaster is running back from that lower spawn. And it looks like, well, Meinastrin now looks like they're going to come from the lower spawn. They're going to try the Orca strategy there. They have a flank team on the inside right now. They're going to come at this choke point here. They're going to push onto the point as a unit, and this is definitely the best we've seen Meinastrin so far, positionally at least. We'll see if they can come up with a kill feed here. There's a few red kills in the kill feed, but honestly, still very Disaster favored right now, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It looked really well there when they were actually regrouping properly. And then as the engage was happening and when they started to push up, I was thinking, like, what in the art of war am I witnessing here? These are war crimes being committed. They just abandoned ship there. One thing that I would want to see, though, because, like, as the fight is happening and you notice, because you should constantly be looking at your both the kill feed, you get a feeling, you check the scoreboard. When you feel like it's a very even brawl, right? That's when you need to start playing together, because if you can convert damage into kills, that means there's more even footing than you might think. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, especially when it comes to the damage done, in terms of kills, it's very Disaster favored, but in terms of damage done, it's very, very even. And I think it's on a macro level that they are currently failing, honestly, because on a mechanical level and like in terms of how they're dishing out damage, they're doing a really good job in Meinastrin, but they're just not converting kills right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You see this low ground for Disaster down here, doing a great. Okay, here we go. Meinastrin with a good regroup. Here we go. You stay on this high ground. You stay up here, guys, until you're ready to move to the low ground together. And finally, we see S4C pulling a few members of Meinastrin down. They're trying to hug the wall on that side there. Don't get too close to the edge until you're ready to engage. And now you can see Disaster is not bold enough to try to push up to the high ground here. Meinastrin catching a moment of reprieve, showing some great guild coordination. This time on Azrael, we see a few of these members moving up over here, and not enough Meinastrin in order to stop it. They need to cheat over towards this left side and stop them from grappling up here. That's exactly what we see. Vlad and his static having a lot of trouble. And Meinastrin, coming into flank. Look at those stairs.
This is good.
Yeah, it's very good for Meinastrin right there. And again, they catch a beautiful engage on the stairs right there as they move down. Disaster looking like clowns, pushing up that aggressively onto the stairs. Meinastrin takes the opportunity to try to push down to the low ground now as a group. And honestly, I would be darting straight for the objective at this point, but they're going to try to fight them out in the courtyard. But that was a much better push for Meinastrin right there, Zach. What a great turnaround. They do manage to initiate on the point. They have a lot of people on the point. Now, please do not spawn from spawn point 3. Spawn from 1 and 2. Oh my God, I'm seeing people spawn from 1 and 2. Zach, it's happening.
It's actually happening. And I mean, I don't know why Disaster is trying to ego check Meinastrin. Like, okay, they have a lot of kills and they're on the top there in terms of kills, but in terms of damage, I mean, it's very equal, and the kill feed is not as one-sided as you might think here. I'm currently following the #1 DPS here from Meinastrin, and I mean, he's doing a great job just dishing out that damage, actually converting one of those kills as well. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be that relaxed and push that and overextend that much if I was Disaster in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a lot of Disaster still on the point. And again, but look how many Meinastrin are on the point now, guys. 20 Meinastrin standing strong on the point. They're giving themselves an opportunity to get into this match. But now they're starting to get wiped off once again. 12, 10 people. Please don't tell me if I turn around right now that I'm going to see a bunch of red health bars. It's cooked, guys. I'll be honest, it's cooked. Honestly, fortunately for Meinastrin, this is a best of 3. Fortunately for Meinastrin, this is a best of 3, and Azrael cannot be picked to grief themselves in the remainder of these matches. I actually think that this matchup is pretty close. I think the Disaster looks like the stronger guild here so far, Zach. If we take a look at the leaderboard, obviously they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard for this match because they're just playing better. Their strategy is better. They understand the map better. Meinastrin does not really... I mean, they had a brilliant push there from the high ground, but aside from that, we have seen them, their inability to kind of master the Azrael Riftstones so far. You see Chixie, Empower, Mardine here, but I think that this is not representative of how strong Meinastrin actually is. I think that if they had regrouped on that high ground a number of more times, you see damage dealt here. Look at Curry's right now. Look at these Chinese characters right now. Look at this damage dealt. Meinastrin is a strong guild. They have strong players. Amount healed. Meinastrin super heavy over here. They've got the composition. They can absolutely come back and win this as long as they don't play on Azrael, which they will be forced to do in the next match, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, as we said before, like, obviously it is very one-sided right now with Disaster converting all of those kills, but I don't necessarily think it's as bad as people might think. It's more so a macro thing right now as it is a mechanical thing. Disaster isn't a really strong guild, but like, seeing that they are able to do the amount of damage they do, like, even though it's 4 or 5 players, the issue with not converting kills is how they decide to play as a Zerg as opposed to like them individually not doing it well. And I think if you're trickling in one by one from the Portal 3, rather than playing as a Zerg, maybe splitting up the Zerg, going on the right choke and the small stair choke, it's gonna be hard to convert all of that damage into kills, and that's like essentially what ends up going in Disaster's favor right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a really solid job so far on this one. It does look like that I think Disaster's going to take this first one home, but Meinastrin able to get a few people on the point, but they are regrouping again still from Portal 3. So this is going to get snuffed out relatively quickly here as Disaster, again, just understands not to spawn up there and to spawn on the low ground and continue pushing in like this one. They're going to get the point snuffed out one more time. They just cannot regroup fast enough to the point. Under 9 minutes on the clock. I think it's time to start thinking about a map 2 here. So if you're in Meinastrin's position right now, where are we going for map 2? And please don't say Cherno.
I would definitely not go for Cherno. I mean, if anything, I would probably go with a place that doesn't have that much of an open map. Maybe Khoazan. Khoazan, I could definitely see Meinastrin doing a better job at Khoazan. It has a lot of chokes, like a lot of entry chokes, but the point in itself is not that big, right? So once you clear those chokes, it could work in their favor. I could see them do Leviathan as well, honestly, just brawling on that boat over there. So I would say nothing with an open point. I wouldn't want to see them play on an open point. What about you?
I agree. I think that honestly, I think that Meinastrin needs to play on a straight up map. I think that I think that they just need to run out no strategy on the map. They can't screw it up if it's so easy that they just all you can do is run it down the whole time.
Like a Talus?
Yep, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Talus is probably the like you cannot screw up Talus. You know what? There is spawn point 2. Talus. I swear to God, if I see Meinastrin pick Talus and spawn at point 2, I'm quitting. That's it. I'm done. I'm retiring. That's it. I can't handle it anymore on this. So hopefully we don't. But honestly, it's very tough to mess up Talus strategically, mainly because you can run in from both sides, and they're forced to fight you on the point. Meinastrin, you can see how many people Meinastrin actually have on the point right now. Again, these moments of brilliance here, but again, interrupted by moments of not so brilliance. Spawning on point 3. So again, you need to take the intelligence. These are phenomenal players that don't have the biggest brains. So you need to take the strategy out of it. I think and I think that they will do a lot better in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of experience, you can just tell that especially on a map like Azrael, even though it might seem like a very straightforward map, it really goes to show the way you coordinate your Zerg really well, because it is such an open point, right? And there's a lot of entries to go in from. So yeah, I think just looking at the scoreboard here in terms of like damage dealt, in terms of like the amount healed, obviously if you take more damage, you're gonna heal more as a healer. But Meinastrin actually impressing right now, so it's definitely gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen here. Moving on to a second map. 5 minutes left, a lot can still happen, but yeah, I think they might have proved your point even more now.
God bless it. I do love being right. I promise I know what I'm talking about when it comes to strategy and large-scale PvP, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah. They did try it. It failed, but fortunately for Meinastrin, they have another chance. And if they bring this back, you know what they could be doing, Zach? They could be playing the long con. They come in, they win the next match, and then they come back, they reverse sweep the best of 3 over here.
That would be
we
crazy.
Maximize Blue Squadron content. They could just be my biggest fans.
That could, I mean, maybe that's the strat. Maybe they were like, we really like this man. Like it's a late birthday present. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
You had
Appreciate
your birthday a few days ago. I think I did pop in chat and congratulate yourself, but a lot of people did so. But yeah, so yeah, maybe they will give us the reverse sweep and really give the audience what they're looking for here. I mean, I do love an underdog story, so going into this, obviously Disaster Unleashed being a known EU guild and being a very strong guild, while Meinastrin coming in, I mean, they made it to the quarterfinals, so they're obviously doing something right. On Azrael though, might have been too much to chew off, but a second map will definitely be extremely interesting.
Yep, I think so too. As Notice trying to tilt me because he's saying that Ferrari just went into the barriers for F1. Stop it. 4 minutes left on the clock right now as we have Meinastrin really struggling in this first match, but I think it's not because their guild isn't strong. It's just because they're just a little slow on the uptake of learning how to do strategy on Azrael. They just don't quite grasp Azrael as a Riftstone as well as maybe some of the top guilds do, and so Disaster's going to take this first one. But I think that Meinastrin is showing everybody that these guys are able, I think they're potentially able to brute force a map like Talus. Interestingly enough, I watched them pick some crazy like Manticus or something for the neck. It's like we see Pacolo or some crazy crud like for our next map of the day. I don't know. We're gonna see. They're gonna get to choose on their next map here. So let's see. Did they pick this one? Yeah, they did. They chose Azrael. Disaster did not choose this. So clearly Meinastrin thinks that they have a handle on this. We'll see what their next map choice is on this one. Only 13 people on the point, but honestly, again, really brilliant play. Lots of damage coming down, getting some solid, like not as many kills, but a lot of damage coming down. Good healing. Frontline's doing their job. They're getting cap initiates. This is absolutely a close match. It just doesn't look close because, again, this is why large-scale PvP, guys, strategy does matter.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of individual performance and damage done, like what ends up creating kills is that, just as I mentioned, like it is a very, very big point, and you can just see as soon as they manage to get onto the point here, which they are, and they're actually in favor here, Disaster just creates these clumps and just ends up bombing them, and that's where you see the kill feed just going in the yellow's favor. And in terms of like the raw brawling, they're doing a good job in Meinastrin, but just on a macro level and on a communicative level, maybe a shot caller diff, I don't know. They're just doing a better job of clumping all of these Meinastrin players up and bombing them on the side of Disaster Unleashed here.
Yeah, I completely agree, but Disaster's also clumping up. It's just that there's no Meinastrin left to really to capitalize. They only clump up when we see the tanks come down. And again, once again, going for another cap on the point over there on the side of your screen. Love Stab. Let's see, what class is this guy playing? Love Stab is playing a healer, ironically enough. Interestingly enough, we see Zum Zum on the outside of the fight as well. Again, the healer's dancing around this side of the fight, just a little too scared to get anywhere near that choke point with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Meinastrin has run out in this first match of time to turn this one around, and it looks like Disaster just out on top of this one. And here we can see, what are we all doing? What is happening, guys? It's like I caught. You guys ever feel like a teacher or a parent that you catch the kids doing something they're not supposed to, like, oh, no, and they immediately go back to what they were doing before? Like, what are you guys doing? I feel like I just found them. I found them. I caught them doing something they weren't supposed to. Oh, he sees us. Everybody get back on the plate. Get back on the plate. 50 seconds left on the clock right there, as Meinastrin just unable to come up with this, despite the fact that they are leading on a lot of the leaderboards here. Disaster showing a lot of strength in this first match of or in their first round of the day. They're gonna go for one more cap, but with only 30 seconds left to go, there's just not much to be said here. If we take a look, I'll wait to the very end so that we can see people can get their stats up as much as humanly possible. The final 30 seconds are important. You're trying to get as much damage done as humanly possible, or as much healing done as you possibly can. Lunior right here on this Cordy crossbow, looking for a spin on the side of Disaster. Maybe one last roll for the boys. Maybe not. 3, 2, 1. It is Disaster taking it home for them. And holy moly, Chixie, M-Flower, Mardine, level 0 player, and Norgans rounding out the top 5 for Disaster. You scroll down for Meinastrin, Chinese character Zoops, my guy, coming in at number 2 for Meinastrin. What an absolute goat, the best player in the entire world, hands down. It's not even remotely close. Gardevoir, Mayhem Prince, and Scream for me. Oh, that guy must be a treat in the bedroom. Coming in on their respective top kills for Meinastrin there. 204 assists for M-Power right there. The top assist, Zum Zum for Meinastrin, a healer right there. Very impressive. Damage dealt, 5.7 million damage dealt for Chinese characters. Curry's at 5.2. Meinastrin looking very good at the top of the damage dealt leaderboards. M-Power managing to squeeze his way in there at 5.4 million. Level 0 player XB7 Chixie as well, doing a great job for Disaster. And then Linda, the last one left on the leaderboard, Slay Queen, as it were. Wait, is that Linda? Oh, Lenita. Lenidax. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lenidax. I'm so Slay King. Yes. Anyway, damage taken, Lunier, Breathless, Koro, and Melee coming into the top 4. Damage taken in the lobby. Interestingly enough, Accordi, and then we see the Crusader coming in. 3 million damage healed for Lads right there. Ozzy in at number 2. HT Brigade Bay in at number 3. The top here of the lobby for Disastrous Christ. followed by Hoofen and Rivna. Not the closest match, but I think it was deceptively not close.
Yeah, I mean, as we could see, like, I saw a lot of people in chat, like, saying that they are getting absolutely gapped. I mean, obviously, both you and I, we can see the scoreboard, we see the game. I mean, it was very, very, very one-sided, right? I mean, just on terms of kill feed, it was extremely one-sided for Disaster Unleashed, gapping them in this first map. However, if you're absolutely farming another guild, they will not necessarily have the amount of damage that they were having in Meinastrin as well. So, as you said, a deceptive stomp, I would say.
Yeah, I think it was a very deceptive stomp on this one. As we get the next lobby ready to go, what do you think Meinastrin needs to change up aside from their strategy? Do you think that, like, compositionally they looked a little bit different? Do you think that maybe they should add a couple more frontliners? Maybe their build might be a different. Builds and Liberty is a big deal in this tournament. We've seen guilds specifically spec for specific other guilds in the tournament. So do you think that's what's happening here? Or do you think that Meinastrin just it was just straight up a strategy diff?
Yeah, I mean, I think like I said, like, and I mean, I don't think none of us disagree with chat. You can clearly see if a guild is getting stomped or not, but I don't necessarily think they only got like hard gapped right now because of kills or mechanical. I think it was a lot to do with like macro as well, because they were converting damage, they just weren't converting kills. So I would say on a macro level, maybe a more straightforward map moving forward. It's going to be very interesting to see what's happening here.
Dude. Okay, so...
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, guys, Azrael is removed from the map pool for round 2. Okay. Pacolo, Manticus, Adentis, and Murokai were the bans on the side of Disaster because the guild that loses picks. Okay. And in this case, the choice from Meinastrin, Grand Alon, guys.
Yeah. I mean,
strategy, Zach. I'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about a straightforward map. Grand Alon is like a theme park water slide map with 350 million entries. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see here what they end up cooking here. I don't know if those map picks ties into the macro calling as well.
I just don't know. Like, again, like I felt like Talus was kind of the clear choice on this one, but again, clearly the strategists, the grand strategists, if you will, in Meinastrin would beg to differ with my opinion about probably a lot of things. And so we're gonna find out if I'm right again. Grand Alon is like one of the last maps I would choose because there's a lot of strategy, there's a lot of choke points, and what you don't want is Disaster all clumped up in one area and you having to trickle spawn from various spawns and just running back and through little choke points and getting blasted. What I think we're gonna see here is Disaster standing on the point and just absolutely farming. Couple statics off here and there around the outside of the point, basically just trying to interrupt the Meinastrin regroup. I think that Meinastrin is just gonna trickle back to the point and they're really gonna struggle here. But and again, part of the reason I don't like this map is because this is the map that Disaster took they beat Sin Nova, which is your guild, Zach, in the Best in Guild T1 tournament on Grand Alon. This is one of Disaster's best maps. In fact, I would argue their best map in the entire pool, and Meinastrin has chosen it for round 2 after losing round 1 on Azrael. It's a bold strategy. Again, it's whoa, man, maybe they know.
I don't really know. I mean, if you thought Portal 3 on Azrael was crazy work, you're gonna see some absolute gulag respawn on this one. But yeah, I mean, Disaster Unleashed beating Sinova back in T1. Back then I was in Hot Grills with my boys and girls over there. Shout out to them. So I wasn't playing in Sinova back then, but yeah, I mean, Disaster has always been extremely good on very brawly maps, right? small maps. Like in the middle of tier 2 as well, they were playing extremely heavy, like spear tank comp. I know they beat a lot of like highest tier guilds on maps like Koazan and stuff like that as well. So picking this map into, I do wonder if these guilds are like looking into each other, right? Like, okay, what maps do they like to play? What maps might they be weak on? Maybe they watch some VODs, maybe they watch some previous casts from your, I mean, you upload them to YouTube, so they're easily accessible, right?
Yeah.
And just like, what do they do in order to prepare for this? Because picking into Grand Alon, not only doesn't it necessarily favor them as a guild, I mean, just judging by how they've played previously, but rather like pick into the enemy. So I'm pretty sure that that Disaster Unleashed is happy about this, but who knows? Maybe they have something we don't know. One can only hope.
It could work, you know. It could work. Meinastrin showed serious promise in the last match. They definitely had a lot of DPS. They had their kills were not very high, but their healers are doing a great job. Their front line is certainly doing a great job. And then again, they have the DPS. They certainly have the player skill to make it happen. I just think that Disaster knows this map. They're veterans of this map, and again, it does not favor Meinastrin if they can't get control of the Rift proper, but it is going to be an all-out brawl. Maybe that's what Meinastrin is maybe looking for on this one. Again, the only corny crossbow on the side of Disaster, interestingly enough, is named Lunior.
Yes.
Yeah, and they only have one Gordy in Disaster, guys. Meinastrin, Scream for Me, and Summer's Boy are the two Cordys. So Meinastrin does have two Cordys. That will help them, especially on Grand Alon, which is a Cordy-rich environment. So maybe they picked this map because the Cordy diff is substantial. We'll see here as we get into this one. It looks like we've got go for Grand Alon as the map seems ready to go. Compositions seem really close, within one weapon on either side, basically across the board as we spawn into Azrael. I mean, not Azrael. Oh my God, not again. Not like this. Into Grand Alon.
Yeah. Ooh. Yaver initiated with spawning in the wrong portal, got absolutely blasted by a hole.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so no one on the point quite yet. We do see Disaster regrouped around the point. Now Meinastrin on the low ground, not where we want to be because they have chosen the furthest spawn from the objective. And now it looks like Disaster's going to go ahead and push in. First blood of the lobby goes to Meinastrin, but the rest of the blood belongs to Disaster as they move through Meinastrin. They were not ready to go on that engagement, and certainly Disaster owns more of the high ground. Just Voldy just powering away from this high ground on this spell blade. Fortunately, Tokes pushes him down to the low ground. Lenita now takes control of that as Meinastrin tries to skirmish with them on this low ground right now. Interesting that both guilds are choosing to fight here instead of prioritizing getting in position on the point, Zach.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really know why you would want to do that. Like, you have Portal 3, which is probably the best portal to spawn at, but Meinastrin actually decided to go for Portal 2 over there, which was really interesting. And I mean, right now it's in the start of it. You go into the mental state of just wanting to own your enemy. So Disaster Unleash, meeting them up here, making it to the portal. But so far it's looking very one-sided.
Yeah, so I don't know how Meinastrin found the furthest spawn from the point and said again, and then said, this is where we're gonna spawn again. But that's exactly what happened. That's why Disaster caught them in a little choke point there. They were up on the high grounds initially, and certainly that helped them, but their front line was also ready, set, and ready to go before Meinastrin was too. They just weren't ready to move down quite yet. And now this battle is raging in this choke point. This would favor Meinastrin as they do have two Cordy crossbows over Disaster, but are they getting a chance to actually go off? I'm looking for them right now. I can't find them anywhere, Zach. They might be be out here struggling.
Yeah, and they keep trying to reinforce this. And I mean, if you decided to like spawn Portal 1 here, which you can see that a lot of them are starting to do, This would be the equivalent of spawning on Portal 3 on Azrael, by the way. You actually see them trying to push them and third party them, so they are sandwiching them that right now. And as you can see, with that happening, you also see one kill going in the favor of Meinastrin, but so far it's looking very yellow on that scoreboard. But a lot can change. I mean, in this initial brawl, right, the point is not open. As the point opens up, you're gonna see Disaster Unleashed. They already started moving on to the point, and then things might shift. Ooh, huge kill feed there for
there's the
Chinese
spin.
Name.
Yeah, Scream for me goes for a spin here, but he wasn't buffed up before he went in, it looked like. Maybe he did have a small... Yeah, I guess he got his buffs. He just wasn't able to come up with it. The Cordy's just not being super impactful on the side of Meinastrin. And yeah, I don't think the spawn mattered.
Feed.
Yeah, I don't think the spawn mattered too much right at the start here, because again, you're not fighting over an objective and you're fighting near that spawn. That is an okay thing to do. But right now, as we start to get closer to the spawn here, you start to see Disaster is backing up towards this spawn, guys. This is intentional. They're backing up towards the Riftstone, which is just off screen to the right. Over here, they're slowly kiting their way back to try to get up on the dais right now as they get... They don't want to completely abandon their front line, but they also need to start getting in position, as these tiny little choke points are going to be a problem for them if Meinastrin gets in position before they do. Meinastrin definitely needs to be spawning not at point 2 anymore, as that is a super far away point over there. But you know what? It is what it is. At the end of the day, they could just take the grapple up. Technically, the run distance could be made close-ish.
Yeah.
As we see Disaster start to back up onto the point now, you start to see yellow health bars come through here. I fully expect most of Disaster to start to pull back onto the point here, more and more of them to try to secure this choke point. 8 seconds left on the clock. Very quickly look at the leaderboards before things open up here. 20 kills. Look at Disaster leading on these leaderboards right now, but Meinastrin again top in damage, and you see the amount healed as well. Meinastrin up there as well, so doing a great job once again. Schlick's gonna go for the cap on the point, but there's more Disaster than there are Meinastrin right now on the point, but it is pretty close overall. And again, this is where the Cordy, guys, this is a Cordy rich environment. Look at all the little choke points that you see around the dais here. That is exactly what you want for a Cordy crossbow, and there are 2 of them on the side of Meinastrin. So I think that was their strategy here, was to pick a map where their Cordys would be successful. Not working out for them so far though. 25% in climbing for percentage on the side of Disaster here, Zach.
Yeah, but I mean, interestingly enough, it's a way closer initial point brawl than we saw on Azrael even. I mean, 20 to 15 is still not insignificant on the side of Meinastrin here. But as you said, having those 2 Cordy crossbow here is definitely gonna do a lot of damage if they can utilize that well. But that needs to happen, right? You have all of these small chokes, you have all of this control where you can utilize these Cordy spins. But looking at this right now, it's a lot of back and forth, as you can see here, which is super interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Spawnamos over here on this Templar. I'm trying to see. Yeah, it's Tevin right here. So Spawnamos might actually not be a tank. It might be a curse bomber. Possibly. I'm not sure exactly which build he's running. I'd have to look at the damage boards to actually tell exactly what's going on with that. But it does look like the Disaster, 23 people on the point. Meinastrin has 19 people on the point. It is close, but always just slightly in favor of Disaster. Meinastrin barely able to get enough people onto the point here. I do think that Guardians definitely make the difference here, as we see this Chinese character, the top damage of the lobby right now for Meinastrin both times so far, almost every match of the tournament so far, and you see him just absolutely pumping down damage, and it gets deleted right there. Yeah, he was pumping down a lot of damage, but he just couldn't find any kills right there, Zach.
Yeah, and you were right again. Spawn Minos was a curse bomber. So, yep, that settles that one. And I mean, yeah, as you can see, as we talked about before, like, they are doing a lot of damage. They are able to actually convert a few more kills now than we saw on the initial map. And I think they need to get into that rhythm. They need to actually group up. It is more forgiving on this map because the respawn and the way the point is designed, you can actually trickle in more, not as a solo player necessarily, but you don't have to necessarily regroup as a full Zerg in the same way. But it still requires you to regroup properly, get into the point with your groups, get those buffs going. Like I see a lot of Blood Devils being popped outside of the point, and they're line of sighting each other and stuff like that. So if they can get into that rhythm, we definitely have a good match here going.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 0 player getting pulled into the middle of everyone on a Spellblade. Not what you want to see. Goes into stealth there. And does manage to catch a heal from his healer. But again, Disastrous is exactly what I expected for this match. You see Disaster all grouped up on the stone, basically just farming Meinastrin as they trickle back to the point on repeat. As Disaster clamps down, 16 minutes remaining. You do not try to fight Disaster on Grand Alon. We learned this. How many times do they need to teach you this lesson, old man? 30 people on the point for Disaster, only 9 for Meinastrin right now. Teost, one of the only members on the point right now, as they just consistently keep getting wiped off. Meinastrin cannot even get through, Zach.
No, and I mean, I've been trying to look for the Cordy crossbows here. I saw both the Cordy crossbows actually outside of the point towards Portal 3. I can't find them right now, but they haven't had any presence on the point now. And going back to what you were talking about earlier, with the Cordy crossbows being so important on a map like this, not seeing them on the point so we can lock onto them and just see what they are doing. We see Scream for Me here actually did find one of the Cordy crossbows here, just not able to survive on that point.
Absolutely, he did get a spin-off, but like, he got low health bars, but they just healed right back up. There's no one there to support him. There's no one there to follow up. We saw the best guilds perform on this. The best guild I think I saw on this worldwide for Grand Alon was Villainous. In NA East. They had 2 Cordy crossbows that were basically all of their damage. The rest of their guild was very tank-heavy composition. They picked Grand Alon. They brought it to Grand Alon, and their Cordy spinners were basically just spinning on top of one another on repeat. And it was just consistently wiping the enemy guild over and over and over again. And now, again, we're seeing there's just no coordination for the Cordies right now. Looney are actually getting more kills and more presence on the point with 1 Cordy than we do see with 2 of Meinastrins over there. So Meinastrin really struggling in this map, but I think that maybe I could have told you that before it happened. 28-8 right now. They do keep getting initiates on the point, but sadly, I don't think that their map choice was necessarily the best here.
Yeah, and I mean, and one thing that I want to touch on, talking about you mentioning, like, with the NA East, in general, I would say that EU is very straightforward in terms of, like, how we build. Spears are strong, we build strong, right? But one thing that I would say that I saw NA East do a lot, and that I've seen them do a lot throughout Tier 1 as well, is that they're very good at adapting their composition depending. They do a way better job than EU in that regard. On EU, you might swap out some of the players, like some of the weapon choices, but NA does a good job of they can entirely just flip a roster, right? And seeing the way you described it, you have a lot of tanks, you have a lot of Cordy crossbows. It is a Cordy-rich environment, like as you were saying, and they're just playing around that. As opposed to right here, Meinastrin not really getting any value for those Cordy crossbows. They are spinning, but what are they spinning on? You know what I mean? So credit to NA East there, because that's how you want to play around your roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just have to know. And I think Meinastrin was trying to do the same thing in this one. And as we see, Looney are getting a good spin right there in that choke point. Yeah. And again, his guild is there to follow up. He didn't get any kills there, but he certainly did a lot of damage.
Yes.
And his guild was there to follow up and clean that up. The presence on the stone cannot be understated. Schlick's going to get another cap off on the side of Meinastrin, their front line, certainly putting in work in this matchup. But I think that the rest of their guild just nowhere to be found. 5-4 people on the point. Where is Meinastrin? Looks like they're all running around. They're going to try to regroup. Yeah, they're going to try to regroup to Portal 1 here as they've pulled completely off the stone now, and I think are maybe regretting their life choices. I think that a really solid push onto the point with both your Cordies from multiple directions actually might be the play. I like this out of Meinastrin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that this is a bad idea. They might overcommit and you can get some more positioning. I'm trying to follow Sommersboy here, one of the Cordy crossbows on the side of Meinastrin, and as I said it, he goes down. That is unfortunate.
That is standard as a caster. That is how it works.
Yeah, no, but there's actually no shot. Maybe I should maybe I should cast my own game and just follow the person that I want to die on the enemy team.
True. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be rooting for you. Anybody that focuses you, I'll just lock onto them. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy. It's an inside job. As it looks like Disaster is pushed off the stone. They're not even going to let Meinastrin regroup now. They're onto their game, and they're just routing them on the portal spawn now. As it looks like, ooh, look at this. There's an attempted camp on the point. Teos going to go for it. Alan, just a wet noodle wailing on him. Couldn't interrupt that point. Meinastrin does have 2 people on the point. The rest of their guild being slaughtered just off screen over here as we see pulls coming down to try to set up for a Cordy spin that just isn't there. And the rest of the guild just getting absolutely obliterated. Chixie on this spear dagger here, putting on a clinic in every single round Disaster has played in this tournament. This guy has been a monster so far, dashing through and trying. We'll see if he can get anything done here. He's in stealth. Looks like they're pulling back to the Riftstone as they want to. Meinastrin wants to fight on the stone, which I would agree with overall, but we'll see. Disaster has just looked so good as a squad. They just understand Grand Alon. And again, if you had done your research, you would know that they understand this map.
Yeah, and I think that goes for any guild. Like at this point of the tournament, like going into a game, you need to be prepared both in terms of what your game plan is, but also what the enemy likes and what they don't like, right? Maybe you, as I said, it's one click away. You just go into your channel and you can watch all of your VODs that you put up, right? And just do some research. I think it's super important. Maybe in some cases, I mean, there is a lot of information with your experiences in terms of macro that they might pick up on a map, for example, and try to capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But so far, yeah.
Oh, Sommersboy here. Oh, can he get a good Cordy spin off? They're all clumped up. He needs to get. I bet he's waiting on cooldowns right now. And as you see, Meinastrin starting to snowball on the point. Can he get? He needs to spin any second now.
Yes.
Surely he will spin. No way. We're gonna wait. It's been 20 seconds. I know he's got the spin up right, and then he gets pulled. Okay, all right. I don't know what I expected to. Anyway. As we were on this, I just can't even bro. Sometimes. With these players, I just can't over here. He does manage to get back on the point and is now a tombstone POV. Send help, my guy. Holy moly, right there. He had every opportunity in the entire world. And we talk about patience being a virtue for Cordy crossbow spinners. The best spinners in the tournament typically are very, very patient in how they do it. They don't just take the first opportunity. They take the best opportunity. And there we just let the opportunities sail on by us.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, like, I don't know, Cordy crossbow just defaults to, a lot of times, they just default to the biggest clump, right? But we saw Meinastrin being 31 on the point versus 17 in that situation. Just spin. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, just spin on anything. If you get 3, if you get 4, you might get a healer, you might get a tank. Just kill something at that point. But a lot of Cordy crossbow just greed it, I feel like, and they just want to have that biggest clump. And as I said before, like, Cordy crossbows, don't get me wrong, they do a lot of damage. But apart from doing a lot of damage, they also enable the rest of the guild to capitalize on that. Like, a lot of times if I die to a Cordy spin, it's not necessarily the Cordy spin killing me. It might be the follow-up of a staff, for example, that's bombing, right? So, yeah, you don't want to hold on to that in those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking around for Zoops, but I can't find him anywhere. I don't even see
I'll
him.
help you look.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't see him on the point, and I don't see him in any of the other 3 areas, so maybe he's just abandoned us on this one. Brigid Bay, as it is every single other member of Meinastrin, is trying to regroup to the point right now. Brigid Bay doing their best to try to heal. You see all those healing circles down on the side of Meinastrin, doing what they can, but Disaster consistently on top with 7 minutes to go. We have seen a couple moments of brilliance for Meinastrin, but their Cordy crossbows underperforming in kind of a big way. Like, you want to see them massively overperforming on this map. An average performance or a reasonable performance is just not going to be good enough. And if we take a look at the leaderboards right now, you can see that they don't see any of them on the leaderboards.
Nope.
Wait a minute. It's Scream for Me and Summers Boy. I don't... Where... A Scream for Me is all the way down here. Summers Boy is even further down. We're talking into the 30s, guys, of the match.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see. And again, now we scroll down for damage dealt. Scream for Me down all the way down here on the second page. That's not what you want to see. And then Summers Boy way down underneath him as well. So clearly struggling in this matchup. And you compare that over on the other side to Lunier. Where is Lunier sitting? Number 4 in the lobby overall right here for defeats. And then Lunier again, let's see, on at the very bottom of the leaderboard here. So again, 1 Cordy apparently greater than sign, and then 2 Cordys in a lot of cases.
And I got Soups here, target acquired. Following Soups here, trying to make something work. He is currently waiting for the wombo combo of some sort. Okay, just Shadow Strike though. Yeah.
What? Where? I'm looking for him out here. I don't see him. Oh, he's on the point now.
Yeah.
Bro, what is he doing? Is he casting any skills? What's happening?
He's in the vein choke right
Zoops.
now.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Yes, Zoops, buddy. We need to get you on to the point, big man. 5 minutes left to go in this match. Zoops, your people need you. You can't just fight off the point every single round, homie. We talked about this. That tombstone POV is not helping everyone again in this match. Homie, we got to work on this.
Huge Gillier though.
There we go. All right, he got a kill. Holy moly, we saw it. Okay, he locks it in. He's on the board. There we go. My boy. My boy coming up big. He says, okay, fine. I'll cast a couple skills. And it looks like Meinastrin actually picking up quite a few kills as they push up toward the rift right now. They do initiate a cap. They need to get up onto the stone, though. They did wipe a lot of members of Disaster. They need to get everyone in here. Now they pour onto the stone, and we are seeing them wash in here. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. They have twice as many people almost on the stone as their opponent. Now is when you need to be spinning. Spin me right round. Come on, spin. Right now, we need the Cordy crossbows to perform. I don't see them anywhere, Zach. At all. I see Spawnimos on this side over here, but again, I think the Cordys on this side of Meinastrin just coming up with the L after L after L spin. Despite the fact that Meinastrin had a great push right there. Again, I think that they're just dying for free every time I seem to lock on to try to get the Cordy perspective. They're always just dead.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the point, trying to see if I could actually find them, but I couldn't find them on the point here. But yeah,
everybody else was on the point. I don't understand. I don't understand where the Cordys went. But that's okay. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? Summers Boy on the outside now, running his static in here. They lost the cap now. There's almost no hope for them at this point. Summers, you need to spin, bud. Summers, you gotta go. Summers, we gotta go, boss. And okay, we'll come around. Okay, this time, surely this time. Here we go. He's gonna spin that. All right, he gonna spin this. So he got this. Okay, here we go. My man, Summers Boy, gonna come in here. Here we go. Fool me once, he says. Oh baby. Now we're gonna get in here. Here comes the big spin. That's pretty much the story of the match right there. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give you a quick tip if you're a Cordy cross. You don't always need to hook. Like, if there's a clump, just go in and spin. You don't always need to hook. Like,
yep.
Yeah.
It's just It's frustrating to watch because I think they chose this map because they had their Cordies here, but every single time we see a really good clump or a really good opportunity for a Cordy spin, neither Cordy is in position to do literally anything. Every single time. And it's not because they don't have the opportunities or because disasters necessarily. They're doing a pretty good job of pulling them off. But there are moments where they're sitting for like 30 seconds, minutes at a time, just walking around, not spinning. And I understand that you need to wait for buffs and stuff. Sometimes you can't wait for buffs. Sometimes, like, the opportunity is there. You just have to spin. You just have to go. You're not going to get the perfect hook. You're not going to have every buff necessarily. You just have to go sometimes and do your best. As it is Disaster with 36 members on the point, proving me right again. Boy, oh boy, am I ever wrong about map choice on this one. Gosh, honestly, I feel I'm playing 3D chess on this one. I do think that Talus would have been a stronger map, but regardless, I think that Disaster looked like they were on top of this one as Lunier spins on about 2 people. You know what? That was an impactful spin because, again, he knows time is running out. We just got to keep people off the point as much as possible. He's not going to have, you know, a juicy 8-man spin to really get off at this point. He's just, you know, killing who he can, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to do... I mean, the Meinastrin is just trying to do what they can here. 1 minute remaining. Again, an extremely strong showing from Disaster, absolutely blasting them. I mean, the kill feed were looking interesting at times, and there were a few moments, especially when they had that 31 versus 17 in favor of Meinastrin there, when we were waiting for those spins coming out there, but you literally took it to their home pitch here. Meinastrin really picked into a map that favors Disaster, and yeah, I mean, props to Meinastrin regardless, making it this far into the tournament. Extremely impressive, but Disaster just being too big of a titan.
Yep. Scream for me right here. We'll see if he can get one more spin before the end of time here. He is going to get in on the stone any second. Bro, I can't, bro. I can't with these. I can't sometimes. I'm trying. I'm legitimately trying. I'm trying to showcase how good the Cordy spins actually can be on this map. Sadly, time is going to run out for Meinastrin. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for Disaster, moving convincingly on. They're going to fight Hand of Unity in their next match. That's going to be a banger. Mardine, Norgans, Love, Vonda, and Chixie, the top 5 of the lobby for kills there. 687 kills on the board for Mardine right there. Chinese characters and Zoops, the top 2 kills of the lobby for their team right there. Von Rabi and Lanidax rounding out the top 4 for Meinastrin there. You look at M-Flower, or M4, the top spellblade of the lobby, top player in the lobby for assists over here. Meinastrin's Chinese characters coming in big. That guy is an absolute animal right there on that spear dagger build right there. Lenidax doing a great job too. Look at this damage dealt, guys. Look where Meinastrin is in damage dealt carries as well on the leaderboards. M4 and Vonda trying to keep up right there. Damage taken. Looks like Lunior, the Cordy crossbow on the side of Disaster. Gan, Vonda, Psycho Ninja, Brigid Bay, and Breathless, the top tanks of the lobby, most of which are not actually tanks. 3.8 million damage healed for Laj right there. HT, Brigid Bay, Ozzy, and Memi rounding out the top 4 for Meinastrin. Stern actually getting in there at number 5 for Disaster. Hoofen and Crystallog coming in at numbers 2 and 3 on the side of Disaster. Pretty convincing performance for them. I think Meinastrin may have outplayed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Disaster showing why they are considered one of the better guilds in EU with a great showing here. But again, props to Meinastrin. I think they might have overcooked a little bit with those map picks. Definitely would have been more favorable going for a more straightforward linear map, but yeah, again, props to Meinastrin and GG's to both teams.
Yeah, GG's to both teams. I think Minus showed that they're an extremely strong guild. couple things to iron out there, but again, really strong guild, have a general concept of what they need to get done, but just not quite at Disaster's level right there. And Disaster playing on one of their favorite home maps, Grand Alon there, just asserting dominance. Really, really cool to see that. Again, I don't know how Disaster does it, but every single time we see them play on Grand Alon, they don't lose. They cannot lose on that map. Now we look ahead to our next match of the day, which is going to be CallMeDaddy versus Who Asked, which should be another banger. CallMeDaddy from the Zephyr server, rank 1 in their alliance with Unbound and Dynasty. They said KDS is always on top of us. So CallMeDaddy, a guild full of bottoms. Interestingly enough, I think that they are power bottoms though, Zach. They're best in guild T1 finish. They said above Sovereign. Interestingly enough, I don't actually believe that was the case. And then their chat PvP was screw ETH Reapers, which ETH Reapers did get screwed in the tournament. So there we go. I'll let you introduce Who Asked.
And they are up against, as you said, Who Asked from the server Fortune, being in alliance with Failure and Ethereal. Their alliance strength on the server are by far the strongest. The Bored Apes are not that good, apparently. They have won 3 sieges since tier 2, and the chat PvP that they were going into this with is Boar Apes. Where are they? And Hakaihu. Yeah, indeed, Hakaihu. I do not know.
I don't know. He's like, I don't know. It is what it is. All right, let's take a look at the versus screen here. I personally think that CallMeDaddy is favored in this matchup, but Who Asked, although they're fighting an uphill battle, can absolutely take this away from them. Let's talk about pick ban for a second. Does it look like Who Asked won the first coin toss or the coin toss, and looks like they chose to pick. CallMeDaddy is banning. They banned Azrael, Kawazan, Daigon, and Manticus. It looks like the choice on Who Asked, and this is bold, we're going to Morokai, Zach. That means that Who Asked wants a straight up fight. They think they can just win the straight up engagement.
So you said that this is in favor of CallMeDaddy. That's your prediction. I mean, Who Asked beat the UAV. That is just insta finalist. They beat the Waka clan, no?
Oh, they did.
And I mean, if you manage to beat Waka clan, you are basically a contender to win the whole tour. You might be the best guild in the world. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, if you have seen Wakayashi's UAV, it's not beatable, right?
Okay,
but Who Asked managed to do it. So I think this will be a close one, and I'm gonna put my bet on Who Asked for this one.
Interesting. Well, we're gonna find out. Honestly, the matches have been relatively close. We had 2 2-0s. Is this our first 3-match best of 3 in the quarterfinals so far? But again, both of our matches, Orca definitely showed promise in both of their games. It's not just like a flat-out blowout, which we've seen happen so far in this tournament here. These teams are actually fighting back. They're initiating caps. They're trying different strategies. They're actually trying. So although it's been 2-0, 2-0, it's still been very interesting matches, and that's really what I'm asking for here. I think CallMeDaddy, again, based on what I've seen in the tournament, these guys are the most improved guild between the best in guild T1 tournament and now the T2 Talandre tournament. These guys are the most improved of all of the teams that have come back to play and are still around in this tournament. I think that CallMeDaddy has shown a lot of promise, and that's why I'm going to stick with them here. I think that they've done a great job so far. I think that Who Asked is also really strong. They could absolutely come up with it, but it'll be an uphill battle, I think, for them, Zach. Let's look at composition real quick. I'll let you talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this composition, again, it looks like CallMeDaddy is slightly more favored in terms of the meta that we were discussing earlier, right? They are playing with less tanks, they are playing with more spears and more staffs. So definitely a more damage-heavy comp. It doesn't necessarily by default means that it is stronger, but it does tie into the current meta right now. We do have 2 Cordy crossbows on both sides. Wolfer and Gorad being the Cordy crossbows in Who Asked, and Kolkasa and Wind Whisper being the Cordy crossbow for CallMeDaddy. So a somewhat similar, more DPS heavy comp from CallMeDaddy's side though.
Okay, looks like the lobby is ready to go. Morokai is my favorite Riftstone to watch. There is so much dynamic, like you said, at a high level. This is why I'm glad you're here, Zach. You can reinforce this. Morokai is like, it seems kind of basic, but there's a lot going on Morokai that you can designate certain statics for various tasks. The portals are the portals are a distance where you can use them, but there's one portal that's closer, but it's almost too close, and the spawn can be camped, right? And then you've got like a high ground, but it doesn't contribute to the Riftstone, and then the low ground, but it's really tight space, so you don't want to pack everybody on it at once. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, you basically summarized it perfectly. I mean, there is so much space before the actual point that you want to have control of, right? You have, as you mentioned, you have the small tents, you have the big tents, you have the high ground. There's a lot of angles of where you enter to the point, how you play on the point. Like the point, although it's like towards tucked into the wall, there's actually a lot of space where you can play where people usually don't look for. So you will see a lot of the top guilds not brawling that much on the point, but actually fighting for these spaces near the different tents here. So moving into this, it's going to be interesting to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We are spawning into Morokai on this one. Sadly, we spawn really far away from all of the action, but we get a beautiful look at all of the scenery that we see around this wonderful world of Throne and Liberty. Absolute cinema. Look at all the beautiful landscapes and stuff. And now we move over. Oh, here we go. We're going to get him square off. I love this. CallMeDaddy in the yellow, who asked in the red. I'm actually a little angry that they didn't swap those. Now I've got the red and the yellow name on the different side. That's annoying. How inconsiderate of them. Although it does look like that Who Asked is just gonna pull the trigger, move to the low ground, and go for the engage into CallMeDaddy.
Holy.
And what is that kill feed? Oh my goodness, now back the other way for CallMeDaddy as they take a really rocky engage right there. Who Asked was just ready to go first, and I always favor the guild that engages over the guild that takes an engage. It most times, Zach, that was a beautiful run through for Who Asked right there. Fortunately for CallMeDaddy, they were strong enough. Now they're starting to swing it back the other way.
I mean, they absolutely, they went for that high ground and it just decided to send it. I mean, clearly working in their favor. What an absolute insane engage here from Who Asked. We'll have to try and help out the... No, it is correct. Did you change it? Did you change the coloration?
No. They were just on opposite sides of the screen. We had the yellow team grouped up under the red name, and the red team grouped up under the yellow name. I was like, no, I had the coloration correct, but like the guilds went to the opposite sides. It was frustrating. I mean, it's like it's my OCD a little bit on that one.
Yeah.
As oh my gosh, we see Expeke here again. Okay, again. I'm not sure if that's the real Expeke. People say it's the real Expeke, the backdoor god from League of Legends himself. I'm not sure his girlfriend likes that name so much, but yeah, we're not really sure if that's necessarily actually him or not, but either way, it's a reference to a legendary League of Legends esports player back in the day. Alamansky over here doing a pretty solid job on the backline with this crossbow dagger. Very versatile class. We've talked about this many times. You have a lot of mobility, a lot of damage on this class, but you're so squishy and gets absolutely blasted down right there. This is a super back and forth fight. CallMeDaddy, it looks like they're on top of this one, but Who Asked definitely picking up a lot of kill feeds here.
Yeah, I mean, they are stabilizing, and I see chat here is going crazy saying it is him. So it is somewhat of a esports heavy lobby, this one. There are some other esport profiles in this matchup, actually. But I'll leave it a secret. If you know, you know. I'm currently following Wind Whisper here, one of the Cordy crossbows in the team of CallMeDaddy. Very interesting here. Had a good start to this initial one, got a good spin off, and yeah, it's going to be very important for him to play well in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it Forgiven? Because that's another old League of Legends player. There's no way.
No, it's not. I'll tell you afterwards.
Okay, all right. It is what it is. We have the team manager for Team Liquid playing in NA East, interestingly enough. Like the overall general manager for Team Liquid, the organization is playing in NA East, and all I have to say to him is, please get out of groups at Worlds. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. We see Seth over here, consistently one of the top DPS on CallMeDaddy, and basically every lobby that he's in, this guy is an absolute animal on this Scorpion crossbow dagger over here, and he dashes around. You can see just how fluid you have to be here. Oh, gets CC'd. No one locking him down. Those healers right there with that barrier to make sure that he's going to be okay, even though he's CC'd. So good heads up awareness by the healer right there. And I swear, Zach, on God, the developers changed the healing thing so that you can't overheal anymore. And I swear to God, healers got better. I swear, healers legitimately are playing better now. We're seeing them actually lock onto targets that need it. They're seeing them prioritizing getting those barriers down, getting healing down that actually matters, instead of trying to pad their stats the entire time to try to get to the top of the leaderboards. I actually think it's just overall a W.
Yeah, I mean, as a healer, there are some things that you can do proactively, like your healing touch stacks, your flash waves. I mean, with enough cooldown reduction and buff duration, you can have like blessed barrier up more or less 24/7. But to an extent, what ends up saving your team members are your reactive abilities, right? Like your nature's blessing and whatnot. And seeing with these changes, it just makes it more reactive, right? So these changes are definitely gonna favor more reactive healing, and you're actually gonna see the amount of impact that a healer has on this gameplay. So I think just huge W from AGS and the developers, like introducing this change.
Yeah, look at this damage dealt. Who asked actually at the top of the damage dealt, but defeats on the other side. CallMeDaddy winning in the defeats over here. Damage taken back and forth, but who asked favored. Amount healed, you're seeing again super back and forth as well. This lobby is right neck and neck. Certainly we're seeing a few more kills on the side of CallMeDaddy. Their target acquisition might just be just a hair better, and that's what's making the difference here, is they're finding those squishy targets a little bit more consistently, versus you're seeing on the side of Who Asked might just be focusing down the tanks just a little too much. That's why you're seeing the damage dealt be really high, but they're not translating that into as many kills. Now, we did see, it does look like CallMeDaddy's the first guild on the board for this one, as their percentage starts to climb a little bit right now. But Who Asked able to keep 13v13, 12v12. This is going to be down to the wire, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this initial brawl here, not only in terms of the kill feed or the damage, but just the presence on the point here, and the presence on like around the point as well. The way they are playing for the control here. There's a lot of things happening. I'm currently following the so-called pigeon goat of TNL. There was one guy, I think it was on Azrael, that we followed, who didn't want to step point, forgiven both steps on point and find those pigeon spots. So, and he dies as I spectate him.
I told him.
Yeah.
Tail is all this time right there. I'll be honest with you. Who Asked really struggling. Their front line not able to get an initiate on this cap right here, guys. But they are managing to keep. Look how much they're able to keep CallMeDaddy from gaining percentage right now. 12%, a measly 12%. CallMeDaddy's previous matches, they already had the point capped at this point. As we see, Who Asked battling back really hard, but the front line battle, and this is what matters at a time like this. This is why having tanks that know what they're doing and that are spec'd and built correctly really matters. They get pushed off again. The front line from CallMeDaddy putting on a clinic right now. At every single moment that they can wait, you'll notice their percentage is climbing. They're able to build. They're getting out in front of it finally. We see Who Asked get onto the board. Now their percentage will start to climb. And now it's CallMeDaddy actually in a fair amount of trouble. This percentage is very, very close right now. This, oh boy, we might be seeing 3 matches here today.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely insane in this initial one. I mean, it's so back and forth. It's hard to keep track. And they're not really like necessarily clumping. It's just these small brawls happening all around the point everywhere. In terms of structure, it's not necessarily super strong. Ooh, Wind Whisper there with 5-6 kills. That was huge on the left side of the point there. But yeah, like it's just the small skirmishes that are happening everywhere around the point are absolutely insane right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Wind Whisper coming up big. That's one of the Cordy crossbows on the side of CallMeDaddy. Kolkasa, the other Cordy crossbow there. Wolfer and Gorad, the two Cordy crossbows. See Gorad with a lot of fans in the chat right now for Who Asked. Looking for a spin to the best of their ability, and it looks like CallMeDaddy is start to pull away with this one. It was so narrowly close for such a long time, and now the door has been shut on Who Asked. CallMeDaddy climbing up to 78% with over 2 times as many people on the point. They're just flying away with this match right now, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to close that one out, but you can see there that they are stabilizing somewhat on the point here. They might be able to get that cap off again, but it's definitely looking in this first cap will go to the favor of CallMeDaddy. They have a lot of control on the point right now. There is a big skirmish happening above the point there. It's basically half a static being able to hold a full static now, but they seem to have moved down over there. Looking at Wind Whisper here on the point. Pulling in, getting that spin off.
Not going to make
really
anything. Yeah, no, I was going to say, not really going to make it happen, though. But it's CallMeDaddy securing the first point cap in this match right now. As we see them just start to pull away with this, but there's still just under 15 minutes left on the match in this one. So a lot of time for a recap from Who Asked, and they might just be waiting intentionally to try to back cap this from CallMeDaddy. But we saw them struggle. They have to be careful because we saw them struggle to cap initially here, and now we're seeing them again. Okay, no, they're gonna step forward. They're gonna try to go for the cap right now. There it is. They get it off right away. 31 people on the point, but that means that they're ticking very fast right now. They have over 3 times as many people on the point. That percentage climbs so quickly when you have twice as many people on the point as your opponent, but you have to stack up really hard. We should see the CallMeDaddy spins come in any second now, but the kill feed looks really red for Who Asked. They're gonna shoot up to 50% on the clock immediately right now and continuing to climb. CallMeDaddy with only 3 people on the point right now. Where did they go? Bro, what? Who Asked?
Oh, they're pushing out now. They're pushing out now as well. Ooh, this is really good.
Yeah, they flipped the switch, and Who Asked this now just on top of this point. Not trying to get on top of the point as well, with Yoji Bomb diving in to try to save it right now. Still 2 times as many people on the point. They're already at 88%. Maybe CallMeDaddy is intentionally allowing this to happen so that they can back cap it. I don't think so, though, because they're pushing in here.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're trying to stop this. 97, 98. Are we? Oh, my gosh. CallMeDaddy saves it in the final moment right there. But, oh, my gosh. Certainly certainly Who Asked will pull away with this. No way. They stopped them at 98%. Surely 99, 100%.
Oh my God.
Who Asked back caps it on CallMeDaddy. CallMeDaddy immediately goes for the counter cap the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a match on our hands, Zach.
No, but I mean, this is gonna be such a back and forth here. That was absolutely insane, and I was getting kind of stressed out because as they were having that double tick going for them, right? They were just stacking on the point, and I was thinking to myself, push up the point. You don't need to be 30 people on the point versus their 5, right? Try to take some control in front of the point, right? Don't receive them on top of it, because it's easier to get bombed if you're just standing receiving on the point, as opposed to like meeting them up front and taking the fight to them, which they did. And they managed to close out that point, but that was awesome.
Bro, are we gonna see another cap come down? CallMeDaddy is already at 32% on this cap right now, and trying to climb. Finally, Who Asked gets on top of it, trying to push that percentage down, trying to stay on top of this match right now. ZXVE doing their best on the outside of the fight, trying to heal everybody, but in an ocean of yellow names because the rest of his guild is trying to stand on the cap right now, and they are all clumped up, and I am very worried for them. There's the going, there's the spin right there. Sonex getting a massive kill feed on the side of CallMeDaddy right there, just a little bit too clumped up for Who Asked right now, as again their guild tries to hold on. 25% battle back for CallMeDaddy, but here come the reinforcements once again from Who Asked. They're going to run out here. They're going to try to pour onto this point and try to get this. Is just an all-out brawl. No one really caring too much about the high ground right now, Zach.
No, they just decided to commit on the point. And I mean, look at that left side of the point closest to your angle where you're standing above. I mean, it's just, oh my God, they just bombed like 15 people. That was crazy.
Oh my goodness, and another huge kill feed for Who Asked will thwart CallMeDaddy. That percentage is falling quickly because they have 2 times as many people on the point. Look how fast it's going down. They're up at over 40% before, now they're at 33 and falling right now. You see them all get pulled in. Where is Gorad with that spin? There's a big spin going down right there for Jello. Honestly, I don't think it was Jello that spun, but he's the one that ended up picking all the kills off the back of the corny spin right there. But another big kill feed for Who Asked right there. It's CallMeDaddy in a lot of trouble, but still managing to push this percentage forward. Zach, we still have 10.5 minutes.
I mean, this is just an insane back and forth. And what's insane about this game is even if CallMeDaddy gets the cap off here, seeing as how dominant and how fast Who Asked did when they got that cap back, it didn't take them more than 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes with that control that they have. So this could be like, it will be a brawl up until the very, very end, this one.
Yeah, I can't find any of the corny crossbows in the match. I'm looking for Gorad. I'm looking for Wolf.
I'm looking at Wind Whisper here. If you wanna,
okay,
that's
perfect.
the one I found.
Let's say at least we found one of them on this one. As everyone's just diving in, it's so difficult to tell. All of the pulls going down, and then one Cordy goes off. They end up dying before the end of the bomb there, and that is what matters here. As you see, 44%. It looks like CallMeDaddy is inching their way to a cap right now. 47, 48. 49. They're going to climb over 50 this time, Zach. They continuously climb up. 9 minutes left on the clock. The leaderboards very quickly, if we look at them, are very back and forth for both guilds right now. It is neck and neck. The healers for CallMeDaddy doing a great job. Astral Echo and Spiritual certainly making the difference for their guild right there. So shout out to them where credit is due right now. But everyone needs to be basically, I don't think it's time to call everybody to the point, but at this point, it's getting dire. You have to basically decide now, Zach.
Yes.
Do you let them cap it right now? Do you let them cap it right now and then reverse cap in the 8.5 minutes? Or do you just commit and say, no, we're just going to keep them from capping it. We're not going to go for a reverse cap. If they get this cap, we just lose, basically. We're getting close to that cutoff time. And again, it looks like Who Asked is committing to this. They definitely want to make sure that they can't reverse cap this. They are not going to let this reverse cap 55% and falling now. It looks like they're trying to hold on to the best of their ability right now, as everybody from Who Asked is trying to pour onto the point. Finally, here's Gorad right here. We'll see if he can't get it. Oh my God, that's why I can't lock onto him. The guy is just getting turbo blasted down every time he tries to do something. He's just standing in the corner, full health, boom, gone in a moment. And now look at that percentage falling down. 46% and falling. They were up at 56% before. It looked for sure like they had it, but Who Asked is just holding on with their fingernails to this one, Zach.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm currently following Xpeke here, who was one of the drivers there for the percentage going in favor, back to favor for Who Asked there. He's just been standing behind this point for the past 1 minute now. Now he gets pulled out. Finally, they start to realize, okay, maybe we should kill this guy. But he's been absolutely free blasting from that high ground now. And that's one of the risks of just deciding to full send it on the point, especially if you're not in the driver's seat with the point control, because you just tunnel vision the point, right? While in the meantime, seeing Broski here coming in, one of the top damage and actually kills in the lobby, going into the battle here. But you just end up being so reactive if you're in the passenger seat, right? So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this ends.
Yeah, the Peepo cheers coming out as the audience is certainly jacked up for this one. 35% and falling right now. CallMeDaddy looks like they're faltering at the finish line here. They need to get back on top of this point if they're going to take this first map here, as it is nail-bitingly close. Who asked clearly with a strong strategy in this one. They allowed well, I wouldn't say allowed, but CallMeDaddy capped it first, and then they just brought it back with a convincing cap themselves, and now CallMeDaddy trying to reverse the reverse cap. We saw reverse cap, but what about second reverse cap on this one? Seth on the outside of the fight, still doing what they can. We talked about him before on this Scorpion. Look at him putting down damage on the side of the fight here. Can he pick up this kill? Forgiven picking up a kill there on the side as well. Uses his stealth to try to disengage right there as he backs off. But the battle rages on for the point. 36%. It looks right now like Who Asked is able to pull this skirmish off the point to the best of their ability. Oh
Gorad
my!
with like 7 kills there. Oh my days! I was following him, expecting him, because I was thinking like, now is the moment where your Cordy crossbows need to come up clutch, and he's been getting farmed, right? Because he seems to be so squishy, so he's probably playing some type of max bonus damage, whatever he's doing, but he comes up huge there with 7 kills in one spin.
Yeah,
that was
but now,
absolutely crazy.
that was beautiful. But see, 8 seconds later, they're immediately in a lot of trouble on the point. You see Gorad's gonna go down right there. He just got wiped out, and then CallMeDaddy battling back now, still at 36%. They've been here for 10 minutes almost, Zach. They are really struggling, as Who Asked knows they just, again, the correct call, their shot caller, balls of steel to say, guys, we're gonna hold our ground on this. We are not giving them this point back. Get your booties, get your cheeks on the point immediately, plant your feet and kill them. And that is exactly what we are seeing. Wind Whisper goes for a spin right there, gets knocked out of it though. And again, he has been one of the most impactful Cordies of the lobby, but sadly just not impactful enough. As you see, the backline for Who Asked actually has their back to this wall on this left side over here and are spreading a good concave. That is what is making the difference. Just pelting CallMeDaddy as they run in, but now CallMeDaddy knows that. They drop down from the high ground. They push those range classes away from that wall right there as they try to rally back onto the point. Down at 16% and falling now. Is this cap gonna get thwarted altogether? Who Asked looks like they just flipped a switch at the start of this match. It looked like CallMeDaddy was going to be coming up top in kills, top in damage, but Who Asked just flips the script on them. Turn on the light switch, and here we go. They step on the gas pedal, and they have not let off that gas pedal this entire time. 8% and falling. CallMeDaddy's hopes in this first match about to be dashed. Down at 6%. 5%. Can they save it? Interacting with the point. If they lose it at this point, it would be tough.
You have to send it.
Yeah, it would be tough to pull this back. It's Guardians and Go on behalf of CallMeDaddy, but they just don't have it in them as Nylidia gets another kill feed one more time. Black Devil, Vegan Sharkus coming up big as well. It will get the door shut on them, and they are going to get shut out of this first match. An upset, if you ask me, Zach.
I mean, yeah. This is absolutely insane. Probably one of the best games so far. And I mean, it is to be expected in a quarterfinals, right? But I mean, it's so hard to say. 2.5 minutes. I mean, this should be fairly straightforward moving on from here. But it is, as you said, like, look at the control that they have at the back of their point. They're just free farming there. All of their all of their staff bows, their healers are playing behind the point there, doing a really good job. And I have to say, I've been following Gorad. I was trying to look for the second Cordy spinner on the side of Who Asked, but Gorad, I think he collected 20 to 25 kills in the past just few minutes right now, which is absolutely insane. Obviously, when I locked onto him, he died. But yeah, he's been absolutely detrimental for this team here. in the end of this.
Yeah, I was about to say, what am I watching right now? They had 2 times as many people on the point for just a moment.
Yeah.
They're at 25%. Technically, they would have just enough time, but who asked just keeps battling back. They keep getting on top of that percentage, and they're just going to push them right back down and out of this match. Only a minute and a half left on the clock. Now you have to start thinking about, that was a nail-bitingly close match. Do you go for a coin flip? I'll be honest with you, between these two guilds, Chernobyl could be a clown fiesta, Zach. That map could be, that is a genuine coin flip, in my opinion, between how strong these two guilds are right now. Actually, they're rallied onto the point right now with 30 people. They have twice as many people as their opponents. There's no way. They're just going to get pulled off. There we go. I was going to say, they're just going to get pulled off. It'll be fine. Surely.
Right.
Wait a minute. 31%, 32, 33. Wait a minute. What is happening? CallMeDaddy, there's no way that CallMeDaddy there's only 1 minute. They can't do it. They just don't have enough time, but they are going to try. They are all standing on the point. They just dive straight down. Everyone is contributing, but they get up to 40% in a matter of 15 seconds. But eventually are thwarted. Who asked, just holding on again by their fingernails in this lobby, and mmorpg is an extremely like level-headed, even match where you're just going to be just duking it out the entire time. It's not like one-sided like some of the other maps that we see. I would say that you're able to flip this either way. They're going to get the percentage up to 50%, it looks like, one more time, but it is just not going to have enough time, as Who Asked comes in with a slightly stronger strategy. Their statics just perform a little bit better. Their Cordies, although they were getting focused down, just ended up being a little bit more impactful. Chups getting one more kill feed for the road right there. 1-0 Who Asked, man. Holy moly.
That is absolute crazy.
Yeah, 93 kills on the board for Broski. Wind Whisper at 84 on that Cordy. Gorad at 76. The Cordy's neck and neck with each other. Nirlin, Sonex, and Jello coming in at 67 there with their spears. A lot of spear daggers and Cordy crossbows at the top of the leaderboards here. Wexy with the most assists in the lobby on a Spellblade. No surprise there. Damage dealt 7.3 million for Wind Whisper, trying to be the difference for his team. Expeke at 6.4 down here at number 4. Broski and Nirlin coming in just above him. Wexy for CallMeDaddy rounding out the top 5 right there, and Massey doing a great job. Gorad right below him as well. Damage taken again, back and forth, but CallMeDaddy favored. Zygomatic Arch, the number 1 tank of the lobby, forgiven on a Spellblade. Coming in at number 2, Wind Whisper in at number 3 on that Cordy crossbow, probably because, you're focusing the Cordies. That just shows you how well. This should tell you right here how well the Who Asked is focusing CallMeDaddy's Cordy crossbows. That makes that makes this effort just so much more impressive, because again, being the top DPS in the lobby and some of the top kills in the lobby, despite how hard you're getting focused, is super impressive. 3.5 million damage heal for Astro Echo, Defria, Zimbi, Spiritual, and Gabibus, the top healers of the lobby. Inateb and Calrice, special mentions there at the bottom. But wow, our closest match of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely insane. What a great showing from both guilds. I mean, I had my predictions down, as I said. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I did see, like we talked about it before, right? Like, you have the control, like you play for the small tents, you play for the big tents, you play for that control. One thing that I feel like Who Asked did really well was that they played for the space super well. Like, when they had that double cap going, they did linger a bit too long on the point, but eventually they did push up and actually meet them halfway from that spawn. Another thing, I mean, you have one of the staffs that I was following, Expected, just farming kills from that half point mark when there were 10 minutes left. Gorad finding, I think, 35 kills at the last 5-6 minutes. And like, it's small things like that makes it very clutch at the very end there. But yeah, an absolutely banger of a game. This is what we wanted.
Yeah, this is the cinema that we were asking for, and this is why EU wanted a best of 3 quarterfinals, and they got it. Remember, guys, EU is getting an extra stream because they are extra special. Next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, we're going to have the semifinals. And then the finals for EU will be next Friday at 7 EU Eastern European time. EUT, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Over there, it does look like that again. Pick ban is going to go the other way this time. So we're going to see. What's it? CallMeDaddy is going to pick this time. What do you pick if you're CallMeDaddy in this situation after a match like that?
I mean, there's a lot of ways this could go. I mean, it really depends. Like, for example, if you know that you have strong crossbow teams or strong respawn teams in general, you could go for a pretty straightforward map, which is like Talos, for example. Talos is a map where you see a lot of stragglers coming in from respawn in half HP. It's not very far, but there's still a distance between the point and the respawn. So during that space, they might as well pick up a Chernobog. I could see CallMeDaddy pick into a Chernobog. They have played it quite a bit, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they picked that. But I don't know. What about you? What would you pick if you were CallMeDaddy at this point?
I think that anything is going to be close. And yeah. I think that you save Cherno for the final. You go balls of steel into Cherno because if you have momentum, so what you want to pick this time is Talos. Mainly because any map is going to be close, but I think that I think CallMeDaddy can win on Talos. And then I think you save Cherno for the final one, because if you win map 2, you then have the momentum. And momentum in a best of 3 is extremely important. I've played in best of 3s in tournament. The mental going into it, you win map 1, you're doing great. You lose map 2, you're like, oh God, are they going to come back and sweep me? And then the other side, you're like, we've got this. We can do this, right? So you start to have that momentum. Yeah. And I think that morale boost, that testosterone, if you will.
Yeah, for sure.
Unironically, will make the difference on a map like Chernobog, because you need your guys, you need your boys and girls fired up in voice if you're going to win a coin flip on Chernobog. And I think that, again, having that advantage would give that edge here. We'll see what they ended up picking on this one. But yeah, I think you save Cherno. You keep that in the back pocket if you're able to win this one. But we could see just about anything. I'm kind of hoping for a Talandre map, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There are some good options there that could favor CallMeDaddy. I think Leviathan is one of those maps where I could definitely see them pick into as well in terms of tier 2 map goes. I've seen them play it before, not too much though, but they have played it for sure. So I mean, Zach, regardless, just by judging by this, very straightforward, it's going to be an absolute banger here.
Zach, I do love being right. God.
Oh,
and we just keep winning. We just keep winning. People say I don't know anything about the game. I tell you, it's crazy how frequently I'm right for someone that doesn't know anything about the game. Bans. Obviously, Morokai is out of the pool. Paklo, Leviathan, Cherno, and Grand Alon were all banned. The choice, and I agree with it, is Talos. We're going to Talos, baby. I do love being right.
Yeah, that's a very good pick. And I mean, this is what I mean. Like, who asked knows that CallMeDaddy has been playing Chernobog. They decided to ban it, right? Yeah, I mean, CallMeDaddy sending it to Talos makes a lot of sense. We discussed it earlier. You mentioned it. So yeah, I think we'll have an absolute banger here moving into this next game.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like both teams have agreed to swap colors. We do try to allow guilds to swap colors if they'd like. If nice. They prefer. So this time we're going to have CallMeDaddy in the red and Who Asked in the yellow on this one. Who Asked is up right now, 1-0 in this best of 3 series, but Talos can go either way. A lot like Morokai, but it's much more wide open. I would say that Talos is probably the most evenly balanced, aside from maybe Azrael. Azrael is a stone that, like, if you've played on Azrael a lot, you will beat a guild that doesn't have the experience on Azrael. So you see that as a very popular stone, but I don't think it's as even because of all the choke points. I don't think it's as even as Talos. I think Talos overall is the most even, like, level-headed stone that you could choose. And I think that if CallMeDaddy can pick up a win on Talus, they will be super motivated. The morale in the call will be super high. That's when you bust out that Chernobog pick into the final thing.
Yeah.
But honestly, we saw Who Asked Us not want to play on Chernobog. They banned it this time.
I mean, the bigger the point is, right, the more it requires your team to actually coordinate like bombs and stuff like that, right? Like if you play on a smaller map, like for example Talus, around the point on Talus is quite big. You have the wall side, you have beneath the hook, but like the actual point in itself is quite small, right? So it kind of forces teams to, they self-clump a lot. Like you just tend to self-clump automatically, right? So yeah, while a map like Azrael might on the surface seem like a tougher map, it is not necessarily as straightforward as Talus is.
Yeah, I was gonna say
So,
Talus is just like spawn in, guys. As long as you're not,
Literally.
you're not spawning from point 2, you're gonna be fine,
Yeah.
right? Like it's
Literally.
the spawn campers are not nearly as impactful on Talus because even if you spawn camp one side, they're just gonna spawn on the other side, and it's an equidistant spawn. So spawn campers don't really do you a whole lot of good here on this particular Riftstone because they can just spawn on the other side and be fine. So what you end up seeing is usually both guilds are streaming in from either side of the rift, and it's just constantly a clash on the middle. But the point itself, like you said, is really small. So like we're gonna have to see a lot of tanks basically standing tall on that point, and then the healers are gonna have their work cut out for them. But ultimately, in a match like this, it's not gonna come down to the tanks. It's not gonna come down to the healers. It's gonna come down to which DPSs on which team are absolute pansies, as I like to say.
Definitely.
Because like. Yeah, it's which ones of your DPS. You tell a really strong DPS by the ones that actually contribute to the point. Most DPSs that are really bad at the game will tell you, "Oh no, Blue doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't need to stand on the point. That's it. That puts me at risk." Yes, it does put you at risk, and most of the time they would be right. In fairness, but the best DPSs know when they can step forward and get on that point, when they have to be selfless, when they have to get on that point and be there for their guild, to be that body on the point, and when they can just skirt off to the side and leave themselves in a safe position. That separates a really good DPS from a bad DPS, are the ones that, again, know when it's safe to step up onto the point, or when they just have to. When it's not safe, but like, okay, I just have to trust that my healer is here, and that I'm gonna step just barely onto this point here and still stay in the best position that you can, but you have to contribute to your guild at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. So I mean, it's the same thing for healers, right? Like healers are a quite tanky unit, and you don't necessarily have to step 24/7 on the point. You don't necessarily have to just contribute all the time. You have a lot of tanks to do that. But dipping in and out of the point, using some CDs on yourself in order to contribute is super important, especially on maps like these, right? On a map like Azrael, as I said, like it's a very big point. It's more forgiving. You can play around on the point, actually. So here, everything ties in together, right? Cooldown usage, when do you decide to bomb? Because you don't have to do so much else. Like the clumps will create themselves. People will keep flooding in from either side of the rift zone, right? So you need to focus your damage. You need to have good healing and good defensive ability usage, and then you'll be golden.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like all the players are in the lobby right now. 3 more tanks on the side of Who Asked over here, so they might, I don't know, man, but DPS are very important in the current metagame, as we said before. I think it's going to come down to the DPS. I could be wrong, but there's a one healer difference between the two teams. Certainly Who Asked has slightly more tanks and one more healer. It looks like one more wand, but it could be, you know, a wand dagger. It's possible. A dark blighter on there. It looks like we're checking for crashes, double checking both sides. All the players are in the lobby. This is going to be, one thing is for certain, Zach, this is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, just judging by the way the game played out in the first match, in terms of the kill feed, in terms of the damage, in terms of the healing, in terms of everything that the scoreboard was showing after the game, it is very, very even. And I think, like, to an extent, I think a lot of people are actually surprised because, as you said, The growth of CallMeDaddy and the way they've improved as of late has been immense. But Who Asked really showing up here and showing that we're in the quarterfinals for a reason, and this is it. So we might potentially be looking at our first 3 map.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll be honest with you, I hope so, man. Mainly because, again, we get to talk about the momentum in a best of 3. We get to talk about morale and all that stuff like I was alluding to before here. It does look like the lobby is ready to go. So we are go on Talus. And I'll be honest with you guys, buckle up. Does everyone in chat have their seatbelts on? Because this one is going to be quite a drive. We are spawning into Talus right now. The guilds are already spawning in and trying to basically get off to the races. I expect them to spawn on opposite sides here, but again, remember, they swapped colors. No way. It's an all-out brawl initially. CallMeDaddy once again coming up with a lot of kills. Initially, that looked really good for them. They're good at these first engagements like this. They're able to spin it back the other way, but we saw how this went last time. Wait, no, it's Who Asked with a bunch of kills this time. Man, I even said the colors swapped, and then I mixed them up in my head. So Who Asked actually coming up with all the kills there. Now CallMeDaddy, just like the first match, starting to pick up their kill feed as things go on. It takes them a second to get ready set here. So again, very back and forth, but definitely a heavy yellow kill feed on the side of Who Asked to start things off.
Yeah, and I see now that they are stabilizing. Again, I've seen a lot of teams do this, and I can't stress it enough. Just like pushing up ever so slightly, not initiating the brawl on top of the portal. Like just push up ever so slightly and then turn around, right? You get that advantage of being close to the point. You don't really self-sandwich yourself. But here we can see Who Asked were absolutely blasting them at the very start, but they're stabilizing here now in CallMeDaddy. They're getting those buffs up. And the kill feed is looking more even now than the initial fight, at least.
Yeah, honestly, I would say it's more CallMeDaddy favored than anything at this point. Expeke picking up another kill right there, but did you see the solid red kill feed right there as CallMeDaddy starts to push toward the point? 3 minutes on the clock before the point actually opens up, and it is an all-out bloodbath on Talus, and this is exactly why you pick this map. You are hoping that the coin flip goes in your favor for CallMeDaddy. You're hoping that your DPS are brave enough to stand on that point, and we will start to look at this a little bit later as time starts to tick down here. You see Etsu down here being accused of killing multiple guilds on EU, and one of our best CMs on the CM team for Pearl Abyss America. So over in Black Desert, we love Etsu. Maybe not as much loved in EU, but we do love him over there. Wexy over here, one of the top DPS of the lobby last time. Wexy over here this time. I believe he had the top assists of the lobby last time on this spell blade here, doing what he can to position properly. But we see again, Who Asked positioned properly on the point, but still 2 minutes to go. CallMeDaddy is kind of meandering their way over, but the kill feed is super back and forth at this point. A little bit more yellow than red at the current moment, but honestly could go either way here, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, and you never really know, right? Like in these initial brawls, it's all about just dishing it out. But I feel like you need to lock in for this initial brawl regardless, because you get into a rhythm, right? You get into a tempo, you get into like your buffing sequence, your healing sequences and stuff like that. So this initial brawl is equally as important as when the cap opens up. But obviously, as the cap will be opening up here in a minute and a half, there's going to be a shift in focus and how they decide to play it. So yeah, just as we expected, very even start here. So yeah, I'm expecting a banger on this one as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be back and forth the whole time. I'm super excited. Gabibus over here on this healer doing what he can to try to stay in position. I'll click on Ursa. I'm trying to get as many spectates as I can to try to give credit to as many players as possible here. Oko getting really help, low, but healing themselves back up. As we tick down to the 50-second mark, I do like to look at the leaderboard. Let's see who's on top. It is Who Asked, Expeke, and Broski at number 1 and number 2, Vito at number 3, Gorad at number 4, Nylita at number 5. So Who Asked on top of the leaderboard, but CallMeDaddy right behind them. on this one. If you look at damage dealt, again, actually, I think that CallMeDaddy actually has more damage dealt on the leaderboard overall because they have more names on that damage dealt leaderboard there. So looking good so far for CallMeDaddy in that regard. Their top 3 healers, Spiritual, Defira, and Yojim, are definitely trying to hard carry for them. Zim and the rest of the Who Asked healers definitely gapping the rest of the remaining healers on CallMeDaddy right now.
Yeah, and looking at this now, I'm currently following Vegan Sharkus. I'm assuming that he's a curse bomber. I was looking at him ever so slightly on the last map as well, and he was connecting a lot of kills, a lot of important kills. I know that he was killing Wind Whisper twice as he was going in for spin, so a lot of good value here, and he seems to be playing like somewhat in a respawn group, just going for these high value targets here. And yeah, it's very interesting to see how you might not be the highest on the kill board, but the value that you bring is just immense here.
Yeah, and CallMeDaddy, the first ones on the board once again for the map. And now we see Who Asked trying to interact with the point as well, trying to get themselves on the board. And CallMeDaddy off to a great start there, up at 15% or so, but now only 9 people on the points against, again, it's 10 to 13. That's how you know it's really close, is how small the amount of players on the point actually is. And you can see it looks crowded down there, even with just about 30 people on the point. Imagine packing 70 people into that little space, which we've seen before, is kind of unbelievable if you think about it. Oh my gosh, back and forth so far, but it looks like Who Asked starting to pull away with the percentage early on here. It looks like CallMeDaddy either intentionally pulling off the point in order to let them have it early on, or maybe just faltering a little bit now like they did in the first round.
Yeah, and I mean looking at this right now, it is very similar to how the first map was looking. I'm currently following a crowd favorite. I've seen a lot of people spam his name, Chups from Who Asked here, going crazy on that Spear Dagger, as it seems. Yeah, Spear Dagger he's playing. So I've seen a lot of people spam his name here.
That's all right, right on. Brick wall moving over here on this Crusader, gets pushed off the point again, and it looks like Who Asked is dominating this point right now as Gorad standing here, getting focused down, but managing to stay alive, taking a focus fireball right in the face, doing okay, heals straight through it, waiting for the opportune moment for a corny spin, waits too long, and that's the life of Gorad in this matchup so far has been. Honestly, I think that's the life of most of the corny spinners. They're just getting blown away right there. Every time they try to make something heavy. Here's Wolf going to step forward. The other corny on the side of Who Asked. Okay, surely we're able to get something done here as he tries to get buffed up. Tries to sit with his static. Gets a spin off right there. Wow! That spin was good right there. And that's what you want to see. That, man, I tell you, Who Asked just making that difference.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy, actually. And I mean, you can see here that they have a lot of groups that are doing a really, really good job. I'm currently on Kiali here, one of the top in kills, Crossbow Dagger playing on a respawn point. And this is what I was talking about moving into this. Like, you can just see that even though the point is very close, the point is so small, and a lot of people usually tend to overcommit on the point, not picking up their DPSs properly. And he's just putting in a lot of work right now.
Yep, absolutely. And again, spawn camping is something that you can do on Talus, but it comes down to the wire. You pull the spawn campers, everybody get boots on point. In this case, oh my gosh, we got all the way up to 90% for Who Asked right there. Only to have CallMeDaddy try to flip it back the other way. They're up at 30%, able to push them back down a little bit here, but CallMeDaddy showing signs of life right here. Certainly, it does look like that Who Asked is going to get the first cap off, just like we saw in the last match, but this is going to come down to, can CallMeDaddy reverse cap this with 16 minutes left on the clock. They're certainly going to need the majority of that in order to make this happen. I do think that they can make it work. Sir needs to initiate this cap. He's down there trying to do that right now. If you look at the Riftstone right there, Sanzio on his cheeks though, trying to keep him from interacting with the point right now. Sir steps up again. He'll try to interact one more time. There he goes. El Dranana interrupting him one more time. Zygomatic, certainly one of the top tanks of the lobby, standing right there as well. Sir steps up again, catches a heal from his healer, gets up 60, 70, 80, 90. Are they going to interrupt him? No. Sir does get the initiate on the cap now. Now the question is, can the rest of CallMeDaddy? Sir has done his job. Can the rest of CallMeDaddy do theirs? They need to step forward. They need to get onto this point. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of yellow health bars. Where is CallMeDaddy?
Yeah, I mean, they might be going for a regroup. I would probably go for a regroup at this point. I mean, 15 minutes, the cap has gone in the favor of the enemy, and there's no real fault in just regrouping properly here. One thing that I'm noticing is that they're not really playing for mountainside much. They're self-clumping quite a bit. And on this point in particular, we talked about it before the game actually started. We can see them here. It does look like they're trying to regroup. But CallMeDaddy is playing a more DPS heavy comp, right? They were way more tanks on the side of who asked. And on a map like Talos, where it is like a very, very small point, we were talking about the healers needing to do a lot of work. We were talking about cooldowns from tanks, like defensive cooldowns, because you're gonna take a lot of damage on that point, right? That needs to be both healed and tanked. So you will need to be better because they have a lot of DPSs. They just need to coordinate it well.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. As we see, again, the spawn campers on the side of who asked doing what they can, but ultimately forced to go over and try to regroup. That cap did get thwarted on the side of CallMeDaddy, and now they have to go for another cap, but they have a lot of red health bars around the Riftstone right now, and certainly it's back and forth in the kill feed at the moment. Can they initiate the cap? They do, and they have slightly more people on the point. Finally, what CallMeDaddy needs. Now, this is where your DPS need to nut up or shut up. You have got to get on the point, right? You cannot dance around outside the point and not contribute at this point. Every single player matters and needs to be standing on the point. Healers need to as well. May on the outside of the point right now. This is not what you want to see for May. This certainly is a super safe spot to be standing. I'm not arguing that that is not the case, but honestly, again, 22 against 16. You know, a match is this close. You've got to be contributing. You stand on the outside, on the outskirts, or on where Seth. Look at Seth beautifully playing this. Skirting in and out on the point as he needs to. He's a crossbow dagger. If a crossbow dagger can stand on the point, you can too. Look at him. He steps onto the point. He's just barely contributing. He's trying to contribute where he can. This is what a good DPS does, guys. You're just flirting with the outside. Ooh, you don't want to get pulled in there. His stealth is down. He's in a lot of trouble. Dashes out on that one. Manages to stay on top of it, but you can see 18 people to 14. CallMeDaddy's DPS doing a great job, and you have to trust your healer, Seth. No, he ends up going down right there, which is tragic, but you know what? He died for the cause. That death, not that big of a deal. At the end of the day, Seth did what he could, and you'll notice that his team is winning as they climb up 38% and climbing on that percentage right now. That's exactly what you want to see coming out of your DPS. Who asked? Fumbling the ball right now.
Yeah. And I'm watching Kolkasa here, one of the Cordy crossbow, the other Cordy crossbow in CallMeDaddy here, just playing around this point constantly. And this is one of those cases where if you are a shot caller, you need to scream to your healers and to the DPSs to just dip their toes in, try to create somewhat of a tick. And I mean, they're doing a better job. Kolkasa, oh my God, Kolkasa with 6 kills on that spin. Absolutely crazy there.
Absolutely,
that was absolutely insane.
Huge. 18, and it comes at a critical moment. They're at 66%. CallMeDaddy is and climbing. They got nowhere near this on the reverse cap on Morokai, and this is what I'm talking about. It's going to come down to your DPS, and the DPS in CallMeDaddy are willing to step forward onto this point. You see Vito doing exactly the same thing, flirting with the side of the point, gets pulled in. He's going to go down tragically. Nick standing on the outside of the point as well, doing what he can to try to contribute for his team. team. Osami's begging for a heal from his healer right now. Is he gonna catch one? You just have to trust. He does catch a heal. Osami stays alive, catches a barrier at the last moment and stays alive right there. That's what CallMeDaddy is doing best right now, as Whoas floods onto the point to try to stop them at 85% now. But now they're all clumped up, and we see CallMeDaddy diving in. Here comes the Cordy spins on the top side of the map up there. We'll see if they can make anything happen. Big kill feed for Wind Whisper right there. What an unbelievable play, putting them back on top at a critical moment. What a player right there for Wind Whisper. 93% and climbing. Can they make that happen? One person on the point over their opponent. 98. Do I see 99? Do I see 100? CallMeDaddy on top, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely crazy brawl there. Huge kills coming in the favor of... Oh, yeah. Look at my feed here. Look at my camera. We have a brawl happening up here. What is happening up here?
How did they get
Attack
up there?
on Titan. XPK has been playing here for the past 10 minutes, just bombing down on the point up from this tree, not contributing. I'm happy you didn't notice him before, because you would just sink your claws into him. Stendo manages to finish him off there. But yeah, that was absolutely insane. Look at this cap here now.
Oh
Look
my
at the cap
gosh.
going back.
Yeah, it looks like Whoas spent wasting no time. Okay, CallMeDaddy's gonna have to work it out for them. If this is how they try to defend a cap right now, this is gonna come down to the wire again. I think we're gonna see Whoas reverse cap this one more time. They're gonna get on top of this one, and we're gonna need to see CallMeDaddy basically cap with like 3 minutes left to go. They're gonna have to get a cap off, and then they're just going to have to hold on to the best of their ability, although they rally strong onto the point right now. Can they stand tall and just prevent this from happening altogether? I'm not sure that they can right now. Is that all of their DPS have stopped committing to the point overall. 24-20 right now. They're battling neck and neck with Whoas, trying to get onto the point, trying to prevent them from taking this one right now. But Whoas slowly creeping their way up in this percentage. I do think that CallMeDaddy's doing a great job, much better than Morokai, in keeping this one relatively close. Under 9 minutes left on the clock, and that percentage is starting to fall now. We're gonna see it fall down to 70% right now. Big kill feed for Seth Luna, Pubes in Surreal right there. That's a big deal as we tick in here, and all of CallMeDaddy commits onto the point right now. But again, they've got them stalled at about 70%. This is so tense. Can they hold them at 70% for 8 minutes like this, when they got to 70% in about 20 seconds right now? This is unbelievably close here, Zach.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they're self-clumping quite a lot here. Oh my days, that was an insane kill feed. I think they cleared like 14 people there. Look at the point now, just double ticking in Whoas's favor there.
Oh boy, I think that Whoas is going to go ahead. They finally break away just one more time. They're going to reverse cap this again. A third cap in one match. Oh, this is a treat. Here we go, sir. Stepping forward. They don't want to waste any time for CallMeDaddy. Looks like somebody got stuck in the middle there. You just reload. You should be fine, or hit escape. You should end up being fine. Yeah, there's the cap one more time. CallMeDaddy has 7.5 minutes on the clock to get this to 100%. And then with the remaining time, they just need to hold on, but first they need to get this cap off, Zach.
Yeah, XPK finding that high ground again. I'm watching him. He's just blasting them from up here. We'll see here if we have someone who will come and try and contest him. But yeah, he's just absolutely going ham here on that high ground. He's been playing here throughout the whole game. But yeah, I mean, he can do that. On the point is where it's really at. Like, this is the most crazy brawl I've ever seen. And the thing is, you might think that there's just a lot of brawling going on here, which it is. I mean, it looks super chaotic, right? But they are moving as a unit, and I think just by judging from the like POV standing above the point, as a Zerg, CallMeDaddy is actually moving around much more cohesive. than who asked us. They're just not able to convert those kills.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're climbing over 30%. CallMeDaddy making excellent progress so far. This is really good. If you're a CMD fan right now, who asked in a lot of trouble is they only have 15 people on the point right now. Almost half of their opponent. They finally managed to get back on top of it. But again, CallMeDaddy just doing a stronger job of starting to climb in that percentage. We'll tick down. We'll see in 1 minute where they are. You guys mark it. They're at 40% at 6 minute mark. We'll see where they are at the 5 minute mark to see if they continually keep climbing like this. This is very good for them. Excellent tempo, mainly because they're going to cap this with so little time left on the clock. If they keep doing this, so little time will be left on the clock that CallMeDaddy will not have enough time to reverse cap it. Even as quickly as they can do it, they just won't have enough time. And again, all CMD has to do at that point is just hold on, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to cap it here, which it is looking like it is extremely close here, it's all about then you start. That's when you kind of somewhat start zombie rushing. However, it is so scary. I mean, you go into a map from just losing a game, right? You end up starting on the wrong foot kind of thing, because even though you could technically zombie rush it, you don't want to zombie rush it just mindlessly. You want to have some thought about it, right?
Yep.
But yeah, I mean,
hold that thought, Zach. I completely agree. We got to 63%. That's 23% a minute. That is 23% a minute for CallMeDaddy. That means that they will cap this with just about 3 minutes left on the clock right now. Who asked needs to start rallying onto this point if they're going to prevent this, because CallMeDaddy is relentlessly climbing. They don't want to cap it too soon though, Zach, because they will just who asked could just come back and cap it the other way. A big kill feed right there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Who asked just doesn't quite have the numbers on the point. It is one person on the point being the difference right now, and you see this absolute, what are you doing? You may have been good in League of Legends, but washed just doesn't quite say it at this point. Homie, get down on the point, Xpeke. What are you doing? Or your shot caller is going to backdoor you when they finish this match. 74% is the stall right now for CallMeDaddy. We're under the 4 minute mark now as they start to slow down. I think that they did this intentionally on this.
Yeah, it might have been that they are, because they seem to just press the paddle here, and they're starting to take control here again. Now they're about to double them on the cap here right now. And I mean, if they cap it now with 3 minutes left, a lot will be needed from who asked. But I mean, we saw it earlier. They capped the point on Morokai in like...
sorry, Zach, 87.
Nah,
88. What did I say? 3 minutes on the clock. We're 3 minutes and 20 seconds. They're at 91%. Can CallMeDaddy rally this one back in the final 3 minutes? They're gonna have to try. 90% and climbing on this, as it looks like Who Has tries to pour everyone onto the point. Everyone dropping in now. 29 people standing tall. They need to shut the door on this. 3 minutes on the clock. 86% and falling. CallMeDaddy trying to rally this one through. They know that this is what it's all about. All of those hours of grinding, thousands of hours of prep, all of the contracts, all of the dungeons to this point, and it all comes down to one person on the point over your opponent. CallMeDaddy on top again, climbing over 90%, 91. No, they're gonna get stopped one more time. They have got to get across this finish line. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. We just need one kill feed. Zach, just one will do it.
I mean, I don't know what to say, bro. This is one of the craziest matches I've ever seen. This is a brawl of... I mean, it's just a back and forth. The kill feed is going absolutely crazy.
Costa with a massive kill feed when Whisper comes in too. That's all they need. 88, 89 and climbing. 2 minutes on the clock. CallMeDaddy doing what they can to rally in this one. 93. Do I see 94? I do. 26-20. Everyone on the point right now contributing. Even Xpeke has dropped down. They're at 97. They stop at 97. 98. 99. No, I do not see 99. Unbelievable. CallMeDaddy bringing this all the way to the buzzer. 99. They've got it back. What the hell?
Holy! That was crazy. Imagine not stepping point there. Oh my god. Kolkasa got like 15 kills in that last minute. That was absolutely crazy. They're trying to recap here again. I mean, this, yeah, it looks like we're going to a third map.
Unbelievable.
Holy.
GG. Under 1 minute left on the clock. Call me daddy. Absolutely up huge. And we talk about morale, Zach, in a best of 3 series. I told you this is exactly what you want to do. You pick Talus. If you manage to win on Talus, your boys will be fired up. I bet the testosterone, the amount of let's go's going on in that call right now for Call Me Daddy have got to be absolutely insane. They have the momentum going into match 3. What are we gonna see? I swear, on the side of who asked, what do you pick right now?
I mean, I'm just speechless. I mean, I just need to take a breather here. That was absolutely insane. What an absolute banger this one was.
I think I got more excited about that match than some people do about their firstborn child.
Yeah, I mean that was absolutely insane.
That was literal cinema.
Jesus,
right there.
Yeah, absolute cinema.
Siali, the top kills of the lobby, 66 on Kolkasa, Insurreal at 62, Nyerland 61, and it does look like 58 kills coming in for 40 right there. Back and forth match for both guilds. Looks like we look over at assists right now. It's Wexy once again at the top for the assists in this lobby right now. As we look at damage dealt, who asked Expeke most damage dealt, but guess what, buddy? You lost the match. And that's the problem. He padded his stats the entire match long, and you'll notice it was just one person making the difference on that point. So many times we saw one guy making the difference on that one. Pad your stats all you want. Call Me Daddy takes it home. Nylidia right there. I'm Wexy, Kolkasa, and Pubes all rounding out the top 5 DPS of the lobby right there. Damage taken, 2.2 million damage taken for Wexy. Man, this guy's an absolute monster. What a crazy player. Gorad in at number 2, Nyerland at number 3. I'm out healed, 3.6 million for Spiritual, the top healer of the lobby. Zemib, Defria, and ZXVE. Apparently all those people cheers did in fact help him heal a lot better in this match. Absolute cinema, Zach.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you say? I'm completely like, that was awesome. I mean, this is why we do this, right? This is why we play this game, to see fights like this. And I mean, obviously, in order to win, you need to have your whole team behind you. You cannot win as a solo player. But I mean, if there was ever an MVP given out, I mean, Kolkasa, the amount of kills that he picked up in those last 2-3 minutes was absolutely insane. Not only did he manage to kill a lot, which is just in itself is amazing, but big props to his healers and tanks for keeping him alive. I mean, that has to be the best tournament game so far. That was absolutely crazy.
That was the best tournament game across all 3 regions so far. Yeah. And I've got good news, Zach, because we get another one. That's the best part about the whole match, is that we get another one. And this is the crazy thing that I wanted to talk about. And again, this is why I said Talus is a good map for you. If you lose, well, you tried your best. It's an even map. But if you win, you win, look at the morale in favor of Call Me Daddy right now. Those guys are fired up. There is a reason that there are morale bonuses in Dungeons and Dragons. There is a reason that we replay the Braveheart speech on repeat when we want to get fired up. Those soldiers fight better, and I'm telling you, it matters. It is all the difference. At the end of the day, the morale will make the difference. I'm curious to know, what map do you choose right now? If you're Who Asked, how do you stop this momentum?
I mean, it's so hard. By the way, what I would give to be in those main comps of Call Me Daddy there. I mean, can you imagine the amount of screaming that was going on there in that last minute going in? But yeah, I mean, this last map, right? I mean, if we look at a map like Morokai, so they were playing Morokai. It worked in their favor. It's a bit more space heavy. It's not as brawly as Talus is. Talus is more straightforward, right? If you want to play for space and you want to play for... I wouldn't be surprised if they pick into an Azrael. I would want to see a tier 2 map though. We could see a Leviathan come out here. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Who Asked chooses to go to like an Azrael map where you have to play for that space, where there's multiple chokes, less of a brawl, more focus on your statics doing their thing on the point. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna lock in for a quarterfinal myself, but I'm getting. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna be pumped up moving into it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you might have to see a doctor with how long you're gonna have an erection for at this point.
People are telling me to stand
crazy.
up. I don't know why. Is that a meme with like? Is that a?
Yeah, it means that. How do I say this in a family friendly? It means that the desk might not be sitting on all 4 legs. If you catch my drift.
Oh.
It might be tilted, if you will.
I mean, in the message that you sent me on Discord, we were talking about getting suited up from the waist up. You know what I mean, Nep? So yeah, I'll stand up later for you, bro.
I can't stand up right now. I'm wearing like sweatpants with red Crocs.
Oh, that's the goated combination, though.
Yeah, and now we'll never know what I'm actually wearing. And so, now everyone's like, "Wait, is he?" Who knows? At this point, the lobby is filling it. Oh, pick ban has happened. CallMeDaddy obviously won the last match, and they are banning. They chose, obviously, Morokai and Talus are out. Azrael was banned. Kawazan was banned.
Okay.
Daigon was banned.
Okay.
Manticus was banned. And the choice from Who Asked, guys, we're going to the dentist.
Oh. Okay.
Yep.
That is very interesting.
Yep. We are going to a dentist, and this is going to be a banger, mainly because a dentist separates the men from the boys. You have got to be able to commit that. It used to be in the T1 meta, if you remember, Zach. In the T1 meta, you used to stand up on all of the high grounds, right around the points, and like you had all your high ground advantage on one side, and then your tanks would kind of cluster on the same side that your DPS had high ground advantage. In T2, the pull is so strong, that chain pull is so strong that you actually typically, like we're seeing the successful strategy on this map so far in this tournament be everyone on the low ground, and anyone that tries to abuse us to the high ground, we send our greatsword daggers up there to stop them, or we pull them to the low ground immediately, and you just blow them up with AoE.
Yeah, I mean, it has become way more of a point brawl now, because people are just so aware of those high ground pigeon spots. So it's more about dishing out as much damage as you can, and then try to contribute on the point, moving around the point a bit more, even as a staff player, right? You still want to have somewhat of control over that, just to deny the enemy, but it's definitely not as heavily focused. But I mean, moving into this, we were talking about a very straightforward map. I don't know, what would you consider in your opinion? Would you consider this a straightforward map, Talus style, or would you say?
This is a pretty straightforward, even map, but it comes down to guild strategy. Ultimately, we see people standing on high grounds too often, and honestly, standing on the high grounds sometimes can be good. We've seen some excellent DPS players play from a high ground advantage, and they kind of skirt it. So they step up, they throw their damage down, and then they immediately step back. And they've got their eyes on the low ground. They're watching those tanks on the low ground. Anytime a tank steps over to try to pull them, or they see anybody step over to try to respond to them, they just step back out of line of sight so that they can't be pulled to the low ground. And that's a delicate game to be playing for a lot of DPS. So most players just say, I'm just going to play on the low ground with my healer, and I'm just going to DPS everything that my tanks can pull down. But we also see people basically standing up on the tree branch, which can be good as long as you're probably not a liberator because of how the bow functions. Usually not what you want to do, but a spell blade up there can do a lot of work. But ultimately, if it comes down to boots on the point, you have got to drop down and help your team. You just have got to trust, and having that low ground control helps convince everyone in your guild that yes, this is the position you need to be in. Trust us, we will heal you. Stand in here, you will live. Right? So like you have more people on the point. It encourages your DPS, like a snowball effect. It encourages your DPS to step down on that point with you. They're more encouraged to listen to your orders, to listen to your shot calls in that case. Just look like the lobby is filling up right now. And a lot of people are actually perplexed is the word that I'm going to use, that Who Asked has won. Almost went 2-0 in this matchup, but that it's even 1-1 at all. Do you think that Who Asked has changed their builds up specifically to fight CallMeDaddy?
I mean, judging from the game that I saw, I mean, I remember watching their game. I think it was against when they were playing Wakatlan. They were playing a bit more DPS heavy, and they seem to have gone for a more tanky, which is kind of counterintuitive, right? But I mean, it's working for them. They're brawling. They're able to survive. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that at the very end there, CallMeDaddy were just able to convert so many more kills with that small point, right? So just having all of that point pressure, having those extra damage dealers just dishing it out. And you were mentioning it, you even predicted it, that it will come down to the wire and the DPSs will be the ones who clutch it up, and that's exactly what happened. So it's going to be super interesting to see how these different matchups will look on a map like Adentus.
Yep, absolutely. Again, are you tired of winning yet, Zach? I've been winning for the last three.
I mean, you're the one doing the predictions, dude.
That's
like,
fair.
I mean, to an extent, but I mean, you're the one who's calling out the clutch stuff that ends up happening. So props to you.
Well, let's be honest.
It sucks to be on the top.
Yeah, who watches the most war games of any Throne of Liberty player? Probably me. Because I'm watching all three. Yeah. I'm here for every match worldwide, and I do all the VOD reviews and stuff. And I've been shot calling myself for many, many years now. It looks like everybody's ready to go. Bro, Lucy, literally, the tournament director goes, they are hella ready. They're yelling at me right now.
My God.
They're like, let's go. They are fired up. I'm telling you, man, and so morale matters. Morale really matters into the third match of a best of three. Both guilds are, look at this. Holy moly. By the way, they have swapped colors again. CallMeDaddy's in the yellow now. Who Asked is now in the red. And CallMeDaddy rally out to the point as quickly as they can. We're seeing Who Asked get positioned on the opposite rooftop. They're over by Bell Tower right now. And you get, oh my goodness, both guilds look like they're going to clash on this low ground. The flankers getting pulled in immediately on this low ground to start things off. Right now, the high ground still not engaged quite yet, but again, fighting on this low ground. It looks like first blood going over to Who Asked on this one with no one. The main ball's not engaging. Just the flankers are fighting right now, Zach.
Yeah, right now you see the I mean, it's like I said, right? You don't just want to give away the high ground for free, right? So you see both teams kind of like feeling each other out. They're just checking, okay, what's happening? Who's making the first move? And they keep sending in their assassin squads, essentially. Right now you see towards Portal 2 that... is it CallMeDaddy who's... Wait, let me see real quick. Yeah, CallMeDaddy is taking control towards Portal 2 here. They're trying to narrow down where they are respawning from in the team of Who Asked, who chose to go for Portal 1. But yeah, I mean...
We're seeing
not
an engagement.
Your typical start.
Yeah, we're seeing. Yeah, it's very tentative right now. You're seeing some of the flankers from CallMeDaddy have spawned in behind Who Asked right now. Who Asked decides to tentatively step to the low ground. CallMeDaddy going to challenge them, and you see the fight break out for the first time. Who Asked with a big kill feed right there, trying to take control of this low ground. You see this high ground. Expeke once again takes high ground control, and I'll be honest with you, that's fine as a well, honestly, he's a liberator. Maybe not want to stand up there, but you know what? Screw it. He seems to know what he's talking about. It is what it is. The guy, you'll notice he's not doing anything right. Oh, he gets locked down.
He's getting contested.
Jump out. Yeah, Stend pushing him out. Oh, gets pushed out of the bell tower himself. Expeke out gaming Stend right there for the high ground, but it looks like Who Asked has come up with the initial control of that low ground.
Yeah, and the funny part is that when he was standing on the high ground wait.
Bam! Lights out, kid. And that's exactly what we see. Perfect execution for CallMeDaddy right there. Expeke trying to pigeon and got absolutely clobbered right there. Get over here. Got pulled down to the low ground in like 2-shot. He immediately didn't even have time to stealth. CallMeDaddy trying to rush onto the point right now. Etsu on that side with Spicy Fabi as well, and his healer, that Static, trying to approach from that side. CallMeDaddy, the rest of them trying to take control of this high ground over here. ZXVE and his Static desperately trying to hold down that high ground, but they're going to have to bail. No way they can hold on to this with this many members of CallMeDaddy, but they're doing a great job of holding them up. The rest of CallMeDaddy floods through from the 3rd choke point, and it looks like you see Who Asked actually on the back foot a little bit here as Nutser dives forward the front line from CallMeDaddy. Ooh, getting some pulls down. There's Wexy on the point as well. Now that's a good DPS right there. This guy is at the top of the leaderboards for almost everything every time. Sadly got a little too aggressive. Caster Curse right there. He is contributing. He's trying to help his guild down. Wind Whisper in the middle of everything, and you see the kill feed start to come in for CallMeDaddy. That's that morale boost coming through right now as they push Who Asked back off this point. It's a very back and forth fight. 1 minute left to go on the clock right now. Let's take a look at the leaderboards before it initiates, and we have to watch that. It does look like it's super back and forth, but CallMeDaddy actually has more kills on the defeats right now, and this is the first time we've seen them have that in all 3 of the matches. CallMeDaddy wiping these leaderboards right now. Doing so, I'm telling you, there's the +2 morale boost right there from the previous match right there, and they're using it to great effect right now as Who Asked is trying to rally to the low ground, but just unable to find their footing as they're just so confident on the side of CallMeDaddy.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at it here at Visceral, and since minute 1, really, CallMeDaddy has just done a phenomenal job of controlling those respawns, right? Like, their respawns groups are doing a really, really good job. You have Kiali and Visceral, 2 of the crossbows here. They have basically been farming here for the past 2-3 minutes. It just makes it so staggered, right? When you don't really have any control of the respawn points, it just kind of forces you to funnel everybody through the same choke, which has ended up happening. And now, as you can see here, Visceral actually swapping choke here, probably because they started to respawn from another position, but you can see he's meeting up with a second respawn group. So they are just locking them down from every position here and kind of funnel them into the choke that they want.
Yeah, absolutely. Arc, you're going to go for the cap right now for CallMeDaddy. He's going to get it off. He does barely get that off, and Wexy stops the other cap by simply killing the man trying to do it. Daronix going to go for a cap now on the side of Who Asked. Look at it, neck and neck on the point right now. 15-22. Daronix trying to get on this point right now, but keeps getting interrupted. CallMeDaddy, though, with not enough people standing on the point currently in order to start gaining percentage. They're actually falling in percentage, and now Who Asked is on the board. Now they have to compete with the other guild on the board now, and they're starting to climb. They're pulling away with it. In every match we have seen Who Asked come back and just pull away. The first match we saw actually on Morokai, we saw Who Asked, we saw CallMeDaddy cap immediately, and then it was Who Asked dominant from that point forward. And then on the second map, we saw again, it was Who Asked dominant most of the match, but then CallMeDaddy brings it back at the very end, and now we're seeing them try to pull away again. But here with CallMeDaddy actually fighting back on this first point, now bringing it to within a percentage point. 18-21, 18-20, 19-20, dead even. Now CallMeDaddy is on top. They've got everyone on the point right now. Where did Who Asked go? Look at that kill feed right now. It is solid yellow. Wind Whisper with another big spin. 30/11. Look at the percentage climb for CallMeDaddy. These guys came to play, man.
Yeah, I mean, they just locked in, and I mean, it's been so interesting throughout this whole BO3. It just like a flip switches in their mind, and they just start absolutely blasting them, right? And then another flip switches in Who Asked, and they just keep charging back. That's what makes this so interesting. Like, they're so even mechanically, and on a macro level as well. They seem to have the same idea, right? But it's just whenever everything clicks for the respective team. That's when you see the kill feed going in the favor of either side, really. Super interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty crazy match so far as CallMeDaddy wipes Who Asked out of the cap. We have not seen them do that at all in this tournament so far, but they stopped them. Another cap is initiated for Who Asked as they battle back on this one, but 22 people from CallMeDaddy would beg to differ. 78% and climbing. It looks like Who Asked right now does not have the upper hand in this match. Finally starting to get people to this low ground right now is Kale and Inotep firing from this high ground, doing their best, but honestly, yeah, you just get pulled down to the low ground like this. And honestly, he's not getting AoE down, so that's good right now. But he is a healer doing what he can. But that's exactly what happens every time you stand on that high ground. Good heads-up awareness on the side of CallMeDaddy. Sadly for them right now, they're at 73% and falling as Who Asked starts to rally back onto the points. No, it's not. It's CallMeDaddy back on top one more time. They keep climbing in that percentage. Who Asked in a lot of trouble as a big kill feed comes through. Wolf with a massive spin on the side of Who Asked right there, trying to spin it back the other way, but 29 people for CallMeDaddy rally the point to 86% in climbing. Zach, I think they've got this.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks to be favorable. CallMeDaddy is definitely stabilizing here. And I think, again, one of the reason why is I don't really get why they try to brute force the re-engage from Portal 3 there. You have the respawn team that we were talking about, Insurreal and Deasnus. Like, there's a lot of people here fighting, basically two static respawn groups fighting over towards Portal 3. They're not able to reinforce in a proper way, and Who Asked has just committed to go for that portal anyway, and it's not very fruitful for them right now. So I think they need to maybe regroup, maybe rethink, okay, how do we approach this? Do we send over another team to help fight that respawn group over at Portal 3? What is the play here?
Yeah, I think the play is to get your boots on the point. You can spawn at all three. You can call out your static to spawn at all 3 points and just converge on the point. You don't want to come at it from one side, because then all the AoE ends up being in one area. You want to approach it from all sides. Not like that, Coles! My goodness! You do not want to come from one side right there. The Cordies on the side of CallMeDaddy are way too powerful, with Wind Whisper spinning in there, with everything else going on. And then you've got Kolska firing away as well, managing to come up with a big kill feed for his guild right there on his Cordy. Again, the Cordies are way too potent. You cannot come at it from one side. You have everyone spawn at all 3 different spawns. Everyone floods onto the low ground, and I think that you can win that low ground fight. It is possible right now, but right now, definitely CallMeDaddy owns the rift, and Who Asked is struggling to even get boots on they're at a loss. They don't know what to do. They can't get people on the point right now. They're trying to regroup, but Seth and his static over here are doing a great job of trying to disrupt the regroup on this point. Can they kill Seth? You just need to turn around and swat him like a bug, like a fly over there. CallMeDaddy now, again, still dominant on this low ground, and it is Who Asked that has to come to them, and that's exactly what they do. They fly down to the low ground. I expect a spin to come through. I see Wexy ends up going down there. That's a good thing for Who Asked right there. It's one of their best killers, but Wind Whisper comes in with a big 7 kill feed on that Cordy crossbow right there, and that's what I'm saying. You cannot approach this from one side. I think CallMeDaddy, the morale bonus, winning the last round, has shaken Who Asked, and you're seeing moments of indecision now come out for Who Asked. They're starting to falter here as Expeke on this high ground, just not able to do enough for his guild. Their stand locking him down one more time. We'll see if he wins the engagement this time. Yep, Expeke has to fly to the low ground, bails off that low ground stand, pushing him off, doing a great job of that one because he was trying to do a lot of damage. Wind Whisper with another big spin right there, and Seth still getting kill feeds, camping people on the spawn over there. Finally, a cap goes off for Who Asked, but they only have 9 people on the point, Zach.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of looks, I don't know, it kind of looks like they need to re-lock in. Like, they just need to lock the fuck in. Because what it looks like to me is, you come from a map, you just lost, it was super even, you pick into another map, right? You get to choose the map. You choose Adentus, and you're getting gapped at this first initial half of the wargame. Just regroup, rethink. You've already shown that you can take the point in a matter of minutes. You don't need 12 minutes to win a war game. You could technically do it in the last 5 minutes. But just brawling like this, there's brawls going on everywhere. Towards Portal 2, you have one respawn group. Towards Portal 1, you have another respawn group. And I just think that they need to take a breather here.
I don't think that, not necessarily a breather. The shot caller needs to take a breath, regroup his thoughts. Just the shot caller needs to take a breath, and then he needs to say statics 1, 3, 1 and 3, you're spawning Portal 1. Statics 2 and 4, you're spawning Portal 2. Everyone else, you're spawning Portal 3. Everyone spawn in right now. Let's go. And then like you wait, everybody holds their spawns. Everybody spawns in on the different spawn points. Everyone runs and converges onto the point at the same time. And then you end up with a much better attempt at a cap here, as they did get a cap off, but they only have 12 people rallied on the point. And again, this is what I'm talking about. It is all about the low ground game in on a dentist nowadays, because of that pull. Again, look at the low ground, and you can see CallMeDaddy just controlling the low ground consistently like this, and that's what it's all about. You see Vito actually firing. I love this from Vito. This is a Spellblade firing from this tree right here, and that is much better than a Liberator firing from that way, and his guild is winning. So if your guild is winning and you're a Spellblade, this is a phenomenal position to stand in as a ranged DPS, and he is certainly pumping down a lot of damage, just punishing every Who-Ass member that does manage to get their boots on this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm following Chapelmeister here, looking at the side and the stats here. If we look at the scoreboard, second on the kills for Who Ask, which is not very common when it comes to respawn killers. But this brawl has been happening throughout the whole fight. They're not really losing, but they're also not really winning. So yeah, it's a super hard position to be in.
Man, it's incredible how much you can get done if you just listen to the good advice. I'm telling you, bro, you pick Talus, you win that coin flip at the very end. The morale, look, they're not even making this look close right now. I'm not even going to pretend. CallMeDaddy is putting on a clinic right now. Gorad finally gets a good spin-off, but again, that's not going to be enough to wipe the rest of them off the point. As CallMeDaddy just runs back, they still have control of this point. They're going to try to stop. Eldrinara gets stopped when he tries to cap the point right there, and that's just enough time for the respawners to get back here. I'm telling you, the morale difference is all the difference in the world, and picking the correct map. This is the first time in a best of 3 where we saw a guild lose in the first match, and then they pick the correct map in round 2, and then round 3 is starting to go their way. This is why it's important. Pick ban is so important in a best of 3 series like this. Again, for like 100 different reasons, but I gotta say, CallMeDaddy credit where CallMeDaddy credit is due. They definitely played this better.
Yeah, I mean, right now they are doing what you said. Like they are playing for that low ground. I mean, that's what they decided to do. They have basically completely forfeited the high ground, apart from like some pigeon going up there when they are in the front row there and just leading this fight. But other than that, they've just fully committed. And again, I think what ends up going in the favor of CallMeDaddy here is the respawn groups, because they are so disruptive. It just seems like anywhere you go on this map, there's just yellows everywhere, and somehow they're still managing to have a lot of control on point. I'm looking here towards Portal 1, and there's just a sea of yellow. I'm looking towards Portal 2, and there's just yellows there blasting members of Who Asked as well. And the only real place that's safe right now is Portal 3, and nobody's really spawning from there. There's your 1 or 2, but you have some players here as well on the side of CallMeDaddy. So just overall, they just have control everywhere.
They absolutely do, although Who Asked finally managing to get some people on the point, but it is short-lived. It looks like they get to 16%. They are neck and neck with CallMeDaddy. They are trying to rally with what they can muster right now, but I'll be honest with you, CallMeDaddy seems to have their number in this match with under 8 minutes left to go. This could be the point, or the attempted cap that we've asked for. Who asked?
Yes.
Who asked for on this one? They are doing their best, 19% and climbing. Starting to get a little bit scary as CallMeDaddy starts to lose control. They may have overcommitted to camping those different high grounds or those different portal spawns like we talked about before. As they pull their players back to the point here. Now they've got 23 to 19, now 17 members of Who Asked, and it is neck and neck. But I think that Who Asked is starting to lose out on the point again.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like they were stabilizing, but CallMeDaddy just doing a great job here. But as we've seen before, like, it could swing either way, and it can swing either way really, really fast. I would say that one thing that is definitely in the favor of CallMeDaddy right now, I mean, we keep talking about them, but they are extremely crucial, especially on a map like this. We see that they are actually stabilizing here in Who Asked, coming in with a lot of members, and the kill feed is looking, yeah, it's a bit back and forth. But the Cordy crossbows of CallMeDaddy have really stepped up this game. Both Wind Whisper and Kolkasa with a combined of 104 kills. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. 6.5 minutes on the clock as Who Asked rallies 25 people on the point to the 15 from CallMeDaddy. They have low ground control, but for how long? I have to ask the question right now, because they are really struggling to make this cap actually work. 6 minutes now and falling. Time is running out for Who Asked right now. Nyledia trying to fire from that high ground on that Spellblade, doing what they can to try to reinforce the point. But right now, I'll be honest with you, you kind of need to be reinforcing to the point. Here's Expeke, and he is dancing on and off the point. A brilliant player right here. Again, he had a lot of DPS in the last lobby, but we saw just not enough commitment onto the point for a lot of the DPS, not necessarily Expeke himself, gets knocked out. So now you have not contributed to the point, and your DPS is low on that one. So not the best life there, but normally a great DPS on the side of Who Asked. Oh boy. Now, look at that. 31 people on the point over the top of CallMeDaddy. CallMeDaddy has crumbled right now. What is happening? 59%, 60. Are they going to fumble at the 4-yard line? No. CallMeDaddy on the fumble. They've picked it up. They're running. They're at the 40. They're at the 30. They're timing 70% right now. CallMeDaddy trying to get back into this one. I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. 73%. CallMeDaddy looked dominant the entire match long. And now Who Asked out of nowhere has brought this back 72%. Suddenly, this is a nail-biting match. On 5 minutes left to go, they just need 30%, Zach.
Oh, huge spins there coming in from both Kolkasa and Wind Whisper there. And I mean, this is 4 minutes left. They're already at 65%. One more wipe here, and they are just... The point is completely open right now. I don't even know what happened. But it's gonna go all the way here.
Could have been Guardians.
This is insane.
It could have been Guardians.
I don't know what happened.
I didn't click on anybody, but again, when Expeke is one of their top DPS, I assumed that once he went down, it would be okay. I wasn't keeping my eye on the kill feed. Something must have happened right there. Jello getting a big kill feed right there. That's really good. They need to save this cap right now. They're at 52% and falling. CallMeDaddy trying to rally on this one. 30 people on the point. They have pulled all of their soldiers back to the point right now to try to retake this one. Who Asked now really struggling on that percentage. Down at 18 people on the point. 19-20 now doing what they can to try to come up with this one. But it looks like CallMeDaddy has their number. Under 4 minutes left to go. CallMeDaddy is going to clamp down on the device and say, whoa. No way we lose this one, Zach.
No, I mean, they flipped the switch and they are absolutely getting control over this map. I mean, 40% with 3 minutes left is still quite a significant cap, right? And you need to be very careful about how you approach this. This is not the time where you want to zombie in and forget about buffs and forget about everything. Like, you want to properly push. Oh my days.
Yeah, Gorad with a
Now
big
it's-
spin right there. Neerlin following it up. A lot of CallMeDaddy wiping off the point right
Oh
now.
my.
And it looks like 25 members. They just need one more wipe.
Oh.
One more wipe. Wolf finds that. Holy kill feed. Wolf just killed 10 people. And that could be what they need. They have to rally as many members onto the point as they possibly can right now. They have 2 times as many people
they're
on the
double
point.
picking.
They're shooting up. It's Guardians and go. All Guardians being popped. Remedies, everything they've got in the tank. 2.5 minutes on the clock. If they cap this, they win. They move on to the semis in an unbelievable upset. CallMeDaddy just trying to hold on at this point. They get to 55% before CallMeDaddy makes it back to the point. Zach, I'm not sure. 2 minutes left on the clock. They're back at 50 again.
I mean, they just need one more big wipe here, and it's it's literally over. They just need one more big wipe. One more big wipe. They're still at 50%. 2 minutes left. Every time they wipe, they get to that double cap, and it's going so fast. CallMeDaddy is stabilizing now, but it can just flip. It can literally flip any second now. It looked like this when they were down at 25%, and they just got that kill off and double capped it, got up to 50% in 30 seconds.
Ain't no way. We're down under the 2-minute mark. It's looking very dire for Who Asked now as that percentage continues to fall. Not enough band members committed onto the point right now. They're finally trying to get them on. They need this kill feed right now. We need to be seeing red in the kill feed, and it is awful yellow in that kill feed right now. Who Asked might be getting knocked out of this one. Under 40% now with 1 minute and 20 left remaining. The kill feed is almost solid. Wolf with a big kill feed right there to try to pull it back the other way. Holy cow, Wolf is putting on a clinic. He's doing what he can on that Cordy right there. Only 17 people for both guilds on the point right now. Everyone else is dead trying to get back to this point, and I think that they have run out of time, Zach.
50 seconds left. Jesus Christ. CallMeDaddy now in the passenger, in the driving seat here, just driving through. But oh my days, that was insane. Oh my days. I don't know what to say. I'm at loss for words. What an unbelievable match we just saw there. 30 seconds left on the clock. I do not think that we will see this match go back the other way. With 18 seconds to go, it's going to be CallMeDaddy. And ultimately, my prediction was right. But holy moly, we came down to the wire. We still have one more match set for today. That will be it. That will be all, folks, for CallMeDaddy versus Who Asked. Bringing that one all the way down to the last second in this defeat on the leaderboard. Win Whisper, Seth, 40, Sue, Neji, the difference. That's the difference maker. Wexy in there, and at number 6, once again doing great the entire time for CallMeDaddy. Neerlin, Gorad, Ciali, Chapel, and then Wolf. We saw some massive kill feeds coming out of Wolf, and at the end, Jabber gonna come up, gonna beat out Wexy this time for assists here. Damage dealt, Wind Whisper, 5.9 million, 5.6 for Jabber. Vito at 5.6 right there. We did call out Wexy at 5.4. We did call out Wolf a few times, 4.3 million on that Cordy, but honestly, it's when you get those kill feeds that really matter. You got Gorad in at number 2 on damage taken. Zygo Arch, again, the top tank of the lobby on Crusader right there. Harubaka, Brickwall moving, and Wexy, the top tanks of the lobby, and Wexy is a Spellblade, interestingly enough. Top healer of the lobby is 3.7 million. Movitex, Spiritual, ZXVE, Zmib, and Sibziza from Who Asked right there. Defira and Lucky Star coming in as honorable mentions for CallMeDaddy. What a crazy best of 3 that just was. I mean, it was close to a blowout in this match, and then out of nowhere, Who Asked just flips the script on us. Yeah, I mean, that was this tournament by far. This was absolute cinema. This is what you want in a quarterfinal. I mean, they just, it was such back and forth. Like, you could really never tell who was in control. It just looked like they were flipping the switch. But I think, like, at the end for Adentus. Just, it is so hard, as you were talking about. We were talking about morale after that secondary game. CallMeDaddy being all fired up going into that last match. And I think being in control for such a long time just makes it harder to flip that switch. But somehow, somewhere, Who Asked had it in them to actually fight down to the wire. And mad respect to both teams. It is not easy to play those kind of war games, especially not in a tournament like this. But wow, that was truly amazing.
That was a remarkable match that we saw there, and we have another match for today. So Zach, what we're gonna do here, Zach is going to go play in the match, so you guys get the pleasure of watching me shoutcast with myself, which is gonna be interesting. So Zach, if you could come back between matches. So like once the match finishes, if you could just hop back in a call with me while so you come back to the caster desk, tell us what your thoughts are, getting ready for the next match basically, and then as the matches kind of unfold, you just pop out and go play. That'd be great. Let's take a look at the breakdown. Sure. Let's take a look at the breakdown screen, and you can give us a little education about what you think is about to happen. I'll let you introduce Ara since you're in there. Visceral from the Obsidian server, country of origin China. Alliance, rank 3 in their alliance with Hand of Unity. Very strong alliance. Best in guild T1 finish. They got to the 3rd round. They lost to failure, which disbanded not too long ago. F's in chat for them. Top 8 finish was what they were predicting for this tournament. They've gotten there, and they said meow. But they're up against the defending champions of the tournament over here. Zach, that's you guys.
Yeah, and from the server Conviction with Alliance of Dusk, Dawn, and Void, Alliance server on strength is number 1, and Big T 1 finish, and then the chat PvP is 1st or 2nd. And it is, of course, Aura. I am literally getting ready to go into the lobby, so I will be leaving now. And if somebody's targeting me, make sure to follow them so that they get caster curse. Yeah, let me buff up and hop into Discord with my team first.
Yeah, good luck out there, Zach. We're praying for you.
Yeah, I'll give you a call after the first game.
All right, sounds good. God, what a loser. I'm so glad he's gone. God, he's going to get farmed. Anyway, moving over to the pick ban here. Let's take a look at how the first pick ban went. It does look like that Visceral won the coin toss. They chose to pick Ara banned Manticus, Pacolo, Chernobog, and Adentus. The choice on Visceral's side is Talus. We're going back home to Talus, and I'll be honest with you, it's a very even map. That tells me that Visceral thinks that they can win this one. They don't need to try any crazy stuff. Blue, you rat. Look, and he'll never know, okay? What it doesn't hurt him won't kill him. It'll be okay. Little does he know, I'm going to lock onto him the entire time. I'll show you a caster curse. All right, looks like the lobby is actually ready to go on Talus. I'm going to give the go to the tournament director. Look at that. I'm joined with Bald Squadron here. Bald, how you doing today? Good, Blue. Feeling fresh and ready to go for this match here. Honored to be back. I'm a little insulted you keep kicking me off the desk repeatedly here. In favor of other casters. Well, honestly, a lot of people just keep saying that you keep glazing me a little bit too much, Bald. So maybe if you stop doing that, we'd trust you a little bit more. Either way, we have a really good match here as both guilds have spawned in at the same location, Bald. Yeah, Blue, this is pretty insane. Kill feed back and forth. I think a lot of people thought that Aura was favored in this match. Aura in the yellow, Visceral in the red. But honestly, that kill feed is looking awful even on both sides right now. And it's an all-out brawl, and Visceral coming out swinging, Blue. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Expeke is said to have already rage quit the guild. That's not the real Expeke, though. I refuse to know. I refuse to believe that is the real Expeke. Real Expeke has more class than that. I believe on this one, Bald. Well, maybe he doesn't, Blue. Honestly, he was the backdoor king for a reason. It is... you know who backdoors, Blue? Rats. Roaches. Roaches backdoor. Men of honor, they take their loss like men. That is true, Bald. Honestly, we're seeing Aura start to take over the cap right now as that kill feed looks more and more yellow. Visceral was fighting it out pretty well at the start of this one, but not Not quite able to come up with this one quite yet. Clown's getting a massive kill. My God, the whole kill feed is yellow right now. Bald, you take this. I need to drink some tea real quick. My throat. No problem, Blue. I've got this one. You just go ahead and drink that tea. It looks like Aura basically locking down the entire point. This is what I would have expected out of Aura in this matchup. As we see Zachrael in the middle of everyone. Nobody tell him that I'm locked directly onto him in this case. I want to lock onto the people around him because then they immediately die. Baldo gets pulled in right here on this healer, and Visceral's doing their best. In fairness, they are managing to get some kill feeds. In this lobby, but really struggling on the outset of this match. 2.5 minutes left to go as we see just how dominant Aura actually is in this tournament. Remember, guys, this is Sin Nova from the Best in Guild T1 tournament. These are the defending champions. They're here to defend their title. Visceral definitely giving them the best fight that we've seen so far, but this trickle spawn back to the point, not really working out for them, Bald. Yeah, I'd love to see them spawn at different locations here. Yeah, does look like they're going to start coming in from the other location now, as you see May running in with their static right now. As you see Kai coming in with his static, and okay, he's going to come right in and respawn on this one as he gets one shot on his way back as they try to flank in here, but the rest of Visceral does manage to get through. And they've gotten a solid flank down on the backside of, I want to call them Sin, but they are Aura in this match. Oh my goodness, I may have drinking a little bit too much tea. It does look like a solid yellow or solid red kill feed there for a moment as Yi gets a pretty solid kill feed there, Blue, on the side of Aura. And it looks like Aura, again, still on top of this one. 1 minute left on the clock. Let's take a look at the leaderboards right now, guys. Clowns, Wawa, Anvin. Yeah, very Aura. Dusk and Dawn, guys, make up Aura. Okay, so anytime you see Dusk and Dawn, that is Aura because they're an alliance. And they're basically two of the same guild for the most part. Blue the 12th. For Visceral, and that is their corny crossbow, the only one on the leaderboard for them right now. Damage dealt, looking very Aura favored as well. Max 6 and Reset, the only ones for Visceral other than K-Bone right there at the bottom. Visceral starting to take over on damage taken. You look at the amount heal. Captain Jackie, and if we scroll down, because he's absolute trash, you can see Zachrael down here on the second page of this one. Can't even make it onto the front page. Washed healer, only 346k at this point. Absolutely tragic, guys. It looks like Maniac on the side of this one on the Crusader over here. Healers really fell off with this patch, Blue. But not you, though, right? Yeah, no. As it turns out, you can't fall off if you don't do any healing to begin with. You can't get any less than 0, Bold. Yep, that's absolutely right. You are terrible at the game. But fortunately, you're a good shot caller, and that's why people put up with you. Well, thanks, Bald. I appreciate that, even though it was kind of a backhanded compliment there. Guaxi, Timeless on the outside of this fight with the healing right now. Captain Jackie standing tall on the point with his static, trying to make something happen here. Shield very low on health. It looks like the Spear SNS is Blue talking to himself. Well, honestly, if you haven't realized that at this point, Bald, I think I'm doing a pretty good job. Yeah, Blue, some of the members of your chat, honestly, you watch streamers that relate to you, and most of your chat is regarded. So what does that say about you, Blue? That is true. We're all regarded together in this chat. It is what it is. At the end of the day, maybe not the brightest bulbs in the crayon box, but at the end of the day, we do have stock in Crayola, which helps us tremendously while we're sniffing that crayon box because we've poured all of our glue into it. Grizzle over here on the outside of the fight. Great sword dagger right now. Looks like he's going to try to lock down some priority opponents. I love watching Greatsword Dagger players. Typically, they're very good mechanical players. They understand positioning and large-scale PvP really well. You don't want too many of them. Oh my god, it's getting picked apart by Persis right here. And oh, he locks him down. Ooh, goes into stealth. Persis, you little rat. Grizzly doing what he can right now to lock down the priority targets. Looking for that crossbow that was giving him that, presumably, I assume that is a Scorpion on the other side, doing a lot of damage to him, but managed to squeak his way away. Finds dicey right now. Gonna go for the guillotine. Nope, gets pulled away from that. Aura keeping their members safe right now. Aura actually has initiated a cap, but so has Visceral. If you see on the right side of your screen, 2% to 45%. Aura is dominating on that percentage right now, but I'm impressed. Visceral is able to put people on the point here, Blue. Yep, absolutely the case right now. I don't think anybody thought Visceral... Oh my god, they saved their cap. At the last moment, they rallied 20 people onto the point. If we shift the camera focus over to the point itself, they saved it under 1% right there. They rallied 20 people on, but sadly, Aura basically wipes them right back off. Zachariel in the middle of everything. Basically, his job is to protect the Cordy crossbows on the side of Aura. So it's either Ulti or Amoglu. Who are his, probably Ulti, as I see him standing right next to him. Basically, the Zachariel, the Secret Service of this match right here. Let's hope that he's not let's hope that he's not necessarily the Secret Service that we're trying to protect Trump that day, but instead the Secret Service members that are valiantly protecting him today. On this one, Zachariel doing a great job on this one so far in this match. Right now, who asked wants to know about interviews? Sadly, no interviews in the quarterfinals of this tournament so far. We'll do interviews very likely on Tuesday, and we'll do them on Friday of this week for the semifinals and the finals. Just not enough time today, considering some of our matches went to all the way to 3 games on the schedule here. Zachariel just running around, doing his thing, and in fairness, he's basically on union break. He has almost nothing to do other than to heal himself. It looks like they have still not capped, by the way. It does look like that Aura is going to go ahead and comfortably cap the point right now. 16 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. If you look at the amount heal again, Zachariel, oh my god. Oh, where? Did I miss him? No way. Where? Oh, almost missed him all the way down here. Barely at 800k, scraping the bottom of the second page. Captain Jackie putting on a clinic at 1.3 million right now. It does look like the shield going for the interact on the point on behalf of Visceral Bald. Almost forgot you were there. Thanks, Blue. I almost forgot. I almost thought that you forgot too. I mean, I was just sitting here, just chilling, drinking my my tea, wondering when I was going to get a chance to speak, but that's okay. On this one, it does look like that Visceral gets another cap off, Blue, and they're starting to climb in percentage. 16 people on the point. They have twice as many as their opponent, 26%, and climbing right now on the side of Visceral as they have these moments of brilliance. That come down for Visceral, but I think that Talus may have been a bit of an overstep. I think that they thought maybe they would have a much stronger chance on the side of Visceral and winning this match, but sadly it is much more one-sided than I think that they were ready for, but they know that going into the second match. Blue, and Blue, you've been right so far about what guilds should be picking into the second match. What are you thinking for this second match potentially? We have 15 minutes left on this match, so I don't want to call it too early, but Visceral looks like he's looking a little one-sided. So Visceral thinking about where they might want to go for map 2. Where do you think they should go? Well, Bald, it's kind of tough. Their statics are losing out in the field, but they have moments of brilliance, which means their shot caller definitely knows what they're doing. Their leadership core is definitely very strong, and their players are listening to the calls, which is all you really need in order to win a match. But you're going to have to bring it to something with some strategy. You're going to need something with some strategy on this. So I'm thinking I like Pacolo. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Pacolo is one of the best come from behind maps. If you're gonna make it happen, the elevator regroup is really powerful. Forces guilds on that low ground to do crazy things. Bald, I don't know. Bald, what do you think? Well, I mean, I was thinking maybe Azrael, but let's be honest, Azrael is Aura's home turf here. You don't really want to pick into Azrael, knowing that Aura is going to win out in the static groups. You know that they're going to spawn on the low ground. They're not Mina Aura, they're just Aura. So you know that they're going to spawn on the low ground, unlike Meinastrin today and yesterday and the day before. So I think that Pacolo is a good choice. You could also try Daigon. Is not necessarily the worst. I believe that Daigon is the one with the high grounds that you can go all the way around and try to get high ground control and then drop onto the point over time. That's actually not a bad point to try to flip if you're Visceral in this case. I think that's right, Blue. Is that right? I think that's right too, but sadly, Bald, I don't think that you play the game very much, and so you wouldn't know. I'm fairly certain, though, that it is right because I do play the game. At least I watch a lot of the matches that the game is played on. At this point, I've been spending 600 hours of my life over the last month or so organizing this tournament, so I have not been able to play the game as much. But if I had 600 more hours in the game, I'll tell you right now, I'd be the highest gear score in this lobby, almost guaranteed. Okay, Blue. Nice try, loser. We all know that you're a degenerate. There is no way that you have the motivation to get that much gear score in this game at all. Okay, you're a total loser. Everybody on Reddit was right all along, and you should have been canceled forever ago. We don't even know how you're here yet. Well, Bald, thanks for expressing that sentiment to me. I really appreciate you, but this is why we will not be seeing you on the desk next time. Honestly, I might not even have you on the desk this time. We might be kicking you off altogether. Under 13 minutes left on the clock. We see Visceral really struggling to even get a cap off on the point as Aura clamps down on the vice of this match right now. And it's looking a little bit dire. So again, okay, Shield is going to go ahead and get a cap down, but just low chance of being able to make this one happen. So you look ahead to the second match here. You're thinking, where do you not want to go? Well, you don't want to go to Chernobog. I think that Aura basically farms you on Chernobog, Bald. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to Cherno, you're not going to Azrael. You need a coin flipper. You need something that's going to be you could try a dentist, in fairness, but I think that Aura is going to understand how to play on a dentist, especially since they were very likely watching the previous match because they're scouting the other guilds as well, and Zachariel's going to know how to play on a dentist as well. It's almost like he's cheating over here, but yeah, healers did fall off in that most recent patch, Bald. Yeah, fell off harder than Black Desert's player numbers over the last 365 days, bro. Send help on this one. Fortunately, we're going to see if the Heidel Ball holds anything in store. Blue, what do you think about that? Oh, I think that that's going to be trash. So we're totally host on that one. Aura still clamping down on this match, doing what they can to basically try to make this look as close as possible. But basically, that kill feed is very yellow. I'm not sure there's going to be much that Visceral can do in this matchup right now. Roznik in the white health bars right there. Koromaru looking for anything he can do as a healer in this matchup. It looks like we've got Arthur LV right now getting low on this healer, but again, the healers the only ones I can actually find. Where are the DPS on the side of Visceral? They're all dead. Everybody's dead. Altsy almost dies right there, and I was gonna flame Zachariel almost like he knew that I was going to flame him. Zachariel finally gets the first heal of the match off, gets off of his booty cheeks, and heals somebody for the first time on this one. Does manage to save his party member Rave on the low ground over here, trying to keep his static healthy, as well as apparently I can only click on healers at this point. White name remake, stop it. I'm having flashbacks to Nam, chat. You don't do that to me. Oh my God, bro. What a mess. I felt so bad. I cried myself to sleep, and you bring it up in my chat again. Unbelievable. Our head over here on this Spellblade looks like he's running a Delnuzoa's. Oh my goodness, Delnuzoa's dagger. He said Burkan is banned. No problem. I'll just put on my Arc Boss weapon. Easy peasy. Oh, look at that Cordy spin going down right there, getting a really big kill feed on the side of Aura. Visceral really struggling to come up with a win here as we get underneath the 10-minute mark right now. Yeah, I'm thinking that the next match you could just choose. I'll be honest, at this point, I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference. I would personally choose probably Pakalo or Daigon, because let's be honest, those maps are kind of booty cheeks most of the time. But because they're kind of cheeks, Blue, guilds are not ready for them. They're not ready to play on them. The guilds are not preparing to play on those maps, and you can catch guilds off guard. And I think the only way that Visceral is going to make something happen here, Blue, is if they catch Aura off guard. Clearly, Talus is not catching Aura off guard. They are ready for Talus. They've prepared Talus. They're ready to go over here. But again, you pick one of those new Talandre maps. That's why I favor those. Guilds just don't prep those very often. And again, there's a lot of strategy that you can make happen on those maps. You can flip things, and if Aura's caught out of position or doesn't know maybe how to play the stone as well as they could, I think they're going to get wiped out. The problem with picking a T1 stone against Aura is they won the T1 tournament. They know all of those rift stones better than you do. They proved it already once before. So you need to look at Talandre, maps that maybe they're not as comfortable with, and try to make something happen here, Blue. Honestly, Bald, that was a beautiful assessment. You might just be one of the best analysts I've ever casted with. Sadly, you're a complete rat and a backstabbing... You're a worse rat than Expeke, to be honest with you. Expeke dropped guild right after his guild lost today. What a complete loser. Couldn't agree with you more, Blue. If that is true, that's kind of just L behavior, I'll be honest with you. You be with a guild for basically months on end. You play day in and day out with them. Is this live? What do you think, Driga? What do you think, Deargy? What do you think? Is it live? Huh? Anyways, you play with your guild for 1 or 2 months. It's not live, ban him. You play with your guild for 1 or 2 months. You lose one war game. He rage quits. The weak mental is pathetic. On that one, you just hate to see that. Hate to see that. But you know what, Blue? Honestly, if I found anything in my course in PvP, it's that a lot of PvPers actually have the weakest mentals you have ever seen in your life. And it's funny. Well, actually, Bald, I was going to say it's actually funny because you have the weakest mentaled players in the world playing with the strongest mentaled players, and that's why we constantly see toxicity come out in the PvP scene. It's those very strong mental people basically throwing bait, chumming the waters, throwing bait in the water to see who's going to start crying like a complete loser first, and then they all gang up on that person and call them a complete loser and cyberbully them, because that's what men do in order to make each other stronger. We bully each other, okay? We're literally testing the waters to see who has the weakest mental, and then we all gang up on that person because it makes them stronger. Bald, that is our way of showing love. When they flame you, they love you. That is true. When I was growing up, Blue, basically they just weren't your friends unless they were making fun of your epilepsy. Oh boy, God, they were so funny. Also traumatizing, but also funny. If they weren't making fun of some of the most deranged things in my life and constantly dragging me down, they just weren't my best friends at the end of the day. Couldn't agree more, Bolt. That is just how things were. People are way too soft nowadays. We've got way too soft. Everyone is so worried about each other's feelings all the time now. It's absolutely ridiculous on this one. I agree with you, Blue. Couldn't agree more. Honestly, Blue, you sound like... You're sounding kind of based right now. What, Baldy, you turned it around on me? Because earlier in the match, you literally said I deserve to be canceled. Well, honestly, Blue, I think that you've won me over. All it takes is a few minutes of your content for me to realize that you're not just a terrible person. Thanks, Bald. I appreciate you. I'm going to allow you to cast the next match with me because I literally have no other options. 5 minutes on the clock right now, and it looks like Visceral did get a kill feed right there, but man, this is very Aura favored. They cannot even initiate a cap. Aura's strategy for killing the frontline tank, or for CCing the frontline tanks, is killing them. Bald, do you know which CC is the best form of CC? Death, Blue. Yes, that's right, Bald. Death is the best CC, and that is what Aura is exercising. If the red health bars don't get anywhere near the point, they can't actually take the point, and that's what we're seeing right now. Unbelievably enough, and honestly, I think Visceral, I think if they a lot of guilds at this point, Blue, have a lot of gear swaps available to them. I would love to see Visceral swap their gear up, come back, and potentially win the next round of this one. Like, you need to have gear swaps available. You need to have different builds available, different loadouts available, and weapon loadouts and things, so that you can kind of adapt to what your opponent is doing. That's what makes Throne and Liberty such an interesting game overall, is the build choices and then the large scale PvP. It does this the best in the genre, man. The scale that you can see in this game is crazy. We see Visceral on top of a point right now, Blue. Yeah, they are on top of a point, but for how long is the question. Another big kill feed comes through on the side of Aura, and that's going to knock them right back down out of contention. But they got up to 30% to their credit. They are trying. Never say never as we tick under 4 minutes on the clock right now. This is Bald. They're saying this is a Golem and Smeagol situation. Honestly, Blue, I completely agree. You couldn't be sounding any more like Golem in this particular case. Screw you, man. You look like Golem. I'm the Smeagol here. What are we even talking about? Oh, my precious. Shut up, you complete loser. See, there it is. Completely breaking down once again. Reddit takes another W. Can't wait to see the Reddit thread about that later, Blue. Got-y. Okay, thanks, Bald. Appreciate you, buddy. I am literally losing my mind at this point. I'll be honest with you. I'm actually legitimately just having a full-on conversation with myself. No, you're not, Blue. I'm literally right here. I'm sorry, Bald. I almost forgot about you for a moment there. Willoway on the point right now as Ara stands tall. Gonna cap this point one more time over the top of Visceral right now. Can you comment on the game? Yes, the game is going about as well for Visceral as it went for your mom last night. As they're just getting absolutely plowed is the word that I'm going to use for it. Under 3 minutes on the clock. Aura definitely on top of this lobby at the moment. Zachariel on the point here, doing what he can to literally clock out on Union break. This dude looks like a supervisor right here. There's this dude just straight up looks like a supervisor. He is just here to make sure that everybody is doing their jobs. Look at him just walking through. He's not even pressing buttons. Honestly, you'd think that he plays this game with a foot pedal with how pathetic this gameplay looks right now. Visceral Shield finally getting another cap off on the point while his Cordy spins right next to him right there. We saw Blue the 12 and Clark. I think that was Clark right there spinning right next to him there. AGS so mad at you right now. I don't think so. I think that AGS is quite happy with the delivery of the tournament so far, and I've been very happy with AGS. Again, they get a lot of very good publicity. WAGS's, again, we saw the healers fell off super hard in the tournament, mainly because now we get to see who the actual good healers in the lobbies actually are at this point, and we're seeing a lot of teams come out and compete in the tournament. I think the tournament has generated a lot of hype, a lot of circulation. It's brought a lot of people to the game. It's driven a lot of people to continue playing the game a lot more, and it's certainly made AGS a lot more money than they spent supporting the tournament, which I think is overall, again, a big W for them. So WAGS overall, 1.3 million Lucent supporting this tournament on the line, having everybody come out like this. There's no way. I mean, I could put in 600 hours all I want, but my bank account would cry at me if I tried to put up 20,000 US dollars worth of Lucent for a tournament worldwide. I just don't... That would be a little rough on me. So tournament just wouldn't be happening without AGS's support. I think they know that. I think, again, they're very happy with the way that it's gone. And now this honestly tees up AGS, and I'm just gonna throw this out there, pitch this as an idea, chat. We tee this up. We now know who the top guilds in all three of these regions are. How about a cross-region event? Let's make it interesting. Top 5 guilds in all of the regions. We have NA versus EU, right? We got NA West. I would host it. I would do a round robin like Worlds for League of Legends. We would do a round robin into a bracket stage. That would be absolute cinema. And I think, again, it would generate a lot of hype for the tournament. I mean, for the game. A lot of people would love it. Tons of people would keep playing. Well, look at that. We've reached the end of time remaining on this one, Bald. Yeah, Blue looks like 105 kill. Bald, I do the ending screen. Sorry about that, Blue. Go right ahead. Thank you. 105 kills on the board for Ivan. Class at 91. 90 at Clowns 31. Wawa at 88. Simsir at 88 as well. So Dusk putting on a clinic right there. Visceral coming in. Blue the 12th resists. Directive, Kai, and Clark coming in as the top kills for them. Looks like Budapenza 31, the top assists of the lobby for Dusk. I don't see Visceral. There it is. Maskix, the top assists of the lobby on the side of Visceral here. Damage dealt, 7.5 million damage done for Budapenza right there. Outlaw coming in right after him. Wawa, Chinese character, or Asian character name in at number 4. Simsir 31 at number 5. Damage taken on the leaderboard, 2.7 million damage taken as the top tank of the lobby for Captain Jackie right there. Buttermilk Cake coming in at number 2. Shield coming in at number 3 right there. It looks like a mount healed, 3.9 million damage healed for Captain Jackie. Zez Baldo Why would you name yourself Baldo? In at number 3, 3.2 for May. Let's see where everybody's favorite streamer was. Where? Boy, he's kind of down here. Where?
No.
Where is he? Wait a minute. Did I miss him? Where
No,
did he?
I'm not that low.
Oh, there he. Oh, almost on the 3rd page down here, all the way down there. 2.3 million. Zach, what happened, man?
I mean, look at the healing done by my guild. If you look at the healing done by my guild,
carried as usual.
Yeah, I mean they took less damage, so I'm gonna have less healing compared to the enemy.
They took less damage. Okay, so what do you think went well for? Okay, what do you think you guys could do better about that first match? Because that definitely went the way that you wanted it to.
I mean, we were locked in from the start, from the get-go. I think Timeless did a great job of calling, and people were just following up. A lot of times when we are not like playing well, or when we are playing worse, it's mostly due to people not being locked in. I mean, in terms of mechanical skill, we have a lot of really good players, but they just end up sleeping. I don't know what it is, but I mean, we showed up now, and it felt good.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so are you scared of any particular map coming into the second round here?
I mean, do you want to have a politically correct answer or the actual answer?
No, Bald and I were discussing this while we were shoutcasting before. By the way, he insulted you a ton. I tried to lock on to a bunch of different people that weren't you, but he insisted. He was constantly just railing you. But don't worry, I stuck up for you. That being said, we were having a conversation earlier about how I think that people have gotten a little bit too soft. So can you just give it to us straight?
I mean, we're not really nervous about any map, to be honest. It's just as long as we go in and do our thing, I mean, it's gonna go super well. And I mean, if they end up winning, which could happen, that means they just did it better. But realistically, if we just lock in and do our thing, and this is not like Zach, this is locked in Zachriel. I'm not as wholesome as I am when I'm just simply shoutcasting together with you. Now I'm in gaming mode, so I might sound a little bit more toxic than I usually am, but that's just my competitive side coming out.
This is mask off Zach. As it were.
Yeah.
Mask off right now. It does look like that pick ban. Obviously, Visceral is choosing this time. And so it looks like the bans, there is no Talus because we just played on that. The bans were Chernobog, Manticus, Pacolo, and Adentis. The choice, and this is going to be a little rough, is what I think this is about to be. The choice is Morokai.
Yeah. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
Morokai might be a little bit of a problem for Visceral because I think that map is relatively even if the statics are even, but we've seen some blowouts on Morokai. So Zach, tell me, by the way, which Cordy crossbow are you healing for?
I'm healing Altsy.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, he almost died a few times, but you saved him, so good job. Are there two healers in your party?
Yeah, we have two healers. There was a few times where it went.
Did your job.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't the one healing him. So, and I mean, one of our shot caller is actually healing. So, I mean, that in itself is impressive, super impressive. But yeah, I'm just tagging along and getting carried by my group.
I'm telling you, shot callers on healers are actually so good because you're so tanky on a healer.
But I wouldn't be able to press my buttons and at the same time play the game. It's impossible.
Well, that's the fun part. You don't. You just exactly. you're not worried about healing anyone but yourself. You literally just stand there and just stack healing buffs on yourself. Anybody gets low around you, it's not your problem. You're the shot caller, okay? You're keeping yourself alive, okay? That's how it works, okay? Anyone else that you can heal is just a bonus. You're just a god. It is what it is.
True.
Yep. Zoop's on top. Not so much. That dude got farmed earlier today. But you know what? He had a great tournament run, and I respected the heck out of him. Certainly a tournament favorite for EU over there. It looks like the lobbies are getting ready to go here. You have to be excited about Morokai, mainly because, again, your boys are going to get a lot of kills here.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope I'm able to heal them to the point where they are able to get a lot of value out. But if we just, as I said, if we just keep the comms up and keep the hype up and the same morale as we had in the initial one and not underestimate, then it should be fairly straightforward here.
It should be. Are you in the lobby currently with the boys?
I am in the lobby currently. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just need to make sure because it's taking these people a while to join this lobby. They have one job to get back in, but that's okay. Next time, Ara's got to be feeling good about this this match of the tournament here. Assuming you do, in fact, I feel like you're very favored on Morokai. This has a potential to be a one-sided match. I'm hoping for Visceral. I'm hoping to see something good here, but assuming that you are able to beat Visceral, how are you feeling about CallMeDaddy in the next match?
I mean, I think CallMeDaddy has definitely stepped up. CallMeDaddy and Visceral are two of the teams that we were looking forward to fighting. But again, we're just better. I mean, what else could I say? I mean, it's my guild, right? So, I mean, I'm definitely expecting a really good fight here. But it should be fairly straightforward moving forward.
Who's the GM? Who's the guy in charge for Aura?
My goat, Timeless.
Who? Oh, Timeless. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so Timeless, who just joined the lobby. It's one of the last people into the lobby. Okay, looks like the lobby's filling up. We're going to go over to the versus screen. Good luck out there, Zach.
Thank
Bald
you. Thank
will
you.
take it
Love
from
you guys.
here.
Bye.
All right, welcome back, Bald. Yeah, thank God that loser is gone. Guy can't heal first. And I'm telling you, I couldn't agree with you more, Bald. Total loser at the end of the day. Barely top of the second page. Honestly, a pretender. A pretender. What are you gonna do? And now I will tell you, Bald, how are you feeling about the Morokai pick? To put this bluntly, Blue, have you ever seen that train gif where the train is just slamming into the side of the wall because it can't fit into the hole, and then it just slams into the wall repeatedly until the hole becomes bigger and then it slowly starts sliding through? I believe that visually that is what we are about to see happen to Visceral, being the wall here. Interestingly enough, but like, you know, it's going to be a bit of a tough match, an uphill battle on the side of Visceral. Aura doing a pretty solid job in that first round. And I'll be honest with you, CallMeDaddy narrowly making it through Who Asked in the last round of this one, making it look very, very close. I'm curious what chat thinks, actually. Chat, what do you think? If Aura moves to the next round of this one, are you thinking CallMeDaddy is advantaged, or do you think Aura takes that one? Yeah, they're fighting again. This is a best of 3. The first chatter, this is exactly what I expect out of my chat poll. First chatter said CMD beats Aura. The second chatter said, who the frick is CMD, bro? Aura will F them up, sorry. That's about what I expect, I'll be honest with you. Hello, Blue, DU31. 31 these nuts in your mouth? What are you doing right now? Why do you keep asking me that? It's like the 4th time you've asked me that. Why do you keep... I'm 33 now. Stop saying 31. I'm not 31. Gosh. Bro, I love how he tried to estimate my age, and he still got it wrong by 2 years. Absolutely brutal, bro. Absolutely brutal. I'm not even sad. My 30s are way better than my 20s. You have more money, you've learned more life lessons, you're in a better place, you're still fit enough to do things. And honestly, I've been working out a lot, so I've been enjoying it. Looks like Visceral actually subbing out one of the members of its roster. One of their top fraggers is logging in right now. The Difference Maker is his name over here. At least I hope so. 33's been bald since 13. That's not true at all. I went bald about 3 years ago. When I started taking this more seriously. I got Zach DMing me. Oh, never mind. Zach didn't DM me. It just said Discord said I had been in a call by myself for too long. Clowns, you can't link things in my chat. Where can we ask for a POV of those spears or crossbows from Aura? As I know everybody have to record POVs to make them public if the team asks for it. No, that's not how it works. They do need to record, but they don't need to make them public if they don't want to. They need to be able to produce them for tournament staff so that when we have moments like we had last night with NA West, we can in fact investigate the issue, which is exactly what we did. Now I will lock on to, I'll do you a favor. I will try to lock on to the spears and the crossbows from Aura this time. See if I can't get you some of those POVs, see what they're doing, look at their builds and stuff as well. Looks like we are waiting on just one logging in to the game right now for Visceral right here. So we're kind of chilling at the moment. You start talking about the new MMO. I did that all day yesterday. It's all over the VOD, and then it's all over my YouTube as well. That game is going to be incredible. But if you want my honest opinion, I don't think that many Throne and Liberty players are going to like Chrono Odyssey very much. Most Throne and Liberty players like Throne and Liberty because it helps you group up as a party a lot. You're encouraged to play with other players very frequently, and people love large-scale PvP. That's usually why people love Throne and Liberty. Neither of those two things are aspects of Chrono Odyssey. Chrono Odyssey is very much so, much more solo-based, a lot like Black Desert is, where you group up with people. There's definitely a lot of group content to do, but there's not scale. There's not that large-scale PvP that you're going to see. So I've seen a relatively negative reception out of my Throne and Liberty community that is in, well, the Blue Squadron community. That most of the Throne and Liberty players don't care too much about Chrono, but I do think it's going to be a great game. It's Chrono Studios making it with Cacao Publishing. Are we quitting TNL after the tournament? I'm definitely not quitting TNL after the tournament. Do you know what I'm looking forward to doing, chat? I am looking forward to being able to play TNL again after the tournament. I have not been able to log in and actually progress my gear or actually play at all because I have been so enveloped in handling 6,000 people worldwide and try to make sure that this tournament is incredible because I know how much it means to the community and to the game and like the game sphere overall. Like it's just never had an event that is this impactful on a game's population rate. So I'm just trying to put on the best event possible for everyone, which means I don't get to play very often. It looks like we are ready to ready. They've been told to buff. Okay, they are good to go. We are on Morokai. TNL till Aeon 2. Well, fortunately, you'll be able to play Aeon 2 on your mobile phone, which won't hurt a decent amount of Throne of Liberty players at the end of the day, as most of them are playing with foot pedals anyway. So it is what it is. If we come down here to the southwest, we are on Morokai. Both teams look like they agreed to be playing in the same colors again this time. Ball, Visceral in the red, Aura in the yellow. And we're seeing, oh boy. Visceral's having a bit of a tough time here, Blue. Yeah, who could have predicted that? Coming on to Morokai, a relatively close map here, although Yi getting a solid kill feed right there for Visceral. The red health bar is able to flood onto the point a little bit, but that kill feed looks awful yellow in their favor right now. Awful yellow. Still awful yellow. Missed to pick up a kill for Visceral right here, but this is about what we expected here. K for a bone on the backside of the fight. Potor. Let's see if we can't find some of these spears. Here's a spear SNS player. Nobody really cares about those players, so we'll go ahead and find somebody else. Let's see. Maniac. He's not playing anything interesting. We're looking for spears. We're looking for crossbows. Here we go. Simseer. He's consistently been one of the top players for Aura here. We'll go ahead and spectate him. Take a look at his build real quick. We've got Leviathan's Bladed Tendrils with Delnazoa's Serrated Shard as he literally gets farmed immediately the moment that I lock onto him. So I think the strategy that I think Aura's spears have been employing is to basically spawn in and then run it down repeatedly until they get kills, because deaths are not shown on the leaderboards. You just run it down and before you get focused down on this one. But I mean, we saw Zachariel talk about it earlier today. There's some of the hardest players to go ahead and heal. Here's a crossbow dagger. Here's Class right here on this Scorpion. If we take a look at his build right here, it's Achman's Bloodletting Crossbows and Peerless Obsidian Razors, which is usually, if you're a broke boy, just say so. If you're a broke boy, you just equip the Peerless Obsidian Razors. most players in the tournament nowadays, I'm seeing with arc boss weapons on that dagger slot at this point. But Class, you know what? He's doing a great job. He's getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of DPS on... Well, he doesn't even have an arc boss weapon at this point. So you can see how his positioning is here. So it's one of my favorite classes to watch is Scorpion because of how mobile it is and how versatile it is. He's a little bit too close to the action, and he knows that he needs to go stealth. He dies immediately. So honestly, I think that this is a great showcase about what not to do if you're a spear or a crossbow player. But I am doing my best. Here's Pires right here, another Scorpion player. Gets a big shield right there, but he is slept. Steps out of it now, and now we're going to see him hopefully throw down some damage here. There we go. Starts to throw down some damage. Picks up a kill right there. You can see just how much DPS this class actually is able to get down at the end of the day. Pumping it out. Oh, gets pulled in. No Cordy spin, though. Does get hit with a focus fireball, though. Drops to half health. No heal from his healer quite yet. Ooh. Going to go down immediately right there. So again, yeah, really struggling on the outset of this one. Visceral, let's take a look at the leaderboards with 1 minute and 34 seconds left to go on the clock. It looks like dusk. Yep. Bald. It's rough out here. Yeah, Blue, I thought you forgot I existed there for a minute, but now I feel better. My feelings aren't as hurt now. Hitton, the top of the leaderboards on his crossbow dagger here, and you can see he's got Tevent daggers right now, and Class right below him, broke as can be, again on those obsidian razors in the winning guild right there. If you take a look at the damage dealt, you can see Budapenza once again topping that leaderboard for Aura right there, so certainly someone to look at. Call me daddy if you're feud this target. Outlaw 31, Arhead, Palico right there, the top killers for Dusk. Visceral's Blue the 12th, Mac 6, and Clark at the top of the leaderboards for them there. Damage taken looks like Saint coming out on top so far in this lobby. Yuso, Miyu, Yefe, and Captain Jackie, the top leaders of the lobby so far. As we look down for everybody's favorite here, Hero, there's Zachariel down here at 306k, right on track for the same stats he had in the last match. Well, Bald, I would agree. The match is going about as well as last match did for Visceral here. So kind of struggling with 13 seconds left before the map opens up right now. Visceral, I hope they came in with a plan on this one, because if they didn't, it's going to be a little rocky. But in fairness, Aura are the defending champions of the tournament. Those guys are absolute alphas. KM Pascal trying to heal his way onto the point, gonna get knocked off there. Yi gets really low on health. One of the top killers for his guild on this Spellblade right here. We'll go ahead and take a look at his perspective here. What's his build look like? Del Nizoa's daggers again, and Queen Bellandir, so double arc boss for Yi on this one. The trick, guys, is to just have $6,000 US, and then, or just be so good that your guild hands you arc boss weapons is definitely the play on this one. He able to pump down a lot of damage, but honestly, it's good that he has those arc boss weapons, because he absolutely is. This guy understands how to position. He gets the kill feeds. He picks up the damage where he needs to. Bald. Sorry, almost called you by my own name. It's okay, Ball. It's okay, Blue. Happens to the best of us. Ye's still alive right now. And is starting to get focused down now as Killzua's goes for the cap on the point. 30% already for Aura, though. Finally, we see Yi end up going down on the point as he tries to help commit with his guild right now. But you can see Aura buzzing like a hive of bees around this point. 21 people on the point as that percentage climbs very, very quickly. When you have over 2 times as many people on the point, the percentage climbs twice as fast. On this one, Zachariel on the left side just trying to keep up with Alti, who's running around right now, the president of the United Aura over here. Well, see, there's the pull right there. He's going to look for a spin. There's the spin going down right there. And yeah, there we go. Okay. And I was told, interestingly enough, chat, that Paladin is typically like... It's like a closet pick that people use to buff up or to buff up your Cordy spinners. It's not always the pick. I do not see Paladins very often, but I actually am seeing it a little bit more prevalent as I think people kind of discover that tech. And just to throw a wrench into everything, I thought I would share it with the chat here so that everybody understands that the Greatsword Wand is able to buff Cordy spinners in a very solid way. So you see that coming out for some of the top guilds in NA East somewhat. I won't reveal who necessarily, but I'm Steven31 over here looking for heals, or looking to throw out heals. Outlaw getting really low right next to him. He's just going to go down. Who needs a heal anyway? Hit on this crossbow dagger once again. Oh, he's in stealth. Oh my gosh, gets pulled out of stealth. Absolutely tragic. Continues running on his way. Takes a focus fireball in the face. Does make it out alive. Where is he headed right now? Apparently we're going to 5v1 Rave over in the corner over here. Rave running for his life. Gets eventually run down. I'm not sure why we would... I'm not sure why we would run down just one person there, Blue. That was a little bit much. Yeah, not really sure, Bald. It is what it is, but Visceral is doing what they can to fight for life right now. They did initiate a camp on the point and are contesting Aura. Interestingly enough, this is definitely going a lot better than Talus did for them. They hold the high ground right there. You see Ziskov up there alongside his static, gets pulled to the low ground as they have 9 people on the point. I think that Aura is not really stressing the issue right now. They're at about 70%. Don't you mute me. Don't you mute me. Don't give me the muted emote. Are you seeing this disrespect, Bald? Honestly, Blue, respectfully, you deserve it. All you do is you sit there and yap all day. I mean, honestly, there are only a select few content creators that can turn a 5-minute Tico Talks video into an hour-and-a-half react. I don't understand how you do it. It's actually unbelievable. Tico talks for like 4 seconds, and then you pause for the next 25 minutes. It drives your editor crazy. Yeah, but like the people in the comment section seem to like it. I'll be honest with you. If I put out anything under 20 minutes, people won't even click on the video. Well, that is true. The only videos that I watch are the ones that are over 20 minutes long. So it is what it is based on, I mean, I would assume that your analytics kind of line up with that. But honestly, if it makes you feel any better, Blue, I never like any of your videos. Don't worry, Bald. I know, okay, because no one ever drops a like on my videos. It's ridiculous. They will literally sit there and watch for like an hour and a half and then not like the video at the end. Like, man, that was really good. And then click off and walk away. It's just like how many Twitch followers you have. How many Twitch followers right now have been watching for the last hour and a half and have still not bothered to hit that follow button right now? I swear. Budapenza standing on the point right now as the top DPS of the lobby on this Spellblade right now. Do not say you can't hear me. It makes me panic. I just saw it, bro. I see all of you following me right now. What are you doing? Like, what is this? Guys, I was joking. That's not funny. Guys, bro, how long have you guys been watching the tournament? This is not funny. Guard TNL, Gromps fan, Homie159. What are we doing right now? I almost unfollowed. That's not funny. That's not funny. Has Blue gone crazy? No, but I think Bald might have. Blue, you can't. This is your problem, Blue, is you constantly sling insults at people, and it's extremely hurtful to my feelings. Honestly, Bald, you sound like you should be protesting in California right now. Are you sure that you're a member of the EU community? You sound like you have blue hair. If you had any hair at all, it would be blue. Honestly, you might just be a member of the Blue Man group. You might just douse yourself in paint right now. True. So true, Blue. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, call in the National Guard. Well, then I would call you a tyrant, Bald, if you did that. Well, that is true. Wouldn't want that at all. That would be a little bit ridiculous. Our head on this high ground, on this Spellblade right here, gonna go down right now. It looks like 50% and climbing on the leaderboard right now. And honestly, Bald, what I'm starting to consider is that Zachariel, who I was gonna use to shoutcast the EU like next week's Tuesday and finals next week as well, he's going to be playing on both of those days, which means I'm going to need a shoutcaster from EU, because I think Spid said that he can't do the finals. So I will figure something out. Maybe we call in Morlin the goat, the ringer on this one. He might be shoutcasting all week with me. Who knows on this one, but we'll see. We'll see at the end of the day, Bold. Visceral, honestly, wait. Pause. Visceral owns the Riftstone, Blue. Yeah, Bald, if you had stopped yapping, we would have been able to tell what the hell is actually going on in this match. For Christ's sake. I mean, God, like Bulge, you said that I yap a lot. We actually missed all the action right there. How does Visceral own the Riftstone? This has to be intentional from Aura right now. There is no way. Under 13 minutes left to go. They're just making it look close. Zachariel is telling them to make it look close for the casting desk here. Certainly, Bald, that has to be what is happening. Surely, that's what's happening. My name is Bald. Please don't call me Shirley. If you understood that reference, you're an absolute goat, by the way. Gwaxy over here on the crossbow dagger. We'll see what he can get done over here. Picks up a kill right there, and you can see just how quickly you dart around. Ooh, he's got another victim. Wow, gets another one right there. Whoa, baby. Ooh, baby. What's this? What we got going on up here? Was it Peerless Obsidian Razors and Achman's Bloodletting Crossbows? This guy is broke. He is poor. He has no money. But what an absolute alpha male Giga Chad. No Arc Boss weapons. Absolutely gaming on that crossbow dagger. It looks like Aura has picked up the point one more time and is trying to rally people to it, but Visceral standing tall right now on this point. No shot. I refuse to believe this. Until we get below 6 minutes, I will not believe that this is legit. Aura coming back over to the point right now. We take a look at the leaderboards. The reason I am in disbelief of the current match right now is 55. Look at the dusk. There's the Visceral member Clark in at 18th right down here. And again, this is there's just no way. Damage dealt even. Visceral struggling to get up on here too. Blue the 12, Map 6 once again at the top of those leaderboards. And again, Visceral topping the charts for damage taken, with the exception of Kim Sear, who I talked about before, is literally just running it down on repeat and pretending that a spear actually makes him good at the game. Amount healed, 2.1 million damage healed for Captain Jackie, Yuso, Jeff, and Arthur right now on the heals. But again, Aura pulling ahead in this map on Morokai right now, as we see a lot of their members actually starting to go down here. I'm starting to get a little worried now, Blue. Yeah, we're ticking under the 11-minute mark here. There's 26 Visceral members on the point. What is going on right now? What is happening? Hey, Zachariel is dancing around off the point with his static right now, waiting for Alti to go in and spin right here. Alti gonna jump down on the point right there. There's the spin, goes off right there. Alti gets one kill on it, but not it. Now, was it the real Expecke today? God, I hope not, because that guy dropped guild immediately. Weak mental. It is what it is. Buddha Penza, one of the top DPS of the lobby, consistently for his guild, over in the corner of this one, doing what he can to stand on the point for Aura right now. But Aura really struggling. 16%, and they look like they're actually trying here, Bold. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Visceral has flipped the switch. These guys have an industrial grade helmet on, and they have lowered their head and started just running in to the concrete barrier that is Aura. Finally, Aura starting to climb in the percentage points right now, Bald, as I'm starting to, we're starting to regain faith a little bit. I think that Aura is just trying to make it close for the sake of it being close. I'm looking for Kim Sear right here, who's apparently our top damage taken of the lobby. There he is down there, top damage taken of the lobby on this that player's terrible. Holy moly. Bro, why every time I lock on to this guy, why is he dead every time? How is he getting any damage down? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, Blue. Yup. Bald, honestly, again, it's that cast or curse, man. You keep clicking on him, he's just going to keep getting focused down. It is what it is. He is low-key one of the best. I'm going to have to disagree with you here. He's low-key one of the best players in Aura, but sadly, he's just maybe not having the best round, so to speak, right now. Aura climbing up to 27%, but still Visceral rallying strong onto this point right now. We're under 9 minutes. Aura is at 20. Guys, the gig is up. We're under 9 minutes. Aura's at 28%, and they are struggling to get percentage back in this cap. What is going on right now? And what are they feeding the people over at Visceral? The entire first lobby was one-sided. They couldn't get anything done. This lobby is also one-sided, but Visceral owns the cap and have now for 5 minutes. Aura dominating in the kill feed, not able to get percentage. We're at 8 minutes now. What happens if no one caps? Well, currently Visceral owns the Riftstone, so Visceral would win this round. Visceral would literally win this round. We'd go 1-1. We'd go to the next round. We'd go to the next match in this best of 3. I'm not going to start. Look, I have to conserve my voice, chat. Okay, Bald, he's not here all the time, but I need to be able to shoutcast for the next like week or so. Now, I've been shoutcasting for 3 weeks on repeat. I'm trying to keep my voice nursed back to full health. I am not going to start to yell until we get under the 4-minute mark if RS still has not taken it at that point. Right now, they finally have 26 people on the point, Bald, over the time of it. Honestly, Blue, no one wants to hear you yell anyway. You're a complete loser. Thanks, man. Appreciate you and your contribution to this casting desk. Honestly, the fact that I carry you has nothing to do with the fact that I have to constantly be screaming. Well, I don't know, Blue. I don't know if you're necessarily constantly carrying me. I yapped so much earlier that we honestly didn't even see Visceral cap the point. And now we're watching Aura start to battle over 53% now, Blue. Okay, 55%. We're at 7 minutes, 56%. But Visceral is able to keep 22 members on the point. We'll see if Visceral can hold on into the final minutes here, Blue. Yeah, here we go. Keck W. Actually... I was trying to click on him, but he's in the middle of everything. Could you please? Thank you. Keck W right here on the tank right now, moving forward, doing what he can. Not much to do as an Aura tank in this one. That guy's name is Cat Abuser. Chat immediately hates this person. Honestly, it's one thing to like dogs more than cats, but nobody wants to see cats get abused. 88% now on the leaderboards. For Aura, it does look like they're going to come up with the victory here. 92% as that kill feed looks awful yellow on the right side of our screen. Can you show, will the leaderboards show if somebody crashed? Well, most of the time when people crash in Throne in the Wargame lobby, the developers changed it so that they can rejoin the Wargame lobby very quickly. I tested this before the tournament on several different maps. In several different situations, and most of the time you can rejoin the lobby if you do crash. The biggest problem happens when people crash and they have like a terrible computer, perhaps a PlayStation, or I don't know, spitballing, an Xbox. Any of those crashes could take a really long time to get back into the lobby on this one. So again, very important to have an NVMe M.2 drive on this one with a heat sink or a cooling sink on this one. Aura controls the stone now with under 6 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, looking pretty dominant. Visceral trying to fight. Oreo trying to get forward and fight for the stone right now. But Blue the 12th with a big kill feed. Good spin on his side right there. And Visceral is fighting for life. Trying to see what they can do. Vit right now trying to interact with the stone on repeat, just not able to do so. Budapenza trying to interrupt him on as well. His double arc boss weapons really going insane right there. Xbox doesn't crash in war games. That's because the Xbox players are goated. We're mostly talking about the Sony ponies here, because we all know that Xbox typically has a greater than sign in front of it, right in front of the PlayStations. I said what I said. It does look like that Aura is dominating in this matchup too. Clark gonna get a big kill feed there as well. One of Aura's top players plays on a PS5, unfortunately. I love how he said, unfortunately. And imagine if he was playing with a 3080. You know what I mean? Like, holy moly. God, how many more kills would we see? No, I'm not. I'm joking. The console for community for Throne. Throne and Liberty, actually one of the smoothest played games in the MMO genre on console. Surprisingly enough, there's actually a really big console community in Throne and Liberty, and massive respect to them. It's really cool to finally see a game where console is able to show a lot of skill expression. We see a lot of console players doing really well on NA East as well, and NA West. Some of the top players in those regions use console as well, but they're like closet console players. They don't want to tell anybody that they're console players, but it's okay. They've told me, and I will keep their secrets safe. But some of the best players that you see top fragging in all of the regions are in fact console players. And I know that they get a bad rep, but the game runs really well, which is more than I can say for some of the other people, or some of the other MMOs in the genre that are playable on console. It does look like that Aura is going to take this one home, guys. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock here, and it's looking a little dire, but Visceral at least able to own the stone for a little while. Aura allowing them that virtue. At least a little bit on this one. So Doing a great job here. Bald, why don't you actually contribute something to the casting desk for once in your miserable loser life? Thanks, Blue. It has been kind of a downhill slide since we lost our hair when we were 28. But fortunately, I did find solace in my career as a teacher was super great. Really? I was a teacher too, Bald. That ended relatively poorly, though, and abruptly. Well, you probably deserved it, Blue. At the end of the day, how could you be a good teacher for anyone? You're just a good shot caller, and you yell at people way too frequently. But they listened, though. But they listened. Not very much. Clearly, the parents didn't listen, though, so it is what it is. Maybe you just deserved it. Okay, I'm just going to take the base take. True. Maybe I did deserve it. It is what it is at the end of the day. What are you going to do? Who gives a crap anymore? At this one, 2 minutes left on the clock, Bald. How dare you bring up that? How dare you bring up that tragic time in my life? But honestly, Bald, what do you teach? Oh, I'm a winner, so I teach English. Okay, that's right. No, you teach American. You complete loser. Jesus. Imagine. Biology teachers are where it's at. I'm telling you. True. Biology teachers are the sigma goated. The science teachers are always the best teachers typically for people. You ask people who don't even like science. Typically, their science teachers in high school are their best teachers in life. And there is a reason for that, because they're the most engaging, entertaining people. Typically, in order to be a great teacher, you have to be a great entertainer. Nowadays, kids, they're so stuck on their phones with their Instagrams and their Facebooks and their TikToks and whatnot. You just have to be more entertaining than what is going on that screen, which can be tough for a lot of teachers because they're losers and they aren't entertaining at all. Honestly, kids these days, it's not always their fault at the end of the day. A lot of our teachers are underpaid, and so they just don't care. We should just pay them more money. Even though I'm not one, teachers should get paid a lot more money. Looks like Keck W fighting for life down here on the stone. Oh! Keck W getting taken down. So what a loser. Oh my God, I've been waiting to do that for literally 10 minutes, Bald. I've been waiting 10 minutes for that guy to die. I've literally been watching him like a fly running around. He finally died. Thank God. Honestly, Blue, that's kind of based. This whole time we've been talking, you've been following one player around. He's rent-free in your head. At the end of the day. Yep, it is what it is. You know, sometimes people just be that way. 10 seconds left on the clock. Visceral's going to get knocked out of this tournament. They had a good run through the tournament, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Aura stomping their way through the lower end of the EU bracket one more time. They only have one more match before they move on to defend their titles as the strongest guild in EU here. Let's take a look at the defeats on the leaderboards. Palico 31, Ivan, Gwaxy, Clowns 31, and Klaus. All of the top killers of the lobby. Look at all those crossbows. 3 crossbows and 2 spears. Now I know why chat was asking me to spectate those. Hopefully you got enough information out of what I was able to do. You can clip those moments if you want to. Nobody else in chat seems to clip anything anyway, Bald, so it's interesting. Yeah, Blue, they don't clip. Shut up! I am doing the leaderboard. Anyway, 217 assists for Budapenza right here. Our head at 202 right now. The top assists of the lobby on the side of Visceral is Yi and Clark down there. Looks like damage dealt 8.3 million damage done for Budapenza. Outlaw, Clowns, Palico, Kim Sear somehow with a bunch of damage done in the lobby despite running out and dying on repeat the entire lobby. He's 3rd highest in damage taken. Saint, the best tank of the lobby on that Crusader. Captain Jackie right behind him on the healer, and Kim Sear somehow on that Spear Dagger coming in at number 3. If we look over at the amount healed, it looks like Captain Jackie 4.1 million damage healed. What a goat. Vef, Yuso Kai, and Arthur LV are the leaders of the healing leaderboard. Let's take a look down here. Where is our goat? There he is. 2.2 million damage healed for Zachariel. Barely keeping up with what he did last lobby. So we'll have to get him in here at the end here. If we take a look at top defeats of the lobby here, Again, I don't think I did the top defeats for Visceral. Blue, Clark, Resist, Directive, Yi, and Grizzle. The top defeats of the lobby as we bring it back to the caster desk because Zach is ghosting me. We should be able to all... Okay, everybody point and laugh at Zachriel right now. Everybody just point and laugh at him because he's literally not in call with me. I've been literally sitting here. He's just been ghosting me like a girl on Tinder for the last like 5 minutes. There he finally gets in call. Holy moly. Okay, yo. Zach, you gave me a heart attack.
I'm still suited up, man.
Can you hear me right? Yeah, okay. You gave me a heart attack in that match. Did you guys intentionally hand it to Visceral?
Nah, like, I don't know what was happening. People just started, like, we just started sending it. I don't know. But as soon as we started stabilizing and locked in, but they did do well. Like, they got a lot of control there, and they did a push from, I think it was Portal 3 when they got a lot of control on that high ground there. Yeah, when they did that, it kind of caught us off guard, and they managed to actually get some tick going, but luckily we managed to stabilize from that.
Yeah, absolutely. You certainly had Bald and I having a heart attack. Well, Bald doubted you, but I never doubted you for a second. I thought you guys did it intentionally to make the match look close. As it turns out, you did not. Visceral are just gamers at the end of the day. And what do you have to say for your healing performance in that match?
Honestly, like, the thing is, I've always been a very reactive healer, so for me these changes won't really affect my outcome. So if anything, it makes me look better. I mean, compared to the Visceral healers, like the overall scores, I might be on the lower end because they were taking more damage, obviously. But in terms of the healers in my guild, shout outs to Alcy for being an absolute damage soaking machine. I'm able to stat pad a shitload on him. So yeah, I mean, I did well. I managed to survive a lot on point. I was playing backside of the point. I don't know if you were seeing me over there.
Yeah,
but
we watched you over there. Yeah, no, we saw Alcy dive in a number of times. And again, I started calling him Mr. President by the end of it because you guys were all buffing him up. And then he would dive in and get crazy damage down. So excellent coordination. Excellent coordination. Congratulations on moving through to the semifinals.
Thank you.
What do you have to say to your opponent, CallMeDaddy, coming into the semifinals?
I mean, nothing but respect for them, and I mean, as a caster for tonight, a massive shout out to all of the teams. What an amazing quarterfinals that EU gave tonight, and for our opponent, GG's Visceral, you guys are great, and you did awesome. But yeah, I'm looking forward to play CallMeDaddy. I know that everybody in Aura as well. Big shout out to you guys. I love you all. We're looking forward to play the semifinals and just keep on blasting.
Keep on blasting. What's your prediction? 2-0? 2-0 prediction in the
against
semis?
CallMeDaddy?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. If we're locked in, I shouldn't see any issue to us why we would let up any map, to be honest. So we just lock in. It's all in our hands. That's what's so good about our guild. Okay. As long as we decide to win, we're gonna win. Okay, well, that's confidence coming out there. And I'll just say, CallMeDaddy. Yeah, I love you guys. Please destroy this kid. Please, God, destroy this kid. Okay, now if we look over at the other match, what's your prediction for Hand of Unity and Disaster? That's gonna be. I mean, cinema. that's also gonna be absolute cinema. I mean, I think it slightly favors Hands of Unity just by like past results that we have, but Disaster Unleashed have been cooking for the past few weeks, and they have been stepping up. And I mean, they had a great showing tonight as well, really showing dominance. So, I mean, I know for sure that both teams are looking forward to fight each other. Yep, absolutely. Now I want to give shout outs to my tournament directors. Can everybody in chat wave hi to the moderators and the tournament director team, which I believe was Lucy, and I think maybe Malta was helping him today. Maybe it was just Lucy. No, he is there, and notes in the chat as well.
Thank you to all the moderators that help out with the tournament. We really appreciate you guys. Couldn't do it without you guys keeping the production moving the way that you do. And then I need WAGS's in chat, guys. This event is not possible without Amazon Game Studios support. 1.3 million Lucent. The unique drops every week. Remember, guys, next week, if you watch the tournament next week, you get an in-game title. You get an in-game title named Squadron Commander. Squadron Commander, boys and girls. That is a crazy title. Really, really cool. And it's generated a lot of hype for the game. I think a lot of community members are very appreciative of AGS supporting the tournament and making it possible for all of us to be here today and shoutcasting this. So really appreciate their support for the tournament here. And my final thank you is to Zachriel, everybody's favorite healer and lovable teddy bear over here. Where can they find you, Zach?
You guys can find me on Twitch on Zachriel TV. I stream pretty much every day from 7 p.m. CET, so European time. And I stream TNL arenas, war games, build guides, VOD reviews, anything TNL related. So yeah, just follow me on Twitch and you will be able to see me there.
There you go. Super gentle. You love those chill vibes from a guy that knows what he's talking about. Unlike me, although I got everything right today. Honestly,
no, you clutched
I'm just
up
a lucker
today.
dog. Yeah, I'm just a lucker dog. What can I say? I'm just right every day. I just lucky. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
There's his YouTube as well. Zach, we want to see you post more on YouTube. You only have 2 videos there. He's only got 30 subscribers on YouTube. Hook him up, please.
I've been slacking. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, who are we rating? Chat. I will leave it up to chat. We can go to Wakayashi or Dank RNG. Dank rated us last time. And I don't think I've been able to rate him so far in this tournament here. And then we got Wakayashi as well. He is speaking German, but I don't know if people care that too much.
Have we rated Dank yet?
We have not rated Dank yet. That's why I was looking at Dank. I have rated Waka once. All right, so chat wants Dank. Chat gets what chat wants. Guys, I appreciate all the support for the tournament. I know it has been tough. Sometimes it's tough on the scheduling. Sometimes it's tough on the guilds. It is hardest on myself and the tournament directors, I assure you. We're doing our best to put on the best tournament possible, and we're hoping that we're delivering that to you at home. Guys, we're going to be back tomorrow with NA East, which is heating up something fierce. Some of the closest matches, the best matches, one of the most competitive regions, if not the most competitive region. Who knows, depending on who you ask. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who the top 4 guilds are in NA East, so make sure you're stay tuned for that. 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's going to be absolute cinema. Cannot wait. I appreciate all of you watching, the follows, the subs, the gifted subs, the bits, the donations that help make this stream possible, guys. That's why I work as hard as I do. It's for you guys. I appreciate all of you guys. Have a great rest of your night. Guys, go give Dank all of my love.